All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another video in regards to Christianity. It's Sunday, so happy Sunday, everyone. And this is going to be a video recommended by a viewer named Sylvia. They recommended that I watch a video series, the Christian Denominations Family Tree series. So this is going to be fun. We're going to find out how we're all related. Uh, I have a feeling by the end of this series, we're going to be all like one big happy family. There's never going to be any type of disagreements between any religion ever from this point forward. Because, you guys are going to like, comment, and then subscribe to the channel. And with your support and the power of this video, we are going to change the world. Now, uh, I'm doing this video today. Again, it's Sunday. I like doing these type of videos, especially on these days. But before we, continue with this video, let's do a small prayer for the movie reaction that I'm trying to surprise you guys with. Let's pray that YouTube copyrights allow this to go through because it's kind of one of the biggest tragedies in modern day society that sometimes I like to put up videos and I get copyright strikes. So if we could just do a small prayer for that, and then also remember, like, comment, subscribe, because once again, if you do not, YouTube will come in here, and even though the Lord doesn't want it to happen, they will. Christian origins and early church schisms. I believe I'm saying that correctly. If I'm not, correct me in the comments, guys. Once again, I also will be judging the different symbols from these. It isn't really like a real judgment. This is just my personal opinion on them. I will tell you which ones I like more.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Today I'm going to start a new series in which I'll be building a huge family tree of every major Christian denomination, which is something that many of you have been asking me to do for a long time now. As you can imagine, the chart is going to be quite large because there are lots of different types of Christians. In fact, at this point, I'm not actually sure how many episodes will be needed to cover everything. But however long it takes, the plan is that at the end, I'll have a complete chart of Christian denominations that I will be making available as a poster. In this first episode, I'll be starting at the very beginning and discussing how the religion of Christianity developed out of Second Temple Judaism.
Okay, so just to start, I do know a little bit about some of this stuff. I think Zoroastrianism, I do know about that. I have looked into it. It seems like one of those really cool things that, like, I can see where it's like, I feel like I could see myself wanting to, like, get into that. I know it's something that they have to be, like, invited in. So I have to know people who are already part of it. That's going to be the challenging part.
I'll also be discussing some of the earliest schisms that occurred within the church and how these resulted in the development of the Oriental Orthodox churches, as well as the Church of the East, two branches of Christianity that often get overlooked. But first, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Blinkist. Imagine you're about to start a big project,
right there.
Like
now,
trying to chart out every single Christian denomination.
Guys.
How the Christian revolution ideas in just 30 minutes. Currently, Blinkist has over 5,000 titles in 27 different categories, as well as a bunch of cool podcasts, a 7-day free trial, followed by 25% off
guys.
A premium
Get your
membership,
25% off
plus
membership.
a second premium
I'm just
membership,
not going to watch
free
the entire
of charge.
ad right
Just
now.
check out the link in the description or pinned comment.
Go to his video. Make sure
Okay, let's start at the very top of this chart with ancient Israelite religion, many centuries before the birth of Christianity. This represents the religion of the people who lived in the kingdoms of Israel and Judah during the Iron Age. So basically about 1000 BCE to 600 BCE. Now, there are several competing ideas about what exactly the ancient Israelite religion looked like and how it came to exist. So, rather than present you with only one view, let me give you at least two. The first is the view given in the Bible. According to
Okay.
a literal reading, God revealed himself first to a man named Abraham. But then Abraham's descendants ended up in Egypt as slaves, where they
Yeah.
became known as the Israelites. God then revealed himself to Moses, who helped lead the Israelites out of Egypt and into the land of Canaan, where
Okay. So, first comment I'll say about this, and I guess this is more just like my one thing. Like when I read the Bible, and you go through like how God revealed Himself, and you know, uh, I guess my thing is like when they're on the boat and they have all the animals there, and it's just like the family, and then they get off the boat. They see the land and they get off the boat. It kind of just skips to Egypt being there. And like my thing about that is like, where did Egypt come from? Because you know the the flood took over. It wiped off everything from the face of the earth except for this one family, and then like all the animals, like two of every animal on earth, right? When they come out, Egypt is there. But like Egypt has a whole nother like society that has like a whole nother history that includes gods that aren't even the same one. They include like a series of gods. They don't even have like a monotheistic religion. Like they believe in multiple gods, and they have whole backstories that go back thousands of years from that point. So like just arriving and being able to go to Egypt just feels like a little bit of one of those like it feels like one of those things where they like didn't fully flesh out that story. Like maybe there was more that we didn't hear, but the flood was what, for like 7 days, and was the flood not that widespread? Did the flood just kind of get where they were? Did the maybe I don't know. Somebody explain that to me in the comments.
they conquered the local population there and eventually established a kingdom, which was then later split into two. So, according to this view, the Israelites knew about the one true God from the start, but then after that, they started disobeying that God and worshiping other gods instead, which led to the
Okay.
destruction of their kingdoms. The northern kingdom of Israel falling first to the Assyrians, and the southern kingdom of Judah falling second to the Babylonians. So, that's one view. The other view is based on a more literary reading of the Bible, combined with what we have come to learn from secular history and archaeology. According to this view, the Israelites were probably just a subset of Canaanites who survived the Bronze Age collapse in the hill country and who then combined with other nearby people groups to form a tribal confederation. This confederation then evolved into the Kingdom of Israel, which would have originally been polytheistic. However, within the Kingdom of Israel, there were some priests who advocated for henotheism, which is the worship of only one God without denying the existence of other gods. And the one God they advocated for is the one represented by these four letters. As a Jew, I'm not supposed to pronounce the name, so I will say Hashem instead, which simply means the name. Anyway, the Kingdom of Israel was eventually conquered by Assyria. However, the nearby Kingdom of Judah, and in particular its capital city of Jerusalem, managed to hold out. Therefore, the Temple of Hashem at Jerusalem, also known as the First Temple, became the new center of the Israelite religion, which
Okay.
became increasingly more monotheistic. Eventually, however, Judah was also conquered, this time by the Babylonians. The first temple was destroyed, and Judah's elites were carried off to Babylon, where they experienced the Babylonian exile from approximately 586 to 516 BCE. Which brings us to Second Temple Judaism. By this point, the Israelites were now known as Jews, named after the
Okay.
kingdom of Judah.
Judah.
However, when the Babylonians were conquered by the Persians allowed the Jews to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple to Hashem, which became known as the Second Temple. So, in many ways, Second Temple Judaism was the direct descendant of ancient Israelite religion. However, it was almost certainly influenced by the interactions that the Jewish people were now having with their new foreign rulers. For example, the Persians followed a religion known as Zoroastrianism, and Zoroastrianism likely had a major impact on Second Temple Judaism. For example, the figure of Satan and the idea of there being an end of the world where good triumphs over evil likely came from Zoroastrianism. Likewise, when the Greeks conquered the Persians and Hellenism began to spread throughout the Middle East, many ideas from the Greeks found their way into Second Temple Judaism as well. But the most important thing...
All right, so that actually makes a lot of sense. So when you combine the idea of Zoroastrianism, where there's like two beings, one is like all good, the other one is like all evil. I think, what is it like for them? Like every time we die, like as long as we do good in life, our spirit goes into the good of it, and then at the end of time, the good is gonna outdo the bad. You know, we're all gonna like form into one kind of like being or spirit out there, and we're gonna take over as the good stuff. And Hellenism, you know, but also in Zoroastrianism, you do believe in the one good God there. But then this one is like, you know, Hellenism is like, yo, there are other gods, but we just worship ours. I mean, I'm pretty sure in the Bible, they even kind of reference, like God even makes a reference to there being other gods. So, I mean, that's literally like something that's like in the Bible. I think it's like within like the first like chapter, or you know, I don't know. It's, correct me if I'm wrong in there. You know, I'm pretty sure there is area that says, that references there being other gods in the Bible. But when you put these two together, that does kind of make a lot of sense on how some of those ideas got into Judaism, which obviously is going to branch off into Christianity.
Thing you need to know about Second Temple Judaism is that by the Roman period, it was not a single highly unified religion, but rather a religion that had many different sects operating within it. The four main sects were the Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and the Zealots. Let's quickly look at each one. The Sadducees represented the elites of Jewish society and included the priests who ran the temple. They were the group that were the most open to Hellenism. In contrast, the Pharisees were associated more with the everyday people and included the scribes and scholars who studied the Hebrew scriptures. Next, there were the Essenes, who were the most mystical of the four groups, often living apart from mainstream society and having a keen interest in things like angels and the idea of a spiritual messiah. They were probably the group that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. Finally, there were the Zealots, who were the opposite of the Essenes in that they wanted real-world change. In other words, they wanted to overthrow the Roman government and reestablish political independence for the Jews. Now, here's the thing. Out of these four groups, only one survived the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE. This was the Pharisees. You see, after Jerusalem was destroyed, the Pharisees moved their headquarters to a nearby city called Yavne, where they then became known as rabbis. The religion of Judaism, as it exists today, traces its roots back to these early rabbis, and therefore directly to the Pharisees. In contrast, the Sadducees, Essenes, and Zealots all became extinct. However, very late in the Second Temple period, a fifth Jewish sect had started to form, that of the earliest Christians. And this fifth sect survived the destruction as well. Now, it doesn't actually matter whether you believe that Jesus was God or that he was just a man or that he never existed at all. What is absolutely certain is that Christians existed by the end of the first century and that these earliest Christians were Jews. In fact, many of the earliest Christians were likely former Pharisees, such as Paul, but it's also likely that there were some Zealots as well. After all, one of the 12 disciples was named Simon the Zealot. There also seems to have been a heavy Essene influence on early Christianity, considering that both groups were apocalyptic, meaning that they believed in a hidden spirit world that was about
And
to be
angels.
revealed. The only Jewish group that Christianity didn't seem to draw heavily from was the Sadducees. However, in addition to Jews, early Christianity also attracted people from a group known as the God-fearers. God-fearers were basically Gentiles, in other words, non-Jews, who were nonetheless very sympathetic towards Judaism and often liked to participate in Jewish customs without actually converting. Now, I cannot stress enough how important the destruction of the temple in 70 CE was to both the development of Christianity as well as the development of Rabbinic Judaism. Prior to 70 CE, Judaism was very much a temple-based religion. But once the temple was gone, both early Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism were forced to adapt and change.
Okay.
Christianity adapted by focusing more and more on Jesus as the new spiritual high priest and on his sacrifice as a replacement for the earlier temple sacrifices. In contrast, Rabbinic Judaism adapted by emphasizing the study of the Torah and meeting together in synagogues for prayer as the new ways to commune with God. However, this series is about the various branches of Christianity, not Judaism. So from this point forward, I'm going
Well,
to shift toward
to be fair, to talk about Christianity properly, you do have to go into Judaism. Like realistically, it's the that's how they branch off. It's one big family tree, guys. We're all in this together. People, come on.
towards focusing exclusively on how Christianity continued to develop. Although at some point in the future, I might return to Rabbinic Judaism and talk about its modern branches as well. Okay,
Yes,
so
do that.
following the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, Christianity went in three very different directions. First, there were the Jewish Christians, who kept following all the various Jewish practices in the same manner that the earliest Christians had done. So,
You know, growing up in Cleveland, there actually is a current like Jewish Christian church that I like saw all the time. Like it I always thought it was so strange because they had like the Star of David as well as like a cross like like on their windows. And I can't remember the exact name of the church, but I'm pretty sure it was like the Jewish Church of Christ. Um, it was like something similar to that, and I'm always like, I didn't even know you could be both. I didn't know you could be both. I thought it was pretty cool, and he's saying this is extinct, but guys, I do got to tell you, I have seen one.
they continued to practice things like circumcision and
Maybe
not
it's not the
eating
same.
pork, in addition to revering Jesus as an important spiritual leader. Two groups that are representative of this branch are the Nazarenes and the Ebionites. Over time, though, Jewish Christian groups like this went extinct. However, it is thought that they may have had some influence on the development of Islam. Like the Nazarenes, Muslims see Jesus as being an important human prophet and even the Messiah, born of a virgin, but they do not see Jesus as being divine. So, if you want to know what Jewish Christians in the first few centuries CE were like, well, they were a lot like Muslims are today, just without the Quran and Muhammad. In contrast to the Jewish Christians were the Pauline Christians, who primarily consisted of Gentiles. Again, Gentiles are simply non Jews. The word Pauline refers to the Apostle Paul, who died shortly before the destruction of the temple. Paul wrote much of the New Testament and is credited with introducing Christianity to the Gentiles. In his writings, he argues that Gentile Christians should not be required to follow Jewish customs, such as circumcision and not eating pork. In fact, Paul's main message was that Jesus' death and resurrection introduced a new covenant that superseded Jewish law. We'll come back to Pauline Christianity in a moment.
It's like I get his point, but anyone who's read the Bible will see that God said, hey, you got to get your boys circumcised. It's a way to show that you're part of the group. They did say if you're not circumcised, you're not part of the group, guys. Sorry to tell you this.
Moment, but first,
To all the people who are not circumcised, I am just joking.
let's look at the third major branch of early Christianity, Gnosticism. Now, the first thing I want to make clear is that Gnosticism wasn't a single unified sect. And in fact, the word Gnosticism is actually a modern term used to lump a bunch of different early Christians together, such as the Valentinians and the Sethians. However, these groups
Never heard of
did
those.
differ from both Pauline Christianity and Jewish Christianity in several key ways. So I think from a general point of view, putting them together as a third major branch is in fact fair. So what the various Gnostic groups shared in common was the idea that the physical world was altogether bad and that the spiritual world was
Okay.
all that really mattered. They thus emphasized Jesus' divinity and downplayed his humanity. Gnosticism is based on the Greek word gnosis, which means knowledge. And basically, Gnostics believed that they had access to secret knowledge about the spirit world. But like Jewish Christianity, Gnostic Christianity eventually died out. However, there is a minor religion that still exists today, known as Mandaism, that may trace its roots back to the early Gnostic Christians. Okay, so let's go back to Pauline.
All right. First of all, that is a really dope symbol. I gotta say, I like the symbol. As far as like Gnostic Christians in general, I like the idea of it. You kind of lose me a little bit when you're talking about how you have the secret knowledge. Like, if you have the secret knowledge, you got to share it. Stop making it a secret. Make it the knowledge and spread it around. We're all trying to get to the same heaven, guys. Spread the knowledge. Don't keep it a secret. Don't be gatekeeping the secrets of getting into heaven.
Christianity. From the perspective of Christians today, Pauline Christianity represents the original, true Christianity, and the Gnostic and Jewish Christians were simply early heretics. However, from a secular point of view,
don't
these
like
three
that.
branches were initially all on a level playing field, and it just so happened that Pauline Christianity emerged as the quote-unquote winner. Whichever view you take, it's clear that things started to coalesce during the period between 180 and 313 CE.
This is the part I don't enjoy about this is that, like, okay, you guys are all different sets of the same group. You guys have the same main belief at the end of the day. Work together. Like, just be together as one. And, but then there's the whole power dynamic. Why is there always got to be a power dynamic when it comes to this stuff? Like, we're all trying to get to the same place. Let's stop, these guys over here maybe believe in something a little bit more they're a little bit more agnostic about it. These guys are a little bit more like traditional about it. These guys are a little bit more, Jewish Christian about it. But like, I feel like there's a way that you guys can talk to each other, as all Christians at this point, and, get it back to being one group without there being like a huge power dynamic and the other ones feeling shut out.
The Christian church at this time is often referred to as the Great Church because it was during this period that the church started to become more and more unified, emerging as a distinct religion with a large number of adherents. The year 313 CE is an important date in Christian history because this was the year that the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great, together with his co-emperor Licinius, issued the Edict of Milan, which gave Christianity legal status throughout the Roman Empire, thus protecting it from persecution. Shortly thereafter, in the year 3...
Hey, no more, murdering Christians and, no more sending them to get killed in really extreme, gruesome ways just because they are Christian. This is dope.
25 CE, Constantine convened the Council of Nicaea, which got all the various Christian bishops together to clarify what the official doctrines of Christianity were. And what they produced was a document known as the Nicene Creed. Virtually every Christian denomination today agrees with the various position statements made in the Nicene Creed.
All right, let's go through this together, guys. We all believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and of all things visible and invisible, and in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only Son of God, begotten from the Father before all ages. God from light, God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, of the same essence as the Father. Through him all things were made. For us and for our salvation, he came down from heaven. He became incarnate by the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary, and was made human. He was sacrificed for us under Pontius Pilate. He suffered and was buried. The third day he rose again. According to the scriptures, he ascended to heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father. He will come again with with glory to judge the living and the dead. His kingdom will never end. And we believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life. He proceeds from the Father and the Son, and with the Father and the Son is worshiped and glorified. He spoke through the prophets. We believe in one holy Catholic and apostolic church. So you believe in one holy Catholic and apostolic church, but there's two of them, okay? We affirm one Baptist for the forgiveness of sin, baptism for the forgiveness of sins. We look forward to the resurrection of the dead and to life in the world to come. Amen. That's a pretty long prayer, but I like it. I feel like that's the gist of what pretty much all Christians believe, right? That's the gist of what we all believe. Nothing too crazy in there that's like, oh, whoa, what's that about? What's that about?
And therefore, to this day, the Nicene Creed serves as a way to distinguish mainstream Christianity from Christian fringe groups. But initially, Nicene Christianity had a competitor, Arian Christianity. Note
Ooh.
that this is Arian with an I, not
Okay.
Arian with a Y. Arian
Whoa.
Christians
Whoa, they got a little sketchy there for a second.
disagreed with the Nicene Creed and followed the teachings of a man named Arius instead. Basically, the difference is this. According to Arian Christianity, Jesus did not always exist. Instead, Jesus was made by God and is thus subordinate to God. Likewise, Arian Christians believe that the Holy Spirit is also distinct from God the Father and Jesus the Son. In contrast, Nicene Christians believe that God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit are all co-eternal, meaning that they all have no beginning. In other words, all three have just always existed.
Is this like, maybe it's just me, but this is like one of those emoji faces where the guy's just like, uh, but I will say, I don't know. Part of me kind of feels more on the Arian Christian side. It's like the Holy Spirit being just as eternal as God. I don't know. I'm actually having a little bit of spiritual confliction within myself at the moment, and you guys are witnessing it. So congratulations. Uh, yeah, because it's like in my head, God does make Jesus. Like in my head, there's a point where God and Jesus, like where it's just God, and then there's the angels, and then God creates Jesus. But this is all before Earth is even created. So like it's God, there's the angels, they're in heaven. This is, before Lucifer even like splits off. And then God creates Jesus, or he creates Jesus within heaven, and then goes the the whole downfall of like Lucifer and things like that. But if Jesus was always there, and there was always a God and always a Jesus and always a Holy Spirit, no beginning for them, then what would Satan have even been upset about? Because he wouldn't have never even been the former right hand of God. It would have always been Jesus. All right, somebody explain that to me in the comments, guys.
Nicene Christians also believe that God is one essence, but three persons. So for a while, both Arian Christianity and Nicene Christianity existed side by side, with Arian Christianity being found mostly among the newly converted Germanic tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, and Lombards, and Nicene Christianity being found in the Roman Empire. But over time, Arianism faded away, so that basically Nicene Christianity became the only Christianity. In fact, in the year 380 CE, Nicene Christianity was made the state religion of the Roman Empire by Emperor Theodosius I via the Edict of Thessalonica. A lot of people get these two edicts confused, thinking that it was Constantine who made Christianity the state religion. But keep in mind that he simply made Christianity legal. It was actually Theodosius who made it the official religion of the Roman Empire.
Hey.
Around the same time as...
Shout out to Theo, Theolosius. I call him Theo. All his closest friends, we all call him Theo.
As the Edict of Thessalonica, a second major council was held, the Council of Constantinople. It is not shown on this chart, though, because it didn't lead to any major schisms. However, I do want to mention it because it resulted in a few minor revisions to the Nicene Creed. The third ecumenical council was the Council of Ephesus in 431 CE. And this one did result in the first major split within Nicene Christianity. Breaking away at this point was the Church of the East, which was the national church of the Sassanid Empire in Persia. So basically, these were Christians who lived outside of the Roman Empire. There, Christians tended toward a theology known as Nestorianism, named after a man named Nestorius. According to the Council of Ephesus, Nestorians put too much of an emphasis on the distinction between Jesus' divinity and his humanity. So the Church of the East went its own way at this point. Today, there is only one major independent denomination that traces its roots all the way back to the Church of the East, and that is the Assyrian Church of the East, based primarily in northern Iraq.
All right. Now we're getting to the symbols, the good stuffs. This is a good symbol, guys. It's got all the classics. It's got a lot of hits. It's got the sun shining from behind it. Obviously, it's got the cross. That's a classic. Good choice on there. I enjoy the scenery in the background. Like, that's something that a lot of these symbols and things don't always get right, is adding a little bit of background. We all like that in our religion. The book in there is also a nice little touch, referencing. They're most likely going to be one of those religions that put the actual words in the book above what the people in the church are saying. So adding the book into the actual symbol of the religion itself is a good touch if that's something your guys are going to do. If that's something that they don't do, it feels a little out of place. I don't know.
They are currently led by Patriarch Awa III and number around 400,000.
Okay,
the fourth ecumenical council was the Council of Chalcedon in 451 CE, and yet again, this one led to another major division. This time, the Oriental Orthodox churches split away from the mainstream. So basically, these churches together...
All right, here we go. Okay, let's hear a little bit more about the churches.
With the Assyrian Church of the East are known as non-Chalcedonian churches, whereas everyone else is known as Chalcedonian.
Okay, so non-Chalcedonian churches, everyone else is Chalcedonian. Cool. Let's go one by one. Let's start off with the Coptic Orthodox Church. I like this symbol. It's a little bit more simple, but the details are all within the cross. Really good details within the cross there. I actually do like those. I can't see what the words say. Even if I could, it's probably in a language I don't speak. So, whatever. It's pretty cool though. It's a simple. It looks like something that people would get like a tattoo of if they paid a lot of money for it. Let's go to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. This one's a little bit more simple, I will say. It just seems like something that would be within a church, like something that you'd put like on the glass mirrors of the church versus the actual symbol that represents the church. I will say it's not one of my favorites, but I appreciate how much detail they actually put into it. It's simple, but it is detailed. It's just I guess it just doesn't hit for me right now. The Etrian Orthodox Church. This one is incredible. I like this one. It's got again all the things that you would like to see. It's got the rays, the sun rays. Got some background color into it. I like the blue on top. I enjoy the little book there. That's pretty dope because, again, I feel like if you're adding the book in there, you're probably saying the book has a lot of significance within your religion. You're probably reading and listening to the words from the book more than, the actual people in the church themselves, which in my opinion, I rock with the book, guys. Let's see, Syriac Orthodox Church. Kind of has a lot going on, but I don't know. Part of me likes what's going on here, but also the one right underneath it. I'm gonna try to pronounce this, so help me out here. Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church. Okay, these look like they were the same. One of them just was like, you know what, this is a little bit messy. We got to clean this up, and then they created the all the stuff within the borders of that little shield there. While these guys up top were like, nah, we're loose, we're free. I need that freedom. I need to express myself properly. No borders holding me in. So I do enjoy them both, but for different reasons. One of them looks a little bit more structured. The other one looks a little bit more like this is what we want. I kind of like the top one. A little bit more. Now, Armenian Apostolic Church. Jeez, I can't talk right now. I like this one. It honestly, I will say this though. It's really reminded me of like a fraternity. Like with the symbol for a fraternity would be like, if you told me this was like Kappa Alpha or whatever fraternities out there, I'd also believe it. But I like this one. This one feels a little bit more modern. Feels like somebody made this one in like the 70s. Maybe the 50s. Like something where they were like, we understand modern day, design elements, and we're gonna throw in some of those. We're gonna throw in a purple. We're gonna throw in with the yellows on top of that, the gold. Yellow and gold is a really good combo. I don't know. This just looks a little bit more modern to me. That's not a bad thing. I actually enjoy it. It just looks so different than the other ones. Yeah. I will say it's not my top favorite, but I like it.
The other term used for the Oriental Orthodox churches is miaphysite. Mia means one, and physis means nature. This sums up the difference between the Oriental Orthodox churches and the Chalcedonian churches. The Oriental Orthodox churches believed that Jesus had just one nature, which was a mix of divinity and humanity. whereas the Chalcedonian churches believed that Jesus was one person with two natures. Now, before I explain the Oriental Orthodox churches, I want to introduce the concept of the pentarchy. Penta meaning five. Over time, there emerged 5 cities that were the most important centers of Christianity. These were Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. Each one had a leader known as a patriarch, and hence each center was known as a patriarchy. However, following the Council of Chalcedon, 2 of these patriarchies experienced major schisms. These were Alexandria, which is in Egypt, and Antioch, which is in Syria. The Christians in Alexandria who supported Miaphysitism broke away and became known as the Coptic Orthodox Church. And the Christians in Antioch who supported Miaphysitism broke away and became known as the Syriac Orthodox Church. Shortly thereafter, they were also joined by the Armenian Apostolic Church, which also supported Miaphysitism. So, to this day, there are actually 2 competing patriarchs of both Alexandria and Antioch. Currently, the Eastern Orthodox Patriarch of Alexandria is Theodore II, whereas the Coptic Orthodox Patriarch is Tawadros II. Interestingly, Tawadros also uses the title of Pope. So yeah, if you thought this guy was the only Pope now that Benedict has passed away, you were wrong. There's still...
Why don't these guys talk it out? People, like, I don't get why they can't just, like, meet up. Everyone, all the leaders of Christianity, meet up somewhere and just get this taken care of. Get on a Zoom call. You know, let's I guess that's a new... Would that be... Am I advocating for a new council? Like, I'm pretty sure I'm advocating for like a new council, but for like all major, like not even all major, all Christian groups, get your representative together. Let's get this figured out. You know, not even just all Christians. Let's throw some Jewish groups, let's throw all the Jewish groups in there. Let's throw all the Abrahamic religions together and let's get this back to being one specific thing. Let's get back on track where we're supposed to be, guys. Too many split off courses, too many people trying to go their own way. We're all trying to get to the same place, people. If anybody's got a shortcut, let us all know the shorter way. Let's all get through this together. Maybe we can build a highway, a super highway through the religion, the new one, and then it's gonna super jet us all into heaven. I may be going too far with that, but you know what I mean. You guys, you see where the idea is,
Pope Tawadros II as well. When it comes to Antioch, the Eastern Orthodox Patriarch is currently John X, whereas the Syriac Orthodox Patriarch is Ignatius Ephraim II.
Jeez.
Up until the 20th century,
these guys love having some bling. I will say that. They stay fresh.
The Oriental Orthodox branch of Christianity consisted of only 3 autonomous churches. However, in 1959, the Ethiopian Church became independent from the Coptic Church, and then the Eritrean Church became independent from Ethiopia in 1991. Note that both the Ethiopian and Eritrean churches use the word Tewahedo in their names, which is a Ge'ez word meaning unified. I also want to point out that the Ethiopian Church is currently the largest of the Oriental Orthodox churches and has about 40 million members. They are currently led by a patriarch named Matthias. Finally, there's the Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church, located in India. It was originally under the jurisdiction of the Syriac Orthodox Church, but in 1912 became independent.
Okay.
So that basically takes care of all the non-Chalcedonian churches. In episode 2, I'll be diving deeper into the Chalcedonian Pentarchy and the Great Schism that eventually occurred between the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church. I'll also be looking at how each of those churches are organized, particularly all the various branches of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Then, from episode 3 onwards, I'll be looking at the various Protestant denominations, which is where things really start to go in a bunch of different directions. Until then, let me know what you think of the series so far and which branch of Christianity you are most looking forward to me covering. Thanks for watching.
Wow. Guys, that was a incredible video. Learning about the Christian denominations and our early, family tree. Again, I just have to reiterate this point. It feels like we should be moving together versus apart. All this branching off and, these different sets and these schisms that we're having, like, I understand why, but again, we're like the leaders of these, very peaceful religions are almost, it's like they're not being like, yo, why are we even splitting off? Before you decide to split off, come back. Let's talk this out. Let's figure out why you're trying to split off, and then let's bring it back together. We're all one. If somebody comes in with a different idea, we don't just say, hey, oh yeah, yo, no, just go start your own thing. Like, come on, let's bring it back together. At least that's my idea. Maybe I'm a little bit too, thinking about this a little bit too differently, but it just feels like we're all, again, we're trying to get to the same place. We're all trying to get to the same heaven. We're just trying to get there, find the best way possible. And we can't find things the best way possible if some people are keeping their things to themselves and other people aren't listening. And, we all got to come together. We all got to listen. We all got to talk. We all got to comprehend what we're all saying. And then we all got to move forward with that, together as one. That's going to be the goal. So, guys, if you would like to come together and hit that subscribe button, it would be mostly appreciated, because we will all come together as one family within the channel. And also, if you can come together and like this chat, like that, hit that like button. I'm saying weird stuff now. Hit the like button. Make sure to comment all the comments. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how right I am. Tell me how incredible the other reaction channel this is, and how I'm so incredible at reactions that, like, I'm probably the best ever. Nobody is doing what I'm doing here, and it's very much appreciated by my audience, is what you guys would say as the audience of this video. So guys, yes, anyone who's made it this far and listened to these rambles of me just saying random stuff, I really appreciate it. Some of this stuff is actually really well thought out, and I think it's a good point. Some of the things I say are absolutely ridiculous, and you should just, it's up to you to figure out which is which. Again, if you made it this far, I love you. You're an angel. And as always, bye. And 3, 2, 1. All right, and we are back, and today we're back with episode 2 to the Christian Denominations Family Tree series. Now, this is an incredible series, and I definitely am going to get through this one. It's another video by Useful Charts, amazing creator, love his videos. And yeah, guys, the first one, last I remember, I think it ended off with some like Eastern Orthodox churches. So I'm excited to see where this one's going to be going towards. And if you guys are excited to see and you want to see more, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. All 3 of those things really help out the channel. Every time you like it, more people get to see it. When you comment, more people get to see it. When you subscribe, more people get to see it. YouTube, it's crazy how it works. But yeah, guys. And yeah, also remember, there are dire consequences. Like, if you don't like, comment, and subscribe, YouTube will come through that door, and they will. Let's get to it. It is Christian Denomination Family Tree series. I feel like I'm saying that weird, but let's get to it.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Welcome to episode 2 in my series on the family tree of Christian denominations. In episode 1, we looked at the origins of Christianity. how it started off as a sect of Judaism, but then went on to become a separate religion. We then discussed the first two church councils, which clarified what the major beliefs of Christianity were, and which produced the Nicene Creed. Finally, we looked at the next two councils, in which we started to get some smaller branches of Christianity splitting off from the rest, such as the Church of the East and the Oriental Orthodox churches. So in today's video, we're going to switch gears and focus on two of the largest branches of the tree, the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church. Both of these very large churches can actually be divided into various smaller churches. So we'll be looking at how each group is organized, as well as the history behind how they ended up that way.
Well, I have a feeling this won't be confusing whatsoever, guys. Follow along. This is going to be super simple. There's lines. I got a good feeling about this.
Special note will be some very recent developments involving the church in Ukraine. But first, I want to point out that throughout this series, I'll be collaborating with the YouTube channel Ready for Harvest. As many of you already know, Ready for Harvest is all about Christian denominations.
Well, shout out to Ready to Harvest. I think I may be checking out some of their content
Talking
soon.
about their history and how they differ from one another. What I really appreciate about Ready for Harvest is that while its host, Joshua, belongs to one particular Christian denomination, he always approaches every topic from a very neutral point of view. So, for example, today, since I'm focusing on Catholic and Eastern Orthodox Christians, he too has released a very unbiased video about these same two groups. So, if you want to get some extra information on what I'm discussing today, I definitely recommend that you watch his video after this one.
Guys, I'm going to throw out a like goal. 10 likes, and I will add this to the list of next Sunday's Christian content.
Okay, so before we jump into today's topic, let me first address a few things that came up in the comment section on episode 1. First of all, the word extinct. So for example, I indicated on the chart that the Arian Christians went extinct, while many people pointed out that the Jehovah's Witnesses are very Arian in their theology, which is true. I therefore want to clarify that whenever I show a group going extinct on this chart, I'm always referring to the original group, not to similar groups that may arise later. This is especially important with regard to Jewish Christians. I got a lot of comments from people pointing out that Messianic Jews...
Now, I did not comment this, but I said it in my video that I do believe that there are Jewish Christians still around. And I told a whole thing about like how I remember seeing the group. Somebody in my comments made me aware as well that that's not the exact same group. But, you know, there are still people who do that. Like pretty much what he's saying right now, or he's about to say, somebody in the comments literally told me that. And I really do appreciate that, because it really helps me know that people in my comment section are out. You know, they're looking at the best for me. You know, they're like, yo, you got questions, we got some answers. And I appreciate that, because that's honestly, that's part of what this whole journey is all about, is me asking the questions and they're knowing that there will be answers out there somewhere. You know, luckily for me, I just have incredible, you know, subscribers. They are in the comment section making sure that, you know, like, hey, I got an answer for you. Here you go. It's incredible. I love you guys.
still exist. Again, this is correct. However, Messianic Jews do not trace a line all the way back to the original Jewish Christians from ancient times. Rather, Messianic Jews are more recent converts. So, in order to make things more clear, I decided to change the label Jewish Christians to Ebionite Christians, the Ebionites being one of the early Jewish Christian sects, similar to or the same as the Nazarenes. I also received several requests to include the Samaritans and the Karaites, so let's go ahead and add them to the chart. Now, some people, including the Samaritans themselves, think that the Samaritan religion is a direct continuation of the religion followed by the northern kingdom of Israel prior to the Babylonian exile. However, from an academic perspective, it's more likely that the Samaritans emerged early on in the Second Temple period, when around 450 BCE they built their own temple on Mount Gerizim. Now, there's a lot more I could say about the Samaritans, but since this series is focused on Christianity, I'll perhaps have to make a separate video about them at some other point.
I gotta say, you kind of teased me with the whole Samaritism thing, and now I want to know more about the Samaritans.
About the Karaites. If you haven't heard about them, basically the Karaites are Jews who do not accept the teachings of the early rabbis, as recorded in the Talmud. According to some people, they are the direct descendants of the Sadducees. However, the scholarly consensus is that this is not the case, because the Karaites did not actually emerge until the medieval period, which means that it is better to see them as an early breakaway group from Rabbinic Judaism, rather than being completely distinct from it. Another such breakaway group is Beta Israel, aka the Ethiopian Jews. Again, some people theorize that this group can trace their origins to pre-rabbinic times. However, it is clear from their language and customs that they did originally have connections to rabbinic Jews, but then this connection was severed for many centuries until they were once again reunited with the rest of Judaism in modern times. Okay, let's now turn our attention back to early Christianity. I mentioned last time something called the Pentarchy. The Pentarchy emerged in some sort of official way around the time of the Council of Chalcedon. Basically, by this point, there were 5 major cities that were key centers of Christianity within the Roman Empire. Originally, there had been just 3: Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch. But when Constantinople became the new capital of the Roman Empire, it became important as well. And then there was, of course, Jerusalem, where the whole thing began. So by 451, the leaders of the church recognized 5 key cities. Each was called a patriarchate because each was governed by a special bishop called a patriarch, meaning father. Now, I changed the chart a little bit to make what happened after the Council of Chalcedon a bit more.
Now, are patriarchs similar to like cardinals? Anyone again in the comments, my lovely comment section, if you can update me on that. It feels like they're pretty important people. Like they're kind of like, you're not the Pope, but you're like locally, you're the guy to go to.
Clear. Basically, the majority of Christians in Alexandria, Egypt, and in Antioch, Syria, did not agree with the Chalcedonian decisions. They therefore broke away from the rest and eventually became known as Oriental Orthodoxy, which is distinct from Eastern Orthodoxy. These days, the 2 largest churches within Oriental Orthodoxy are the Coptic Orthodox Church in Egypt and the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, which became independent from the Patriarch of Alexandria in 1959. However, I should point out that the church in Ethiopia has its own very unique history that goes all the way back to ancient times. And as I discussed in my series on Who Wrote the Bible, Ethiopian Christians have a unique version of the Bible that includes several extra books that are not found in most other Bibles. Also, since I mistakenly didn't show a photo of the Ethiopian patriarch last time, I wanted to show him this time. This is Patriarch Abun Matthias, the spiritual leader of around 40 million Ethiopian Christians.
Wow.
Okay, so let's now return to the
pretty cool.
Pentarchy. Although most of the Christians in Alexandria and Antioch became Oriental Orthodox, a minority did not. That's why I also show dotted lines that stay within the Eastern Orthodox section, which I've now decided to color red. The Christians in these areas that sided with Eastern Orthodoxy were originally known as Melkites, meaning imperial. That term will pop up again later, so I thought I'd point out its meaning now. But
Make sure you guys have your notes ready. Write it down. What he just
But
said.
here's the thing. In the 600s CE, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem came under the control of the new religion of Islam. Therefore, these
Oh.
cities became less important in terms of Christian leadership, leaving only Rome and Constantinople as the two main patriarchates. Therefore, a bit of a power struggle eventually developed between Rome and Constantinople. On one side, there was the fact that Rome, as the original seat of imperial power, had been
See, this is where things start to go down the rails for me. Because, okay, obviously Islam is starting to come through, and then, they're getting more popular in some of these cities like Jerusalem and, what's that, Atriarch and Alexandria. But again, work together. Like you guys, it doesn't have to be like a competition. We can just work together, people. You can have these places still be the patriarch areas of those cities. They can still be patriarch cities that just also have a large group of, Islamic people in them. And then also for these other two, to eventually I see what he's gonna do is the Great Schism. I can see it there. They're gonna become the Roman Catholic Church and then the Eastern Orthodox Church. Like come on, man. What's up with that too? Like, can't anybody just work together? Like, what's up with the power struggle? Does it have to be a power struggle? Like we're all trying to get to the same place here. I just don't personally see how the leaders of these two cities, the patriarch of these two cities can't come together, talk to each other, and come to an agreement at the end of the day that doesn't lead to this type of like great schism. Like it sounds weird to me.
given, back in the early days of the Pentarchy, a sort of precedence over the other four cities. However, on the other side, there was the fact that Constantinople was now the seat of imperial power, and it was the Greek emperor in Constantinople that now appointed the Latin pope over in Rome. As the centuries went by, Rome and Constantinople drifted further and further apart as Europe became divided between the Holy Roman Empire in the west and the Byzantine Empire in the east. This came to a head in 1054 with what's called the Great Schism. The Great Schism can be blamed on many different things, but I'd like to point out just two. One was a disagreement over whether or not Rome and its bishop, the Pope, was the head over the entire Christian church. According to Constantinople, the Pope was just a first among equals. In other words, he held a special place of honor, but in practical terms, he held no more power than the Patriarch of Constantinople. However, according to Rome, the Pope did have actual authority over the entire church. The other major difference related to the Nicene Creed, which I discussed in episode 1. In fact, I created a bit of a stir because, as an example, I showed the version of the creed used these days by Catholics and Protestants, rather than the one used by Eastern Orthodox Christians. The difference is this line here, known as the filioque, meaning "and from the Son." So, as you can see, Catholics and Protestants say that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, whereas the Eastern Orthodox Christians say that he proceeds from the Father only. Because of these differences and many others, East and West parted ways in 1054. Now, I should make it clear that it would be incorrect to say that the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church started only in 1054. Instead, it would be more accurate to say that they both started in the first century and that they were simply united up until 1054.
I would still say once again, like those don't seem like things you can't like come back from. These seem like things that if you guys just talk to each other, listen and figure out what each other's really trying to say here, then you can get past this. Also, I will say, I don't want to take sides here, but it just seems like the Pope just like they really wanted to have the Pope in power. There, and I even appreciated the first bit when he said like, you have a special, you have like a special place, but like you're still equal. Like there's no one who's actually more powerful than the other. You just may be first in line when it comes to like what pope are we gonna feed first. But then they were just like, no, he's the pope. You're just a guy. You're a patriarch, and you know, again, I feel like that's something that you guys can discuss and talk about. As both Christians and especially leaders, you guys should be able to talk about that. And yeah, the Great Schism. Ah, man, it didn't have to be. It didn't have to be what it was. I'll say that.
So, what about the popes then? I mean, the ones from Peter up until Pope Leo IX in 1054. Well, the difference is that Catholics claim that those popes were the leaders of the entire Christian church, whereas in the view of the Eastern Orthodox Church, these popes were simply the bishops of Rome, who, as I mentioned earlier, were, in their minds, simply the first among equals. Okay, so let's now look at how each of these churches are organized today, starting with the
Okay.
Eastern Orthodox Church, which sees itself as a single church, but can actually be divided into 15
Jeez.
equal churches called autocephalous churches. Basically, being autocephalous means that the leader of that church does not have to answer to anyone higher up, other than God, of course. However,
Okay.
the Patriarch of Constantinople is given special precedence and is considered first among equals. This is why the Patriarch of Constantinople is called the Ecumenical Patriarch. Ecumenical meaning representing more than one group. Currently, that position is held.
Well, I just learned two new words today. Thank you very much, Useful Charts. You're not just good for charts. You're also good for, learning new words. Image, I guess words are in charts. I don't know. Useful Charts, you're doing great. But also, like, I just learned two new words today. So thank you very much.
By Bartholomew I. Initially, the Eastern Orthodox Church consisted of only 5 autocephalous churches. These were the 4 out of the 5 patriarchates from the Pentarchy, as well as the Church of Cyprus, which had always been seen as being independent, all the way back to ancient times.
Okay.
However, over time, more autocephalous churches were added by Constantinople, such as the Bulgarian Orthodox Church in 927, the Serbian Orthodox Church in 1219, and most importantly, the Russian Orthodox Church in 1589. I say most importantly because nowadays the Russian Orthodox Church is by far the largest of the various Eastern Orthodox churches.
Wow.
It is currently led by Kirill, who holds the title Patriarch of Moscow.
Hey, my guy he knows how to get nice stuff like jewelry. He knows how to. He's a fashionable guy. I gotta say, he looks like he got some fashion towards him. But let's get to the real thing here, guys. Part of what you come here for.
The Church of
I gotta judge these, not in a judgmental way, as if like a negative, but I do have to tell you which one of these logos are my favorite. So we're gonna start at the top here, and as far as Constantinople, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I will say that. I will say Church of Cyprus is doing similar things, but I'm liking it a lot more. What is this? Bulgarian Orthodox Church. A little hard to read. A little hard to read, but when you actually get up close, it's pretty nice. Greek Orthodox. Alexandria. Let's see what you're looking like. A little plain, I will say that. But I like what they're doing. I like the little lion with the wings on it. The crown is a good touch. I feel like that's something that they kind of put in a lot of theirs. Let's see, Greek. This is Antioch. Little hard to read as well, and it's a little plain. There's no. I don't really see a crown in there. I don't really see like a two-headed bird. I like the two-headed bird. Let's see. Jerusalem. You know, this seems a little bit more like a normal, just like crest versus like I don't know. Nothing about it specifically screams church, but also I don't read the language. Uh, Serbian. Again, it's a little plain for me. I'm not like the biggest fan of it. I want to know more about these here. Are these like little crowns? That actually kind of adds something to me now. That actually might be kind of cool. I don't. They kind of look like the letter D, but my name starts with the letter D, so actually, yeah, I like that one. Russian Orthodox Church. What's up with this? Why is it sideways? If someone can explain to me why this is sideways and also why they have the, like, I guess, are these like the additional parts of the cross here? I feel like I haven't seen this many lines in a cross before. Like 3 lines is crazy to me, but I kind of like it. I feel like it's something that you see and you're like, what does that mean? And then you're like, okay. Let's see. Church of Greece. It's a little plain, but I like it. I like the two-headed birds. I'm a fan. This one's doing something. Okay, Romania. I like what y'all doing over there. It's a little hard to read, but it's colorful and it's like it gets my attention. Albania. Let's see here. This is a little plain. I like what you're doing, but I will say this looks a little plain. Polish. This actually looks like just a normal crescent for a country. Like if I didn't know better, I would think that's the Polish flag. Macedonian. I gotta say, very similar thoughts to what I said about Jerusalem. It seems like a family crest to me. Let's see here. We got Georgian. Again, it's a little bit more family crest looking, but I actually like it. It actually is just a cool design in my opinion. Orthodox Church of what is it? Slovakia and Czech, the Czech lands in Slovakia. Okay, uh, it's a little plain. I will say a little plain. Not the worst, but it is a little plain. This is just a photo of a church here. Orthodox Church in America, of course. America, can we not be lazy about this? Like seriously, like real. In my opinion, you're in last place. You didn't even really try. I do apologize if anyone is a person within the Orthodox Church in America, but you see your symbol. Like I'm sorry to tell you this, but you see your symbol. And finally, Orthodox Church of Ukraine. I really like this one. It's so intricate. It's small. Like it's just small details in that. And then you see this, but it doesn't scream. I guess it doesn't scream Christianity to me. But when you look at it, it's a really, like I could see somebody having that as a tattoo. All right, back to the video.
Greece and the Romanian Orthodox Church were the next two Eastern Orthodox churches to become autocephalous in 1850 and 1885, which is after each became independent from the Ottoman Empire. The remaining 5 churches all became autocephalous in the 20th century, or in the case of the Macedonian Church, just last year in 2022. Which leaves 2 gray areas to discuss. The first being the Orthodox Church in America, which originated as a branch of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Patriarch of Moscow currently recognizes the American Church as being autocephalous, but the Patriarch of Constantinople does not. When it comes to Ukraine, we get the opposite.
Come on, Constantinople. Recognize us. America.
Situation. There, the Patriarch of Constantinople recognizes the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, but the Patriarch of Moscow does not. And it's even more complicated than that. And that's because the history of Russia and Ukraine is, well, a bit complicated. You see, both countries trace their origins back to a medieval state called Kievan Rus, which was centered on the city of Kiev. When Christianity first reached that area, the church there was known as the Ruthenian Orthodox Church. However, over time, Kievan Rus disintegrated, and instead the city of Moscow became the dominant city in the region. It was at this point that the Russian Orthodox Church was established, replacing the Ruthenian Orthodox Church. Eventually, all Eastern Orthodox Christians in Ukraine ended up under the jurisdiction of Moscow. However, after the fall of the Russian Empire, some churches in Ukraine declared independence and started calling themselves the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church, or UAOC. This church operated separately from the UOC, which still came under the jurisdiction of Moscow. This is why later the letters MP were added to the name, to make it clear that it is part of the Moscow Patriarchate. To complicate matters further, a third Ukrainian church emerged after the fall of the Soviet Union.
Why do they have the same name? Like, okay, I get it for the first two because they add, autocephalus in there. But then this third one is just literally the same name. Come on, man.
This one called itself the UOC KP, the KP standing for Kiev Patriarchate. Now, obviously, having three different Eastern Orthodox churches in one country is not ideal. So in 2018, there was an attempt to merge all three churches into a single church, which would become known as the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. The merger was mostly successful, and now around 80% of Eastern Orthodox Christians in Ukraine belong to the OCU.
See, this is what I like to see. I like to see the teamwork, the cooperation, the people working together to actually bring themselves back together as Christians. That is what's up.
However, it wasn't entirely successful. For one thing, there are still some churches that are attached to Moscow, although since the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, these are becoming less. And officially, the UOCMP has now cut ties with the Russian Orthodox Church. Secondly, there was also a disagreement between the newly appointed leader of the OCU, Epiphanius, and the former leader of the UOCKP, Filaret. This disagreement led to Filaret attempting to revive the UOCKP, although so far he's had only limited success. So basically, while there is still some disunity, the new OCU is now the main Eastern Orthodox Church in Ukraine. Now, before we move on.
Well, that wasn't confusing at all. These guys, I told you, the dotted lines, it makes it so much easier. You follow me? At a point, the Russian Orthodox Church was this Ruthian Orthodox Church, and then after it became that, then they because of Kevin Roos and the fact that that's where the original country and how they used to be one country, or at least their borders used to be connected at a certain point. It was one thing, and then that made it so that these guys broke off into originally two different churches and then three. And then after, the Russia-Ukraine incident that's currently, I believe, still going on, I'm pretty sure that might still be going on. The MP has decided, you know what, I'm done with this. We're dropping ties with the Russian Orthodox Church. So now they came together and formed a fourth church out of the three. They came together and made a stronger fourth. And yeah, things have been going great since then.
And I do want to point out the growing rift between the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople and the Patriarch of Moscow. For over 500 years now, Moscow has seen itself as being the third Rome. And since the Russian Orthodox Church is by far the largest of the various Eastern Orthodox churches, it has at times been seen as a sort of rival to the leadership of Constantinople. In fact,
That is a really nice church. I mean, we shouldn't be, we're not going to judge which church is more hierarchy, it has a higher hierarchy based off what the church itself looks like. Obviously they already had a system in place. Maybe you guys could just, do what they were doing before, but they could just build a bigger church for Constantinople too. That wouldn't change anything, would it?
when the ecumenical patriarch recognized the new Orthodox Church of Ukraine, Moscow decided to break communion with Constantinople, which
Oh yeah.
basically means
You see that symbol up close? That is a nice symbol up close. Like that is really nice. I do enjoy that. I like the intricate details of it.
that they're no longer on good speaking terms. This was made even worse when Patriarch Kirill came out as a strong supporter of the war on Ukraine, whereas Patriarch Bartholomew strongly opposed it. So it's
Yeah.
yet to be seen whether or not the current schism will turn out to be a landscape changing permanent one.
Do you think it's a coincidence that the Moscow church agreed with the war and the Ukraine church didn't? I feel like it might just be a coincidence, but I don't know. I'm no detective.
Okay, let's now talk about the Roman Catholic Church. By far
Okay.
the largest church in all of Christianity,
to it.
with well over 1 billion members, representing more than 50% of all
billion?
Christians.
A billion.
Now, when
you
most
say?
people refer to the Roman Catholic Church, what they're really referring to is the Latin Church, which is actually just one of 24 churches that make up the entire Roman Catholic Church. The other 23 churches are Eastern Catholic churches, which we'll be talking about shortly. But since 99% of Catholics belong to the Latin Church, let me take a moment to explain how the church organizes those 1 billion plus members. So,
Now, before he gets into that, once again, I did it for the Eastern Orthodox churches, and I will do this one more time for the, now as I know them, Latin Church, as well as the different Eastern Catholic churches. So let's start off with the Latin Church. I love this symbol here. Something about it is really getting me. I like the lock and keys. They look really intricate. I like the three crowns here. I like the rope, tying it together. This is just a really classy design here. Something about it is getting me. Coptic Catholic Church. I hate to be that guy, but I'm just not a huge fan of it. Let's see, Marionite. I kind of like this one. I wish the image within the shield was a little bit, more readable, but it's okay. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling this one here is not really getting me that far. Again, it's just, it kind of reminds me of the Macedonian one, which again, that just seems more like a family crest. I could say the same thing about the Syriac church. I can't spell or speak. Let's see. This one here is a little bit. We're stepping up here. And then we're getting back to more like, this actually looks more like a royal family crest. So I do kind of like this one a little bit more. It's the purple. It's probably the purple for me. Armenian. Let's see. This is interesting. So I wish this cross thing here was more visible. Maybe if I saw a more up close photo of it, I would think it was. I would be more impressed. It's just a little difficult to read that far, but at the same time, I like the symbols that I do see. This one from a distance isn't the most readable either. And the black and white, if you would have had more colors on it or something on there, it would have been a little bit more readable and distinguishable from the background. Simple and plain, they went with the cross. It's a good cross. Again, simple and plain. Actually, a little bit more elegant, a little bit more elegant with it. Because they actually, it's these little flares here with the cross, and the fact that they had this like little protrusion here out of it. I like this one. I actually enjoy this one. The My favorite from this side will be the Latin Church. Um, it's just something about this. It sticks out and it's immediate. Like it's an eye catcher.
So, unlike how the Eastern Orthodox churches are primarily based in single countries with perhaps some churches overseas, mainly for expats, the Roman Catholic Church is spread all over the world. So, what they do is divide the world into a few hundred provinces, like this. So, for example,
What?
although I'm not a Catholic, I live within the Catholic province of Vancouver, which includes most of British Columbia. Within that ecclesiastical province are 5 dioceses, and each one of those dioceses is led by a bishop. However, one of those dioceses is an archdiocese, led by an archbishop, who, in addition to being in charge of his diocese, is also in charge of the entire province. Now, within each diocese are a bunch of parishes, or local churches, each run by a parish priest. So, the closest Catholic church to me happens to be this one, although I also happen to live fairly close to a cathedral. Growing up, I always thought a cathedral was simply an extra big and fancy church. Well, that's
Yeah, I
not
thought it was
quite the
too.
case. Each diocese has just one cathedral, and it's called that because that's where you'll find the bishop, or archbishop, for that diocese. Of course, the
Oh,
most notable thing about
so wait. There's that many chains of command within the Catholic Church. I, I I don't know why I'm under the misunderstanding that it was kind of like your pastor and then like you know I guess the Pope. Like I knew cardinals were there, but I guess I don't know. I didn't know what cardinals actually do. Um, are cardinals archbishops? If somebody can answer that in the chat in the comment section for me, are cardinals also archbishops? If he answers the question in the next few minutes, then you don't have to comment. But you can still comment, and you still can like the video and also subscribe if you haven't already. And if you already have, make sure you create a second account and subscribe with that one as well.
the Catholic Church is that above all the bishops and archbishops in the hierarchy is the Pope, who is the leader of the entire church. That person is currently Pope Francis, who is also the bishop in charge of the Diocese of Rome. So basically, whoever is in charge of Rome is in charge of the entire church. Now,
Wow.
like I mentioned earlier, in addition to the main Latin church, there are also 23 other smaller churches, which are the Eastern Catholic churches. These operate independently from the main church, but are still under the jurisdiction of the Pope. Of the 23 Eastern Catholic churches, I am going to point out just the 10 largest. Let's start here at the bottom. These 3 churches all trace their origins to the Church of the East, which I mentioned earlier. Basically, what happened is that in 1552, there was a schism in the Church of the East that resulted.
Another schism. People, can we please work together? Why are there so many schisms within this church of people who agree on the general same premise of the what we're doing here, and then they just like I think we should do it slightly this way, and then there's another schism.
Resulted in some congregations remaining in the Church of the East. These are the ones that became the Assyrian Church of the East and the breakaway Ancient Church of the East. But at the same time, there were other congregations that
Shout out to the ancient Church of the East. Something about this symbol right now is kind of getting me. It's kind of getting me. I kind of like that one. It's nice.
decided to join the Catholic
Wait, what happened to the sound?
Church instead. These became known as the Chaldean Catholic Church. Then there are the St. Thomas Christians from India. These
Oh,
Christians trace their origins back to the Apostle Thomas, who supposedly traveled all the way to India in the first
really?
century. At some point, though, the Christians in India became associated with the Church of the East. But then later, some joined the Oriental Orthodox churches, becoming known as the Indian Orthodox Church, while others joined the Catholic Church, becoming known as the Syro-Malabar Catholic
Oh,
Church.
wow.
The Syro-Malankara Catholic Church is also based in India and consists of congregations that broke away from the Indian Orthodox Church. So note that
Okay.
there are two different Eastern Catholic churches based in India. The Syro-Malabar one follows Eastern Syrian traditions, whereas the Syro-Malankara one follows Western Syrian traditions. The largest Eastern Catholic Church is actually the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, with over 5 million members. This church traces its roots back to the Ruthenian Orthodox Church that I mentioned earlier. So basically, back in the 1500s, there were some Christians in Ukraine that didn't want to join the Russian Orthodox Church, so they joined the Catholic Church instead. Now, there's also a
It's funny. You would think they would have joined the Ruthenian Greek Catholic Church, um, but they decided to join the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. That is interesting to me.
Ruthenian Greek Catholic Church, but it actually has nothing to do with the Ruthenian Orthodox Church.
Well, geez, there you go. There's the answer. It has. They're not connected whatsoever.
It actually formed when certain congregations broke away from the Serbian Orthodox Church. Then there's the Armenian Catholic Church, which, as you might have guessed, is based on those who broke away from the main Armenian Church, which is associated with Oriental Orthodoxy. That leaves us with the Coptic Catholic Church, which broke away from the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate in Alexandria, and these three, which all broke away from the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch. Which means that when it comes to the original Pentarchy, we now have way more than 5 patriarchs for 5
Yeah.
cities. So, as I mentioned last time, there's an Oriental Orthodox Patriarch of Alexandria who uses the title of.
Wait. Can I guess how many there's going to be before he says it? Ah, 18.
Pope, but there's also a Greek Orthodox one. Well, now you know that there's a third Patriarch of Alexandria too, a Catholic one, who is the leader of the Coptic Catholic Church. In Antioch, it's even more complicated. There's the Oriental Orthodox Patriarch and the Greek Orthodox Patriarch. But there's also 3 different Catholic patriarchs, representing the 3 different Catholic churches based in Syria. Now, I should mention, which I failed to do last time, that the city of Antioch is now actually located in Turkey. But for most of history, it was associated with the region called Syria. In Rome, of course, it's simple. There's just one
What?
patriarch, Pope Francis. And in Constantinople, it's mostly simple. There's mainly just Bartholomew I, the spiritual leader of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Although technically the Armenian Church has a patriarch there too. Finally, in Jerusalem, there are 3 patriarchs. There's the main patriarch, who is Eastern Orthodox, but there's also a Catholic patriarch who represents the Latin Church, as well as an Armenian patriarch. So that takes care of the official branch.
Okay, I was close. There were 13. I said 18. Or wait, there were 14. I was close either way, guys. Shout outs to me. I am the greatest. Also, my girlfriend said this shirt looks really cute and that I look really good today. So, double shout outs to me.
Branches of the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. But before I go, I want to point out a few unofficial or independent branches. In 1870, the Roman Catholic Church held a council that is now known as Vatican I. One of the things that the council decided was that the Pope is infallible. Now, this doesn't
What?
actually mean that the Pope never makes mistakes or that he has the power to radically change church doctrine. It actually only applies to special statements that are clearly made ex cathedra, meaning from the chair. Well, there were some Catholics that disagreed with the idea of papal
Yeah.
infallibility, among other things. And there happened to be an archbishop in the Dutch city of Utrecht who had already gone independent. So basically, after Vatican I, a bunch of other priests joined with that archbishop to form the Old Catholic Church, also known as the Church of Utrecht. Today, they are led by this man here. Something similar happened in the 1960s, following the council known as Vatican II. One of the main things to come out of that council was the decision to hold Mass in local languages instead of Latin. Again, there were some Catholics who disagreed with the various decisions made at the council. This time, those who separated and formed independent.
So as far as for the first one, I will say I would not have agreed with that. I would have been one of the people that was like, yeah, I don't know about that. You mean to tell me when he's sitting in that chair, his connection to God is even more powerful than it was just with him being the Pope, and that now he's actually like his words are infallible, like just when he's over there? Like I would have an issue with that. But as far as the second one, I actually do understand why it would probably be easier to just do mass within the language of where you're at, like where you're doing going all around the world. But then again, I also can be, say like, hey, our tradition is to do this in Latin. Our followers should know Latin in general, so let's make sure that they understand Latin and then, read it to them. Maybe just make sure that you like have some type of Catholic program within all the churches that'll make it so they're teaching people Latin as well. Now that is an additional thing that they're going to have to do, and I don't know. It probably would just be easier to tell them just to learn it in their own language. So, uh, you know, it's a tough choice, tough decisions. I think you can talk it over though. I feel like you guys could be talking it over and you don't have to split, but that's me. I'm the guy who's saying don't don't split up the churches into 24 churches. You know, you could have had one big church.
Catholic churches became known as sedevacantists, which is a word based on the Latin for empty chair. Basically, these Catholics believe that the office of Pope has been vacant ever since Vatican II. One of the
Wow.
main sedevacantist
Really?
churches is the Congregation of Mary Immaculate Queen in Nebraska. The Eastern Orthodox Church also has independent branches. There, the separatists are known as Old Calendarists or True Orthodox. The main issue for them was the switch that the Eastern Orthodox Church made in the 1920s from using the old Julian calendar to the new Julian calendar.
Oh.
Today, most Old Calendarists are found in Romania and Greece. Okay, so that was a look at the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox branches of Christianity. In the next episode, we'll be moving on to the Protestants and Restorationists. And this is where the tree starts to really go in a bunch of different directions.
Oh, wow.
So you can expect that there will be several episodes on the Protestants and
So, guys, the next one is when it's going to be complicated and have a lot of like complicated things in it. This one was easy.
Restorationists before we're done. Episode 3 is likely to come out mid-March. Until then, leave a comment with your thoughts. Thanks for watching.
All right, guys, another incredible video by Useful Charts. Remember, please like, comment, subscribe to his video. Go watch the original. Go watch his other videos. I'm making these reactions months after he's already put them out there. So, guys, if you want to go watch the full thing, you want to watch it without me interrupting or giving my opinion on things, feel free to check him out. But if you like me giving my opinion on things, maybe you like seeing me. Maybe you like my face. Maybe you like my shirts. Maybe you just like my personality. Then please drop me a like, hit that subscribe button. throw some comments in there saying like, "Oh man, gosh, you're such a great reactor. You do all the things that I want people to do. You're watching, you're reacting, you're talking at times, and then you pause, and then you unpause. It's so incredible. That's me impersonating you, writing that in the comments. So, yeah, guys, please like, comment, subscribe. Again, thank you. If anyone makes it this far in the videos, especially these videos, because these are the videos that are like, they're actually helping me learn something that I'm going to be going through for the entire rest of my life, my spirituality. I truly appreciate it, and I thank you. And as always, bye. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with a part 3 to the Christian Denominations Family Tree series by Useful Charts. Everyone who watches these videos, I do want to thank you. These videos are, I love doing these. I love doing them on Sundays. This one may come out a little bit late, just because I had quite a few other things to do during the weekend as far as the YouTube videos. But I want to make sure this comes out on Sunday. So this is going to be a high priority for me. So guys, if you want to keep following along and make this a high priority in your life, please like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Also, remember, if you don't, YouTube will come in here, and they will. Let's go ahead and watch episode 3. Anglicans, Lutherans, and Reformed? I may have said that incorrectly, guys. This is episode 3 of the Christian Denominations Family Tree series.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Welcome to episode 3 in my series on the family tree of Christian denominations. So far in this series, we've looked at the origins of Christianity, as well as its 4 oldest branches: Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, Oriental Orthodoxy, and the Church of the East. From this point forward, we're now going to shift the focus toward Protestants. We'll start by looking at 3 of the earliest branches of Protestantism: Lutheranism, Anglicanism, and Reformed, all of which arose during the period known as the Reformation. And once again, I'm collabing with Joshua from Ready to Harvest. He has prepared a video comparing these 3 denominations in more detail, along with an even older Protestant group known as the Moravian.
Well, you guys hit the like goal for the last video that actually hit, so I can actually watch the Ready to Harvest. So these will both be coming out the same day, by the way. Spoiler alert. But how about we set another like goal? Let's get 15 likes this time, and I will do the second Ready to Harvest video. What's the difference between Christian denominations? This actually seems pretty cool. So guys, keep hitting the like goal. We're trying to get 15.
Be sure to check out his by clicking on the link in the description or pinned comment. Now, one thing I want to point out is that if you're watching this video during the first half of 2023, the chart that I'm showing you is not yet available from our store. That's because I'm basically building it as I go, and I sometimes make changes based on comments that I get. However, the goal is that by the time the series is finished, you will be able to buy the completed chart as a poster.
Guys, should I buy the chart as a poster once I'm done with the series and then put it on the back? Because I don't really have too much of a background here. But a useful chart would seem pretty cool, I think once I'm done with the series, I'm going to go ahead and try to get one of these. Hey, Useful Charts, if you're listening, you can always sponsor. No. I'm not going to ask Useful Charts to give me a free one. But Useful Charts, if you want to give me a free one, I would appreciate it. And I would tell everybody how cool you are. Like, this guy's super cool. If you meet him, tell him how cool he is. But, that's not me asking for one. That's me throwing a suggestion out there because I'm such a great reactor.
So let me begin by showing you a few changes that I made based on comments I received on episode 2.
Changes?
Last time I incorrectly stated that the Maronite Catholics, Coptic Catholics, and Syriac Catholics all broke away from the Eastern Orthodox Church. The Maronites were actually independent and became affiliated with Rome during the 1100s after the First Crusade. And the Coptic and Syriac Catholics, they broke away from the Oriental Orthodox Patriarchates, not the Eastern Orthodox Patriarchates. Also, I previously had the Georgian Orthodox Church stemming from the Russian Orthodox Church, which is kind of true because eventually they did fall under their jurisdiction for a while. However, they also have very deep roots, going all the way back to the year 1010. So I've changed their position to indicate that origin instead. Also note that I've added dates throughout the chart in order to make the timeline of each church's independence more clear. Finally, I added the Old Believers, who broke away from the Russian Orthodox Church in 1666 because they did not like certain reforms that were made at that time. Okay, let's now talk about the Protestant Reformation, which is usually said to have started in the year 1517. This was...
Wait. Protestant Reformation. Let me take a deep dive into my brain cavity here. Martin Luther. Martin Luther started the Protestant Reformation, right? He did like the 99 reasons of like why he didn't mess with like Catholicism or something. Like, somebody in those comments inform me, keep me educated.
This is the year that the German priest Martin Luther published his 95 Theses, in which he challenged the Catholic Church on several issues. However, it can be argued that there were actually Protestants before this date, or at least proto-Protestants. A good example are the Waldensians, named after Peter Waldo, who lived in the 12th century. The Waldensians lived...
Hey guys, where's Waldo?
A life of
I promise I won't do that a lot.
Poverty, and believed that anyone could preach from the Bible, not just priests. There are actually still Waldensian churches today, mostly in Italy, although nowadays they can be seen as being part of the Reformed branch of Protestantism. Another group of proto-Protestants were the Hussites, named after Jan Hus, who lived about 100 years before Luther. He sparked the Bohemian Reformation in what is today the Czech Republic. Out of this movement grew the Moravian Church, which operated underground for many decades in Moravia before moving to Germany and then spreading to the US. It too still exists to this day and has since adopted certain features of Lutheran pietism. But originally, neither the Waldensians nor the Moravians were large enough to change the religious landscape of Europe. That didn't happen until the 1500s, when people like Luther and Calvin arrived on the scene. Now, the first thing you need to know about the Protestant Reformation was that it was not a single united movement. Instead, it was a bunch of movements occurring in different places and in different ways. However, overall, we can say that the Reformation created three initial branches of Protestantism: Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed. All three resulted in the creation...
I'll be honest, I didn't know what Anglican was, and I didn't know that there were... I didn't know about this stuff, guys. I didn't know about the multiple branches of Protestants. I've heard of Lutherans before. I did a video before. The video that actually got me into making these videos that actually talked about Anglicans and Reformed, I'm just not familiar with. So I have a feeling I'm going to find out that I am like part of one of these and I didn't even know it or something. Like, this is going to be ridiculous.
Of new state-level churches, which shared authority with secular rulers. There was also a fourth branch, the Anabaptists, associated with what's been called the Radical Reformation. They are quite different, though, so I'll be covering them separately in a later video. So let's start with the Lutherans, who obviously get their name from Martin Luther. 4 years after Luther published his 95 Theses, the Catholic Church declared him to
It was 95, guys.
be a heretic and put a ban on sharing his ideas. Those ideas can be summed up with the phrases sola fide and sola scriptura. Sola fide means by faith alone. You see, Luther was angry that certain Catholic priests were abusing something called indulgences. Basically, if you or a relative had committed a bad sin, you could just pay money to the church and get a special certificate that said, if you do such and such a good deed, your punishment in the afterlife will be reduced. Protestants argue that the only thing that makes a person right with God is having faith in Jesus, not doing good works. Sola scriptura means by scripture alone. According to Protestants, the Bible is the ultimate authority, not the Pope or the Church or anyone else. So like I said, Luther was made an outcast, and at first, it looked likely that the Church would find some way to have him killed. However, one of the main German
Why would okay, guy wouldn't killing him be like against the church doctrine as well? Like, I don't think we're supposed to be killing people, even if we don't agree with what they're saying. Like, even if they're spouting out things that we don't agree with, I don't think getting them killed as especially as members of the church, like going out and personally making sure that, like you're paying money or whatever, you're getting somebody killed. That sounds morally wrong. I don't know which group started the whole "what would Jesus do" thing, but I feel like he wouldn't do that.
German princes offered him protection, and then several other German princes supported his ideas as well. You see, you have to realize that there was no such thing as a united Germany at the time. Instead, the whole area consisted of a bunch of mostly independent states that formed a loose union called the Holy Roman Empire. So what happened was that some states adopted Luther's ideas and some did not, starting around 1521. Now, one thing I want to make clear is that the new Protestant states did not shut down all the Catholic churches and open new Lutheran ones. Priests and churches that were previously Catholic simply became Lutheran, and more reforms and changes were implemented over time. Two of the earliest German states to embrace Lutheranism were Saxony and Hesse. They eventually formed a military alliance called the Schmalkaldic League to defend themselves against the Catholic Emperor. During the 1530s, the three main Scandinavian countries, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, aligned themselves with Lutheranism as well, cutting ties with the papacy and creating state churches instead. To this day, these three churches are still the largest churches in their respective countries, although the only one that is still an official state church is the Church of Denmark.
All right, guys. Here's the part of the video where some of you guys really enjoy, and that's actually one of my favorite parts of the video as well. This is going to be the very first of the judging of the symbols here. Now, again, I'm not judging them in ways that are negative. I'm just saying this is more which are my favorites so far. Now, because we do still show this Moravian one, I will also be including that one, and I will make it first as by saying I do not really enjoy it. It is cool a little bit, but it is a little plain. I saw it earlier, and I was like, it could be better. Now, Church of Sweden. Shout out to Church of Sweden. I will say it doesn't hit me as far as Christianity. Like, if somebody told me that this was, like, again, if I was like a kid or something, and this was just like the royal Swedish symbol, I would 100% believe them. I'd be like, oh yeah, that's just the symbol for the king and queen of Sweden. I don't even know if they have a king or queen. I don't know if they have a president or a dictator. I don't know. I'm in America, guys. World history is literally what happened that started America for us, and we don't really. They didn't really teach us everything about everybody else, unfortunately. Church of Denmark. I like this one. It's like a collective of little things coming together. I feel like I see little crosses in there and little hearts, and they're all making this big cross. This feels modern. This feels like something that they would have made like in the 2000s or something. So if they were using this symbol in 1536, shout outs to them. They were ahead of the game. They were like 10 steps ahead of where everybody else was going. Now, Church of Norway, I like this one. This feels like something that they'd have on their actual shields to defend themselves, which again they apparently they had a little bit of an army to defend themselves. This would have been the symbol I chose if I was in that army. This looks cool. It's like, yeah, I'm with the cross. I got the Christianity part, but also there's axes here. So we ain't afraid to, we ain't afraid to use them. If something comes up, I keep that thing on me. This is what this means here. I always keep it on me. Uh, but also the color is cool. I like these little areas here. I'm messing with this one, but so far I like this one, the Church of Denmark, because of how, like, again, it looks more modern. Like they made it like within my lifetime. If you told me this was like something that they just made in the 90s or something, I would have been like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But if you're telling me I'm going off the assumption that this is from 1536. That's pretty cool.
Now, if we zoom forward about 300 years to the time just after Napoleon's defeat, we get the formation of the Prussian Union of Churches in 1817. At this point, Prussia, which was Lutheran, was now the dominant German state, and it ended up annexing a bunch of smaller German states, some of which had been Calvinist, which we'll be discussing in a bit. So basically, the Lutheran churches and the Calvinist churches were merged together to form a single denomination. Now, not everyone was happy about this, especially on the Lutheran side, because some felt that their beliefs were going to have to be watered down in order to accommodate the Calvinists. So during the remainder of the 1800s, there was a quite large migration of German Lutherans to the American Midwest. Initially, there were dozens of different Lutheran councils and synods in the U.S., some Danish, some Swedish, some Norwegian, and some German. But over time, the various church groups merged so that by the 1960s, there were just three major Lutheran denominations: the American Lutheran Church, the Lutheran Church in America, and the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. However, during the 1970s, a controversy arose within the Missouri Synod that involved their seminary, a seminary being a place that trains clergy. Basically, the church felt that the school was becoming too liberal, so the president of the church had the president of the school fired. This led to the creation of Seminex, meaning seminary in exile, as well as a new denomination called the AELC, standing for the Association of Evangelical Lutheran Churches. But then, during the 1980s, the AELC merged with the ALC and LCA to form the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. So nowadays, there are two main Lutheran denominations in the U.S. There's the more conservative Lutheran Church Missouri Synod and the more liberal Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, which to many people is a bit confusing, because in the U.S., the word evangelical is generally associated with conservatives. However, in a Lutheran context, it simply means Protestant. So,
all right, guys. So I guess there's two things I want to say about this. The first one is America is hilarious. Like I will say this. There's, no matter what you do, no matter what group you're in, there's always going to be a group of people who think you're being too liberal, and there's always going to be a group of people who think you're being too conservative. It doesn't matter how liberal or conservative you are. You could be the most conservative Christian group out there. Somebody will come up to you and say, nah, what you guys said 2 Wednesdays ago, 2 Sundays ago, that was super liberal preaching. You guys said we're all brothers, but you know what? We're not. that's too liberal of talking there. There's also going to be somebody over there saying the exact opposite of saying like you guys are too conservative. We're supposed to be a liberal area, and you won't let me come in here without wearing no shirt and no shoes. Like, what's going on here? Like, how come I can't come into this church just wearing swim trunks? That's crazy. It's supposed to be accepting of everyone. You need to be more liberal. So there's this is I feel like this may not just be an American thing, but the call out of it and to actually separate your church over being too liberal or being too conservative is a super American thing. Now, the second thing I wanted to do was talk about these symbols, because I gotta say, between these two, I'm messing with this one here a little bit more. This Lutheran Church, Missouri, um, something about it is just hitting a little bit better to me. Now, I think it's just because of the like the additional, like the 1, 2, and then 3 crosses on top of each other, but also they're not like your traditional cross. They're kind of like a designed cross, which I think is cool. This one reminds me of some like program you'd have in your school uh that was to like anti-bullying program. This reminds me of like not Dare, but there was another one where it was like they had kids go around, they all wear the same shirts. It had like a bunch of like kids holding hands around the planet. It's giving me those vibes where like we're gonna stop you from bullying kids during school hours. And even though he hasn't talked about it, and I really wanted to wait till he fully talked about it to go over it, I'm liking this one here. This one, it just hits good. Like, it's just a good looking cross. Like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, I like the little things on the back. I actually love this cross design. It just stands out. It looks like you know, it looks solid. It looks like it's like a sturdy cross symbol there. I like it. Between these two, if this cross was having like these 3 background things here, it would be a great combination. Like, you know, those two should think about they should think about combining cross like symbols. I don't know if anybody's doing that at least. But yeah, this one's cool. I'm not saying it's bad, but it does look like one of those things where like if you're at like an event like a zoo or a park or something on like Earth Day, this is what they'd give out as free t-shirts for Earth Day. But yeah, on to the video.
Just keep that in mind. Now, there is a third Lutheran denomination in the U.S. known as the Wisconsin Evangelical Lutheran Synod, but it's quite a bit smaller than the other two. Generally speaking, it's even more conservative than the Missouri Synod.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
back to the Lutherans in...
Well, shout outs to Wisconsin. You guys, do they do like instead of bread, do they do cheese? Okay, that was a horrible joke, but maybe there is a church that does cheese communion.
Germany. During World War II, the majority of the Prussian churches
Ooh.
supported the Nazis, due in large part to a movement known simply as German Christians. Martin Luther himself had been very anti-Semitic, so it wasn't hard for the German Christians to use his writings to support their cause. However, not all Lutherans in Germany were pro-Nazi. The Lutherans who opposed Hitler, led by Dietrich Bonhoeffer and others, eventually broke away and formed the Confessing Church, although Bonhoeffer himself was eventually captured and sent to a concentration camp, where he was later executed shortly before the end of the war.
Well, shout outs to the confessing church. You guys were fighting against actual oppression in the middle of oppression. There's no reason that like you should be able to justify what the Nazis did, especially trying to use Christianity. That's ridiculous in so many ways that like even if you don't believe in like what Judaism stands for or like, whatever it is, there are people at the end of the day, And you doing that or trying to justify what the Nazis did to those people, it's against everything I've ever known about Christianity, Jesus, the Bible, the church, everything I've ever stood for in my life. And if you guys could justify that and find out a way to do it, then I don't know what to say. I feel like that would have been the point where I was like, yeah, I'm out of this church, I'm out of this whole thing, and we're doing our own thing here. So again, shout out to the Confessing Church. You guys were, I don't know if they're still around or anything like that, but that sounds incredible. It seems like they're gonna, link it back up soon or something. But I just want to make sure we get a special moment to say, these guys, what they were doing during World War II in Germany, going against the Nazis and Hitler, should be commended, because that is something that it took a lot of bravery, took a lot of just like faith and conviction in what you stand for. So shout outs to them.
After the war, the Prussian church was reunited and purged of Nazi supporters. In 1948, several other German state churches joined together to form the Evangelical Church in Germany, or EKD. Initially, the Prussian church, now known as the Evangelical Church of the Union, remained separate, but in 2004 it joined the EKD as well. Today, the EKD, which consists of both Lutherans and Calvinists, is the largest Protestant denomination in continental Europe. The second largest Lutheran denomination worldwide is actually the Makane Jesus Church in Ethiopia, which was founded by Swedish missionaries. Let's now look at the Anglicans. First of all, I should mention that some people don't actually consider Anglicans to be Protestants. They actually see them as being a sort of middle position instead, between Catholicism and Protestantism. This is because on the surface, their overall structure and traditions often look a lot like Catholicism. And when it comes to their beliefs, they don't really have a founding theologian, such as Luther or Calvin. But considering that the Anglicans split from Rome around the same time as the Lutheran and Reformed branches, I think it is fair to say that they are indeed a type of Protestantism. Now, the main church in this branch was and still is the Church of England. You're probably familiar with the story of King Henry VIII and his 6 wives, and how he argued with the Pope over whether or not he could get out of his first marriage, because it had not resulted in a son. Because the Pope would not help him, Henry decided to break ties with the Catholic Church and have himself declared the head of the church in his country instead. This occurred in 1534, and hence that's the date that's usually given for the birth of the Church of England. Now,
Guys, is that not hilarious though? Like, that's kind of funny. Where guys like, yo, my wife isn't giving me a son, I want to get a divorce. The Catholic Church is like, sorry, you can't just get a divorce just because your like wife isn't producing like boys. Like, that's not how this works. That's a little bad. And then he's like, psh, what? I can't get divorced? Psh, bet. Okay. Church of England. Yeah, it's similar, but you know what? You can get divorced. Causal reasons for divorce: your wife didn't have a son, and you're the king of England. Number one, granted immediately, because you know what? Church of England. I'm the king of England, so I get the divorce that I want immediately, and problem solved.
again, I want to point out that it's not as if all the Catholic churches in England were simply shut down in 1534 or that new Anglican ones were established. Not at all. The same churches and the same priests actually just continued on as usual. The only difference was that they no longer reported to the Pope. For a long time, the most senior Catholic bishop in England had been the Archbishop of Canterbury. Therefore, when the Church of England broke away from Rome, the Archbishop of Canterbury became the new spiritual leader of the church. Currently, that person is Justin Welby. But please note, the Archbishop of Canterbury is by no means the Pope of the Anglican Church. Like the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople, he's more of a first among equals. The actual head of the Church of England is whoever the monarch of the United Kingdom is. So currently, that person is Charles III.
Oh,
Now, at
jeez.
the time that the Church of England
Uh, I haven't heard great things about the current monarchy in England. Uh, I've heard some bad things. I've heard some things that make me want to be like, whoa, these guys should not be around schools or children. But that's just what I've heard. Those are just the rumors. I don't know if there's any truth to them. I'm not in England. I'm not royalty that I am aware of. So I would just say these are things that I've heard, not things that I know for a fact. That just sounds, from based off what I've heard, that may not be the best decision.
broke away, the King of England was also the King of Ireland. So, around the same time, the Church of Ireland came under the control of the English king as well. But unlike in England, most of the Irish remained loyal to the Pope. So, what happened was that from 1536 to 1869, the Anglican Church of Ireland was the state church, even though Protestantism was the minority religion. Nowadays, most of Ireland is a republic, and there's no state church, and most of the Irish are still Catholics. Wales, by the 1500s, was simply a part of England, so they came under the Church of England. Although I should point out that in 1920, an independent church in Wales was formed. When it comes to Scotland, well, that's actually a whole other story, which we'll get to in a bit. Now, as the English started to develop colonies all over the world, they took Anglicanism with them. Initially, churches in colonies were simply part.
Okay. Before we go too far in here, I do have to say I'm liking the Church of Ireland symbol way more than I'm liking the Church of England. Nothing wrong with it. And actually, I'm just now noticing that they put a big old E in there as well from the cross. It like makes the cross and then it forms into an E. That definitely seems like I don't know. It's imaginative. It is cool, but I don't enjoy it, especially if I'm comparing it to this one, which isn't really giving me like, you could tell me that this wasn't Christian and I'd still believe it, but I think it's just between the color and the look of it. I've always just been a fan of kind of like these type of looks. I think it's cool. This gives me more like, this gives me the vibe of that like that young preacher that has a guitar. This is like the thing he would have for his symbol. Like if there's a young preacher out there, he wears like jeans and a flannel, and he has a guitar and he's teaching you about like God and religion. This is the symbol he'd have. So like it's not terrible. This one here, it's a little bit plain, a little plain. Hmm. 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 I like this one. This one gives me like a. It's kind of giving me almost like a police badge look, but I don't know. There's something. I think it's just the color and the pattern that's really getting me. I can't tell you. I can't put a finger on why I like this one as much, but something about this one really hits. This looks so freaking Canadian. It's ridiculous. Like, come on, guys. You have to put the maple leaves in here. The maple leaves, guys. That is hilarious. You guys are so freaking Canadian. It is. This is the most Canadian thing I've ever seen. That is religious at the same time. This is like when you're in church and you have to say a boot all the time, because that is what church is all about. The Let's see, Australia. I guess this is pretty Australian too, but this don't feel as Australian as this does Canadian, if that makes sense. Like this is the most Canadian thing I've seen. This is just typical Australian behavior. Like, it could use a little bit more as far as the Christianity part, which this cross
They
is like
took
there, and then they got their symbols there. Again, I just want to talk more stuff about the Canada because this is hilarious to me. But seriously, you guys put maple leaves. You put actual maple leaves in the church symbol. Ayo, Canada. Like, come on, Canada. That's hilarious.
Anglicanism with them. Initially, churches in colonies were simply part of the Church of England. but over time they gained independence. Of special note,
Okay. Uh, Church, Anglican Church in North America. Uh, it's not my fave. I'll be honest. You could change this up. You could have switched this up to be a little bit better. Maybe have the North America on here, or I don't know, have a cross within here or something, like something different. This is just two different things that they put together for real. I like this one. It's pretty like traditionally religious. Like this feels traditional to me. This is cool. This one, it's hard to read. I'll be honest. I'm not like the biggest fan of this one here. Like I'm sure in if it's more close up or in more detail, it'll be better. But as far as what I can tell now, like I don't even know what this is up here. Like there's a whole thing up here. I can't read what it is. Like I can't it doesn't look like I'm not talking about the words. I'm talking about this actual thing here. I don't know what that is. It looks kind of like I'll be honest, it kind of looks like a figure of like a weird baby or something. And then this here, like this part is cool, but it's hard. This is just so hard to read that I can't say that it's up there for me.
is the Episcopal Church in the USA. Basically, when the American colonies split away from Great Britain, the Anglican Church there split away as well, becoming known as the Episcopal Church. Episcopal meaning led by bishops. Over time, the Anglican churches in
Guys, I never knew what Episcopal meant. Like I never knew what that meant. So shout outs to him for explaining that to me just
South
now.
Africa, Canada, Australia, etc., became independent as well. So that today, rather than just the Church of England, there are now 42 autonomous churches
Jeez.
that together form the Anglican Communion. After the Church of England, the two largest are actually the Church of Nigeria and the Church of Uganda. And I should note that altogether, the Anglican Communion is currently the third largest division within Christianity, the largest being Catholicism and the second largest being Eastern Orthodoxy.
Okay.
However, that might be about to change because it looks as though the Anglican Communion is on the verge of splitting in two. The reason is that most of the leadership in the Western churches, in places like the UK, US, Canada, and Australia, support blessings for same-sex couples, whereas most of the leadership in the rest of the world do not. So, for example, the Church of Uganda and the Church of Nigeria are part of an organization called the Global South Fellowship of Anglican Churches. Just a few weeks ago, in February of 2023, they voted to no longer recognize the Archbishop of Canterbury as their spiritual leader. So, it's yet to be seen whether the Global South Fellowship will leave the Anglican Communion altogether or whether some other resolution will occur. And
Guys, can we not do this? Like, I don't know. It just feels like something we could avoid altogether. It's now, don't split off because of this. I am going to state right now that am like, I do believe gay people can get married, come at me in the comments, whatever you say. It's just, it doesn't, it is what it is. If you guys don't believe in it, then, you don't believe in it. But is that a real reason to separate and like separate the churches even more? Like the church is so already separated. We're so far back from where we used to be one holy church. You're gonna keep splitting that off, and like pretty soon, like each individual person's gonna have their own Christian group. And you know what? I'm gonna be there to judge the symbols, and I'm gonna tell you right now, some of them are gonna be better than others.
And I should point out that there are even some conservative Anglicans in the West who are also not happy with the current communion either. So, for example, some churches belonging to the Episcopal Church and the Anglican Church of Canada have split away to form the Anglican Church in North America, which is in communion with the Global South Fellowship, but not with Canterbury. Okay, let's now look at the Reformed branch, which is strongly associated with the French theologian John Calvin. In fact, the word Reformed is often used interchangeably with Calvinist. Now, most people associate Calvinism with its purest form, also called five-point Calvinism, and often summarized by using the acronym TULIP. However, I want to point out that there are actually several different versions of Calvinism, and that not all Calvinists hold strictly to the 5 points. Generally speaking, the main difference between Calvinism and other forms of Christian theology is that Calvinists believe in some sort of predestination, meaning that some people are destined for salvation and some people are not.
Oh, wow.
But in this video, we're mostly concerned with denominations, not theology. So let's now look at the Reformed tree. Although the Reformed movement started in Switzerland, one of the main places where it really took hold was in the Netherlands. In 1571, the Dutch Reformed Church was established, and for over 400 years, it was the main Protestant church in the lowlands, also spreading to other countries wherever Dutch settlers traveled, such as South Africa. In 1892, there was a major schism in the Dutch Reformed Church, resulting in the creation of the Reformed churches in the Netherlands. However, in 2004, they merged back together with the main church, along with a few Dutch Lutherans, to form the Protestant Church in the Netherlands. In France, those who embraced Calvinism became known as Huguenots. However, in France, Protestants remained the minority and were often persecuted. They do still exist, though, and most of them now belong to a denomination called the United Protestant Church of France. Which brings us to the Church of Scotland, which ended up following a very different path than that of the Church of England. There, a theologian named John Knox led Scotland to embrace Calvinism, as well as a type of church government in which groups of presbyters or elders make decisions. Thus, this branch of Reformed Christianity became known as Presbyterianism. It spread to Ireland and then...
Hey, I did not know that. This is pretty cool. So the Reformed, one branch of the Reformed group of Christianity is the Presbyterians. So, guys, you already know what time it is. I do enjoy this one. It's simple. And it does remind me of Sweden. Or Switzerland. It gives me a Switzerland vibe. Just looking at like a flag of Switzerland. Church of Scotland. This one is so much like Scotland. It's just the Scottish flag with the burning bush on it. That's interesting because the colors are super cool to me, and I like the burning bush detail in the beginning. It's like, even though it's plain, I like this one. United Protestant Church of France. Now, you guys were being very creative and imaginative with this one. I wouldn't even know this was a Christian thing. I would think this is just part of an art exhibit here. Like it looks more like modern art, which I will say I'm more of a classical art guy myself, where, you draw a nice face and it looks like a nice face, or you draw something and it looks like photography. Like, that's my type of art, but I appreciate modern art and modern artists of what they're able to do and the concepts they're able to pull. Now, with that being said, this is not one of my favorites. It's interesting to look at, but it's just so far derived from like what I would think of like seeing a symbol that represents Christianity or anything. Like, there is a cross in here, but if you weren't looking for it, I don't know if you'd always see it. You know what I mean? Like, if this was just like the symbol for like an art gallery, that'd be, even if I just saw this at an art gallery, I'd be like, oh yeah, that is something. Now, Reformed Church of Hungary. This one looks cool. I will say it's a lot going on there. A little hard to read, but from what I can see, there's like an eagle or something up here. There's stuff going on. I like the colors, at least. I like what I see of it. I wish this was easier to read. I wish they made this one a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit easier to read from a distance. That would really make it number one. But personally, it's got to be between. Honestly, it's probably the Church of Scotland. This one's cool. It's classic. Nice little thing there. But this one, it's different. It hits a little different. That's all I'll say.
Also to the American colonies, where eventually the Presbyterian Church of the USA was formed. Because of the nature of Presbyterian church governance, there were a lot of splits and mergers within American Presbyterianism. I won't show most of them. However, I do want to point out that because of the U.S. Civil War, the church was pretty much split in two in 1861, resulting in a new Southern-based denomination called the PCUS. That division stayed in place until 1983, when the two parts were merged back together to form the Presbyterian Church USA. However, a decade before the merger, a group of conservatives split away from the PCUS to form the Presbyterian Church in America. Another type of Christianity that is
so hilarious that this is the group that was completely for the South seceded and everything. A little bit more of a conservative group during that time for the Civil War era, But then they were like, you know what? Not conservative enough. Let's make this one here because you guys are over here trying to, you're getting too liberal. These are the people that are too liberal, so they're coming over here to this super, what I imagine is the liberal Presbyterian Church versus the conservative Presbyterian Church. Since we're here, guys, I will do it now, even though I'd rather wait till you talked about these a little bit more. But as just judging off the look of the symbol, this one is cool. I will say, I wish these were solid lines. I feel like that'd be better. Like the lines in here kind of, I don't know, they're kind of throwing me off. I like this one, the PCA. This is nice. It's like the cross and then the book. I wish this was a little bit. I wish this one was a little bit fancier, and this one for the Presbyterian Church was a little bit more relaxed. Like if these two could figure out a way to come together, they could make a really good symbol. United Church of Christ. Shout outs to my church because I grew up going to one of those, the Cleveland Church of Christ. So this may be connected. I will find out in a second. This one does not give me too much Christianity vibes. This gives me more like waterbender. Like if anybody shout outs to Avatar, if anybody's familiar with that, this seems like it would be some type of not like main waterbender tribe, but like an offshoot of some type of waterbender tribe symbol. This one is just water. I don't know. This one here, this is pretty cool. Now, I will say this also gives me vibes of like, what's the symbol that like Harry Potter fans always have? Is this not it? Do they just add a circle to this and that's the Harry Potter tattoo that people always have? Are Harry Potter fans just all Christian reform, part of the Christian Reformed Church? Harry Potter fans, Christians, let me know. Are you guys in the same group? Who took what from who? Did Harry Potter fans see this and was like, add a circle, there you go? Or did these guys see the Harry Potter fans and were like, no, you're this will look better for us. Protestant Church of the Netherlands, shout outs to you guys. This is very cool. I don't think people would even be able to redo this on all the things. Like this is cool. This is a like highlighted bird here. Like it looked like they made it looked like they made this in 2004. I don't know if they made this in 2004 that says 2004 merger, but this looks like something somebody made on a computer. This looks computer generated, guys. Like I don't think that they made this by hand. This is cool, but I don't know. This is computer generated. I give these a little bit more credit because I feel like a person drew all of these. This one it felt like it's a little bit more like, I can't give it as much credit because it feels like it was made by a literal computer.
Associated with Calvinism is Congregationalism. In the next episode, we'll be looking at the English Puritans and Separatists, who were among the first Europeans to settle in America. They had a theology similar to the Presbyterians, but had an even more democratic form of church governance. Basically, in Congregationalism, every local church is independent and can make its own decisions. Several of the early American colonies had Congregationalism as their official state religion, including Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Hampshire. In fact, 3 famous Ivy League schools, Harvard, Yale, and Dartmouth, were all founded by Congregationalists. Over time, though, other denominations eclipsed Congregationalism in the U.S., so that nowadays it's actually one of the lesser-known branches of Protestantism. In 1957, the largest Congregationalist denomination merged with the E&R Church, which was a mixed Lutheran Reformed church, to form the United Church of Christ. Okay, so that's where we're going to end this episode. In about 3 weeks' time, I'll be releasing episode 4, in which we'll mostly be looking at the Anabaptists and Baptists, 2 groups with similar names but very different histories. For now, I encourage you to check out the video by Ready to Harvest, in which he dives deeper into some of the differences between Moravians, Lutherans, Anglicans, and Reformed. Thanks for watching.
Guys, another great video by Useful Charts. And again, if you want to see me do the other video about the Lutherans and Angelics and the Ready to Harvest video, please get this up to 15 likes. That would be really dope, really cool of you guys. You got the last one up. You know, you hit the 10 like goal. Now it's time to hit the 15 like goal, you know, which means if you need to create a second account just to subscribe and hit that like button again, do it. You know, we're treating this like the Catholic Church. We're separating this into as many groups as possible in order to hit that like goal. So yeah, if you need to separate yourself into a smaller denominational version of yourself, then do that so we can hit this goal. But no, seriously guys, I really do appreciate anybody who's watching these videos. This is the part where I'm literally just rambling on and saying pretty much anything that comes to my head. So you know, it's very much appreciated that you guys are following along on this this journey. It's been 3 episodes so far, and each one of these have been getting support from you guys. You guys have been liking them, you've been commenting, you've been, you know, watching them. It's a good community that I'm gathering up here with these videos. And even though, again, this may not be the same type of content that I make like Monday through Fridays or any other type of videos, it's because I myself am diverse in how I feel about life in general. So like, I'm not always just gonna be like, oh, this is a Christian channel or this is a video for religious content or whatever. This is a channel that has religious content on it. It's going to have non-religious content on it. And it's going to have me being me, representing myself and like giving you my perspective on it the entire time. So whether it's a video that goes about religious topics or something that goes just with, you know, a Mr. Ballin video is talking about, you know, weird, you know, spooky stories or like sports or music videos or whatever it is, it's because just like, you know, each and every one of us, we're not just one thing in our lives. And I'm not just, you know, I don't just think one specific way and only think about one topic all day. I think about a lot of different topics. I think about a lot of different things. I have different perspectives on different things. You know, some of them are more conservative, you know, viewpoints. Some of them are more liberal viewpoints on things. It depends on what that subject matter is. You know, so, and that's how my channel is. My channel is going to be diverse. It's going to have different subjects. It's going to have different topics. There's going to be something for different people. So if every video doesn't hit, you know, I'm sorry, but hey, maybe you may come in here for a Christian video, leave out of here watching a Mr. Ballin video. You never know. But yeah, with that being said, shout outs to all of you guys. I really do appreciate anyone who watches this far and is here at that. And as always, bye. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with episode 4 of the Christian Denominations Family Tree series from Useful Charts. Our good friend Matt Baker, host of the today's program here. And today we're taking a look at the Anabaptists and Quakers. Now, I know a little bit about Baptists. I remember him briefly talking about Anabaptists. But I will say I know very little about Quakers. My knowledge on Quakers has been limited to the oatmeal brand. And just like, now I know a little bit about Quakers. I live in Ohio. There are like actual Quakers out here. There's whole communities. I've never personally been to one, but my family has visited. I've gotten bakeries from them. They're really good. Apparently they make really good food. So if you ever have a chance to visit a Quaker, visit one of their bakeries or one of their, visit one of their shops, buy from them. But yeah, guys, if you would like to, buy anything from me, I'm not selling you anything, but I am telling you right now, you can like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. You can comment on this channel. You can hit the like button. You can also subscribe. Now, you're watching right now, so that's a pretty good start. And I will say, guys, I really appreciate anyone who watches these videos. Again, especially these videos, just because they do, I really enjoy doing these especially. But, guys, I do have to tell you that if you don't like, comment, or subscribe, YouTube will come through that door, and they will. Let's get to it. So, Episode 4, Anabaptists and Quakers. This is the Christian Denominations Family Tree series.
To episode 4 in my series on the family tree of Christian denominations. Last time we reached the Protestant section of the tree and looked at the Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed branches, all of which resulted in new state-level churches throughout Europe. In today's video, we're therefore going to switch gears and start to look at some of the more radical groups that emerged out of the Reformation.
Radicals.
In particular, we'll be looking at the Anabaptists, the Brethren, and the Quakers, which together are often called the peace churches because they are all pacifist. I'll also be talking about the Puritans and the situation in the early American colonies, as well as some important changes that I've made to the overall chart. Originally, I had planned to cover the Baptists in this episode as well. Note that the Baptists are different from the Anabaptists. However, I'm now going to cover them in more detail in episode 5, alongside the Methodists.
Okay,
altogether, this series will likely have 7 episodes. So if at the end of this video you're left wondering why I didn't mention a particular denomination, well, just remember that there's more episodes to come.
Well, I'm watching this from the future. So I believe there are now 8 episodes. So he's going to make a correction in the future. This is the beauty of watching things from the future.
You can check the description to see what's available so far. Also, as I mentioned last time, the full chart, once completed, will be available as a poster. But if you're watching this in early 2023, it's not ready yet because I'm still making changes as I go. Again,
guys, remember, if you want me to get this poster, you gotta keep watching these videos. Maybe I'll set like a like goal or something at the very end or something. Like the last video, I'll set like a crazy like goal or something to be like, hey, I'll buy this. I'm not saying you guys have to purchase it for me. Although if you want to send me money,
check the
it's not one of those channels. Don't even do
description box for the details. So speaking of changes, let me show you a few things I've done since last time. First of all, I've added some infographics at the top. On the left, I have the 10 largest Christian communions worldwide.
I like infographics, so this is nice. So let's see. We have Catholic Church at 1.3 billion. That's a lot of people. Eastern Meth Orthodox, that is 200 million. That is a significantly less amount of people there. Anglican 85. What? Where am I? Wait, where's Baptist at? Whoa, Methodist is like 80 million. Communion of Reformed is 80 million. Lutheran is 75. Uh, Assemblies of God is 68. I don't even know 100% what that is. Oriental Orthodox 60. Baptist World. What? Seventh Day Adventist is very low. Oh man, guys, I thought these numbers were way different. I'll be honest. I thought Baptist would have been in like at least the 100 millions. Like I thought Eastern Orthodox would have been in like, I don't know, 500 million minimum. These numbers are crazy. This is somebody in the comments mentioned, because I believe in the first video I may have made a comment saying that like Catholic people, I've known more Catholic people to leave Catholicism than any other religion. And he literally, or I don't know what their gender is, they literally said that the person, like there are more Catholics than anything else. Like the chances of me just meeting Catholics were just way higher. And I thought to myself, well, I don't know. I feel like I've met a lot of people who weren't Catholic, but looking at these numbers here, that person was absolutely right. Outside of like my own personal experience, my own little bubble, the majority of people that I've met in my life, through school and different work, different experiences that may have been, in that section of people who decided to leave Catholicism, it's just there was just a lot of more opportunity when I got outside of my little bubble. There was just a lot of opportunity to meet people, and apparently a majority of them are going to be Catholic. So yeah, I don't know. I thought these numbers were going to be a little bit different, but these numbers are clear as day. There are a lot of Catholic people.
Basically, each church icon represents 10 million members. So, as you probably know, the Catholic Church is by far the largest Christian group in the world, with around 1.35 billion members. Second is the Eastern Orthodox Church, with 200 million. With one exception, the rest of the list is all Protestant. So, coming in at number 3 is the Anglican Communion, followed by the Reformed churches, the Methodists, and the Lutheran World Federation. All of these groups have around 80 million members. We then have the Assemblies of God, which is a Pentecostal denomination that I've not yet talked about. We probably won't get to them until episode 7. Then we have the Oriental Orthodox churches. Remember, these are different from the Eastern Orthodox churches. We talked about them in episode 1, and they include the Coptic Church and the Ethiopian Church. Finally, we have the Baptist World Alliance with around 48 million members, and the Seventh-day Adventists with 22 million. I'll be talking about the Baptists in episode 5 and the Adventists in episode 6. On the right-hand side of the chart, I've added this map showing the dominant type of Christianity by country. So first of all, note that on this map, green represents any type of Protestant, whereas yellow is Catholic, red is Eastern Orthodox, and purple is Oriental Orthodox. The gray areas are those countries where Christianity is very much in the minority, representing less than 10% of the total population. Okay, on the main chart, I've made some changes as well. For example,
so one thing I will note, I'll say about this one here, the Protestant chart in America, it feels like it's just because, I feel like America still has a huge Catholic population. It's just that all the Protestant populations kind of, well, I guess because like England was Protestant, and then a lot of them came here because they were like, this isn't enough, so like they came here. But I still feel like there are a lot of Catholics still in America, and the Protestants in America probably are, as he's explaining, have sectioned off into a lot of different groups as well.
Total population. Okay, on the main chart, I've made some changes as well. For example, once again, I've had to fix the Georgian Orthodox Church. I
Oh, wow.
initially had it stemming from Russia and then from Constantinople. However, it was actually granted independence from Antioch, so
Oh,
I've
wow.
added a line to make that clear. I've also added two extra groups stemming from the Catholic Church, but separate from the Protestants. The first is the Philippine Independent Church, which broke away in 1902 and is now in communion, among others, with the Anglicans. That's why they are colored purple. Note that I've also changed the Union of Utrecht Catholics to be purple as well, because they too are in communion with the Anglicans. The second edition is SSPX, which stands for the Society of St. Pius X. Their status is kind of up in the air. They are different from the Sedevacantists because they do not claim that the current pope is illegitimate. However, in 1988, their leader, Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, consecrated several new priests without the pope's permission, creating a controversy that is yet to be resolved. Over here, beneath the Armenian Church, I've added a few medieval.
There's always that one guy, you know? There's always that one guy who just wants to like consecrate new preachers and stuff without the Pope's permission.
Groups that have come up in the comments quite a bit, namely the Paulicians, Bogomils, and Cathars. I'll explain who they are and why I decided to add them to the chart, not in today's episode, but in episode 5, when I talk about the Baptists. So I'm going to keep you in a bit of suspense for now. However, another medieval group, the Lollards, I've added over here. They were a proto-Protestant group inspired by the early English Bible translator John Wycliffe. So I felt that they deserved to be included alongside the Waldensians and the Hussites, who also fit under the category of Protestants before Protestants. Let's now move over to the Anglican section. Note that I've added the Scottish Episcopal Church alongside the Church of Scotland. For a while during the 1500s and 1600s, it was unclear which one of these would end up being the state church.
I don't think I've taken a look at this symbol, guys. I usually try to save the judgment portion of the symbols to a little bit later in the video, but I'm seeing new information here. He's making corrections. I like this. So this is an impromptu decision here. I'm gonna have to do this. So this one here, I will say, I'm not a huge fan of it. It's a little hard to read. It's one of those things where you're just like, you'd have to see it, like a big version of it, and then you'd be able to see it clearly. But like from what I'm seeing here, it's just a little bit harder to read. And from this, I'm not getting too much. I'm not getting like a big Christian vibe from it. It's just not hitting me that way. Uh, the shape, I like the shape, but I don't really get like, this is a church thing. Uh, it's like the gold inside of it. You can kind of see what it is if you look up close, but if you don't, then it's hard to read. And if I look up too close, then you guys will just start to see the pimple that I have here, and I don't want that to happen. So guys, we're gonna go ahead and move on.
Of Scotland. In the end, Presbyterianism won out. However, I decided to show the Scottish Episcopal Church on the chart as well, due to its connection to the Episcopal Church in the U.S. You see, when the American colonies broke away from Great Britain, their bishops could no longer be consecrated by the Church of England, because that would require taking an oath of allegiance to the king. So in order to get around this, they were consecrated by the Scottish Episcopal Church instead. By this point, the Scottish Episcopal Church was independent from the Church of England and was not the state church in Scotland. Therefore, no oath to the king was needed. Now on to the Reformed section. Last time I failed to mention the two main Reformed denominations in the U.S. The oldest one is the Reformed Church in America, which started off as a branch of the Dutch Reformed Church.
Whoa, my guy. You're introducing this symbol to me right now. I'm liking this. I am liking this one. This looks super new. Like, I like this one. I don't know. Something about this is hitting. it's not giving me the most Christian vibes, but it does have the keys on there, which are like the main symbol for like the Catholic and or what did they say in the last video? They just named that the Latin Church. Like, and I really enjoyed those. Those were like probably like my favorite ones from that video. Uh, and this one is hitting pretty good. I gotta say, this shield here kind of gives me like that vibe of like it just being like a crest, or like if this was like a some type of kingdom or something. But it's America. We don't have stuff like that here, guys. So this is just a really cool symbol. It's got the Bible on it. It's got some hits. I like this one.
Most of its
this is
members
good.
merged with a Lutheran synod in 1934 to form the ENR Church, which then went on to become part of the United Church of Christ. However, some of those in the Reformed Church in America remained separate and kept the name, and therefore that church still exists to this day.
Guys, am I really have to like figure out, because I went to a church called the Cleveland Church of Christ. Am I part of the Reformed? I why do I not know this? Guys, don't I what say what you will in the comments. You're learning about me. I'm going through my journey. You're seeing that journey right before your eyes, people. You should be mesmerized and happy about this, or I don't know. Maybe some of you are going to be like upset, or like, oh, how do you not know what this is what you are? And I'm just like, whoa, guy, calm down, like relax. I'm figuring it all out. I mean, I'm getting it all taken care of.
In addition to this, the Christian Reformed Church had previously broke away from them in 1857, and that church still exists too. When it comes to the Presbyterian part of this section, I decided to add the two largest Presbyterian churches in Korea, as they are the main churches in that country, and together they represent the largest group of Presbyterians in the world. Originally, they were a single church, but they split up in 1959. The original church was planted by American Presbyterians, so I showed the connection back to them as well. Okay, with that out of the way...
Whoa. Where are we going? Where are we going? You know what time it is. So, I like both of these, I'll be honest. This one, the colors and the symbol itself is really nice. I like this one. Green is one of my favorite colors, so this one's really hitting for me. This one looks a little bit more new age, and I actually like this one a lot too. Like, between the two, I don't want to obviously have to choose or anything, but if anybody's asking, in the comments or anything, I will have to say I'm going with this one more. Now, it's just because this cross is a little bit more readable. The colors work really well together. These colors work well together, but I will say, once you start getting to this little actual cross section of the cross, it gets a little less readable versus this one here, which stays readable all throughout the image. I'm looking at readability within these guys. So it's not just like, oh yeah, this is what it looks like. It's a whole process I'm going through. You guys see it in the works, you see it happening in the videos here. But yeah, let's go on to the good stuff.
We can now focus on the main topic for today, the Anabaptists and the Quakers.
All right,
These two groups are very different from the Lutherans, Anglicans, and Reformed that we discussed last time. You see, when the Reformation occurred in places like Germany, England, and Switzerland, it's not as if all the Catholic churches in those places were shut down and new Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed churches were established.
No. They just changed those former churches into the new churches, is what he explained in the last video.
Most of the Catholic churches in those places simply switched to become Lutheran, Anglican, or Reformed churches. And in many cases, the new type of Christianity was established as the state-sponsored religion. So in other words, the Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed churches weren't actually new churches. They were simply old churches that changed their theology, and in some cases their practices, but usually only a little bit and slowly over time. In contrast, all of the groups that we're going to discuss from this point forward were actually new groups, groups that were radically different from the Catholic Church, not only in theology, but also in practice. When it comes to the Anabaptists, one of the practices that they were most concerned with was baptism. In the Catholic Church, as well as in the Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed churches, Christians are usually baptized as infants. The Anabaptists thought this was unbiblical because infants are not able to understand what is happening or to make a conscious commitment to follow Jesus. Instead, they felt that people should only be baptized once they were old enough to understand and believe and make the decision for themselves. The initial Anabaptists therefore baptized themselves again, which is why they ended up being called Anabaptists, meaning re-baptizers. However, the original Anabaptists simply called themselves Brethren. The movement started in Switzerland.
So I'm not sure if you guys remember if I said this or not. Maybe I didn't say it, but like I did grow up in a church where they gave us the option to become baptized once we turned, I want to say like 10, and you could just like you'd have to like request it. I think I have to get my mom to like sign like a paper or something, and then they baptized me. Now I was like 10, so it's an interesting concept to me. But how do you guys feel about it? Do you guys feel like, oh yeah, obviously, if you want to make sure to baptize babies? So wait, are they saying they're rebaptized, so they're just doing it twice? Because I imagine people still would want to baptize the babies as babies, just in case, obviously, the worst of the worst ever happens to a baby. You want to make sure it's still baptized. So I guess that makes sense. I don't know either one. I feel like they're both good options, but I do understand the logic of them saying that babies don't have the choice. So like in Catholics, do you guys rebaptize yourselves after, or is it just like you get baptized as a baby and then there's communion? Obviously, there's people in the comments who know way more than I do. Please enlighten me on that. Do Catholics rebaptize themselves once they hit a certain age, or does the initial baptism as a baby just cover you through life?
So the term Swiss Brethren is also sometimes used for these initial Anabaptists. One of their early leaders was a man named Menno Simons. He helped spread Anabaptist ideas in the Dutch Republic, and hence the largest branch of the Anabaptists eventually became known as the Mennonites. However, in 1693 there was a schism in which some of the Mennonites left to follow a man named Jacob Amman. From that point forward, those who broke off became known as the Amish. There is a third main...
Oh my gosh. Why are these all named after people? I thought these were like named... I didn't know these were named after people. I'll be honest. This is blowing my mind right now. Both the Mennonites and the Amish were named after people. This is... Did you guys know? Did you guys know this? Like, this is ridiculous to me. I would have thought Mennonites were named after like, I don't know, like a group of people back in the day, like in the biblical days or something. Like this is just a part of the Bible I just missed or something. And the Amish, I don't know where I thought they came from. I just thought that was just a name that they came up with, here in America. I didn't even know, like, oh man, this is crazy to me. This is crazy to me.
Group as well, known as the Hutterites, named after Jacob Hutter, who helped spread Anabaptist ideas to Austria and further east. Now these days, all three of the original Anabaptist groups are mostly associated with simple living, old-fashioned clothes, and a rejection of modern technology. However, it is important to note that when it comes to the rejection of technology, there is actually a wide range of practices among Anabaptists today. Generally speaking, it's really only the Amish who reject almost all modern technology. For example, they are well known for still using the horse and buggy instead of cars. But even among the Amish, there is at least one group, the Beachy Amish, who, for example, will use the internet, albeit in a restricted way. The Hutterites are the next most traditional group, but they tend to allow more colorful clothing, and in some cases even use cell phones. And the Mennonites? Well, aside from the Old Order Mennonites, who are very much in the minority, most Mennonites no longer have any extreme restrictions on the use of technology. Conservative
Hey.
Mennonites still wear traditional clothing, but most Mennonites are actually indistinguishable from the average American. If you want to learn more about the Mennonites,
I feel like I've met Mennonites before. Like I don't know if they were like outwardly saying that they were Mennonites, but I feel like I've met some before. And you know, they're probably really chill people. I gotta say, they're probably really chill.
suggest you check out today's Ready to Harvest video, which I'll link to in the description. Ready to Harvest,
Oh,
hosted by Joshua, is all about the differences between Christian denominations, and he's almost at 100K subscribers. So if
nice.
you haven't yet subscribed, I highly recommend that you do so.
Guys, make sure you go to subscribe to Ready to Harvest. And if you want me to do a reaction to a Ready to Harvest video, this one in particular, let's get this video up to 15 likes by next week. I want to see those likes, guys. Let's hit that like goal. You want to see more Ready to Harvest? Let's go.
Now, I should point out that although the Anabaptists first emerged in Europe, many of them ended up migrating to North America. This is because initially,
Okay.
North America offered more freedom when it came to
Freedom.
what religion a person could
America.
follow. However, some moved east towards Poland and then settled in Russia in the late
Okay.
1700s. While there, they were influenced by the radical Pietists, whom we'll be discussing next, and therefore they took the name Mennonite Brethren. Many of them ended up immigrating to North America as well, and kept that name, which distinguishes them from the other American Mennonites, who were originally split into two main conferences, but who merged in 2002 to form the Mennonite Church USA.
Oh, good for them. Hey, shout outs to them for coming back together after splitting apart that long. That's, coming, I don't know what differences split them apart in the first place. But, they were like, yo, in 2002, enough is enough. We got to come back, get back into being one. I like it. I love it. Hey guys, this is late night editor me. Just saying, this is the part where I do realize that my camera is going out. So unfortunately, the rest of this reaction will be with my logo. So, just in case anybody's wondering what happened, this is the reason why. Just giving a little bit of a warning here. Uh, Sorry, guys. This is just one of the one of the videos that happened with, and I didn't catch it till later. But again, editor me letting you know, I do apologize. Make sure it doesn't happen in the future.
Now, before I get to the Pietists, I want to point out two Anabaptist groups that emerged much later than the original three. These are the Apostolic Christian Church, established in 1832 by a man named Samuel Froelich, and the Bruderhof, established in 1920 by Eberhard Arnold. In both these cases, the founders were inspired by the earlier Anabaptist groups, but rather than join them, they founded new groups. The Bruderhof, like most of the Amish and Hutterites, live communally, whereas the Apostolic Christian Church, like most Mennonites, do not. Okay, I now want to talk about Pietism.
Okay. Before he goes over to pietism, you know what time it is, guys. All right. So as far as these symbols go, I do wish I could have had him talk more about these before I do this, but obviously it's already that time. So Mennonite Church, I gotta say, I like this one. It's simple, but it is really nice. It's one of those easy to read symbols, and it hits the message in a really simple way. So shout outs to you guys. I like this one. This one here, I will say, it's a little plain. It's a little too much to the point. It's very much. It's very much just like, yeah, this is what we are. We are the Apostolic Christian Church. No fancy stuff. This is who we are. And I respect it, but, I kind of wish it had a little bit of the fancy stuff on it. Now, the U.S. Mennonite Brethren, I kind of have to say the exact opposite. This for me has a little bit too much of the fancy stuff on it. Like if these two came together, I feel like they just would have made this one. But it's like the three little bears right here. So like this one's just not enough. This one's a little bit too much. This one is just right over here. We got one just right. So again, this is just my personal opinion. This one is just because I wouldn't know what this one was. I feel like I've seen rec centers with this type of symbol on it before, and this like I would see, like if this was a hospital logo or something, I'd 100% believe you. Um, I like this one here. I gotta say, the cross is, for what I've seen, it's a lot more original than some of the other ones that I've seen, and the way it kind of goes into the background, you can clearly see it goes into the background there. That's nice. I like the artistic viewpoint on that one. Again, this one get the same vibe as this one here, where if you told me this was a logo for like a hospital, I would 1000% believe you. This looks like a good general hospital, symbol or something like that. It's just, even though it's just simple, it doesn't immediately hit the point of what I would imagine it's trying to give. Let's see. Evangelical Covenant Church. I like this one. This was a good one. This is nice. I will say, it doesn't immediately shout out Christianity to me, but it is a nice vibe to it. The symbol itself. Like if I saw somebody with this tattoo, I'd be like, "Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Where's that from?" And then they'd explain to me about this. But I also have a feeling that evangelicals don't get tattoos a lot. Um, I might be wrong about that, but again, anyone in the comments, let me know if evangelicals get tattoos. I kind of want to know that. That seems that's something I never thought about before, and now I want to know.
Christian church, like most.
Oh dang! I almost forgot. The Evangelical Free Church of America. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I, I'm not a huge fan of it. It does give me the vibes of like, it looks like a community thing. Like it looks like something that like if this was like a resource that people go to like make sure they get like food for like underprivileged people, this looks like the symbol that they would use. So it looks still like a positive thing. And I guess you do see a cross in there too. It just really, like, in my opinion, gives me the vibe of more just like some type of community program, like some type of community service program versus like an actual church. So again, don't hate me in the comments for that. Again, these are all just my opinions. Feel free, guys, whenever you want to say which ones were some of your personal favorites within any of these videos.
Mennonites do not. Okay, I now want to talk about pietism, which is based on the word pious, meaning a strong devotion to one's religion. Unlike the Anabaptists, who emerged early on in the Reformation, the radical pietists emerged more than a century later, in the late 1600s and early 1700s. By this point, Lutheranism was firmly established in many areas of Europe. But some Germans and Scandinavians felt that the Reformation hadn't gone far enough. They wanted to go beyond mere discussions about theology and focus more on a religion of the heart. Some pietists wanted to change things from within the established churches, but others were more radical and ended up establishing new groups instead. One of these more radical pietists was a man named Alexander Mack from Schwarzenau, Germany. He founded the Schwarzenau Brethren, also known as the German Baptists or Dunkers. The main denomination to come out of that movement was the Church of the Brethren. Note that although the Church of the Brethren emerged out of the Pietist movement and is often classified under the term Brethren, it was also heavily influenced by Anabaptism, and therefore is usually considered to fit under that umbrella as well.
Oh, wow.
Another Anabaptist church that falls under the Brethren category is the River Brethren, founded by a former Mennonite. They are more traditional, like the Old Order Mennonites, and exist in far fewer numbers. Now,
I don't know. They're not like all of the them because they're wearing like tennis shoes here, and she's got like a camera and stuff. So they're one of the more like chill, relaxed. Like, yo, you can have like cell phones or cameras and stuff. Just keep wearing the dress, but like obviously we're more comfortable shoes.
Traditional, like the Old Order Mennonites, and exist in far fewer numbers. Now, I want to point out that the term brethren can be quite confusing because there are several other totally unrelated churches that also use this same term, the most notable being the Plymouth Brethren. I'll discuss them in a future episode, but for now, just note that they are unrelated to the Anabaptist Brethren. I also want to point out a few churches that developed out of pietism but are not associated with the Anabaptists and are thus not peace churches. These include the Evangelical Church of America and the Evangelical Covenant Church. Both of these denominations emerged out of the Scandinavian free churches. Free churches being those that were not part of the state-sponsored churches, such as the Church of Sweden, Church of Norway, etc. Okay, let's now talk about the Quakers. They are similar to Anabaptists in that they are pacifists, but they trace their origins to England instead of to continental Europe, and never did live in communal settings. As we learned last time, the Church of England was established in 1534 as the new state church. However, like in other areas, there were some in England that felt that the Reformation hadn't gone far enough. In England, these people became known as the Puritans. Most of the Puritans wanted to change the church from within, such as Oliver Cromwell. But there were some who wanted to separate and form new denominations. These more extreme reformers became known as English separatists. Initially, there were many different types of English separatists. The Quakers were just one of them, as were the Baptists, which we'll be discussing next time. Some of the other groups were the Diggers, the Enthusiasts, the Ranters, the Seekers, and my personal favorite, the Muggletonians. All of these movements have since died out, but the Quakers and Baptists continue to this day. The main founder of Quakerism was a man named George Fox. When he was brought before the courts on charges of blasphemy, he told those gathered that they should tremble or quake at God's word, probably a reference to Isaiah 66 verse 2, which says, "But this is the one to whom I will look, to the humble and contrite in spirit, who trembles at my word." This is why the followers of George Fox became known as Quakers, even though...
Well, they're lucky because they could have been called the Tremblers. I feel like Tremblers may have made more sense. But you know, you tremble, you quake, and you know when it trembles, you quake. I don't know. It still makes sense, but they could have been called the Tremblers.
their official name is the Religious Society of Friends. One of the distinct aspects of Quakerism
Now that sounds friendly. I will say that sounds super friendly, guys.
is their emphasis on the inner light, or the ability of every person to experience God from within. This is why traditional Quaker meetings are usually unplanned and involve a lot of silence, so that each person can listen carefully to God's voice within themselves. Lucky for the Quakers and other English separatists, the origins of their movements coincided with this settled.
I feel like I can see the good sides and the bad sides of that. Because, like, obviously, I do believe that everyone has the personal ability to connect with God within themselves. Like, you know, but also, like, within others, you know, I think can be helpful. Like, I think having that connection and knowing that connection with other people and, you know, like the joined connection as well. I don't know, there's just, it's a weird concept, I guess, but like, in my mind, there is ways where, you know, internally you can get that ability to like communicate with God more, but then like outwardly in life through people and through experiences and just like things you see in life, the world itself, you also kind of see and can gain that connection with God. So like, you know, it is one of those things where I feel like you kind of have to do both. So but I like this. I like the concept. I like the whole like it's spontaneous idea of it because that seems really cool to me. While we're on this subject, I guess I'll go ahead and I guess I'll go ahead and just do these. Now, I'm not going to do these Baptist ones because I know he's going to do this one later, but I will do these here. I'm going to see if he covers this one. I may save this one for next time. I already did this one, so I already said what I got to say about this one. It looks more like a church to me. This one, I like this one. This one is really cool because it's simple, it's to the point of Friends United meeting, but also this cross like silhouette here, just kind of like it's like etched or burned into the ground, like with the circle on it and everything. That's I'll be honest, that's kind of next level. I wish this was like I kind of wish there was an actual cross there, but the way that they did it, this is actually pretty sweet. I gotta say, this is pretty cool right here. Okay, whoever did this one, shout outs to you. You guys are hitting. This one here, Evangelical Friends Church. I will say this one's so if you don't notice this cross right here, this looks like it could just be a company. This looks like it could be a company, and I imagine the company has like factories, like manufacturing. I would imagine this is a manufacturing company. Like this is something where it's like they make parts for certain things, and it's like something that you never think about, but it's also something that you use and you need. Like if we didn't have this company, like half of America would be shut down because they make a very specific part and it goes for just like everything and everyone needs it. But then you see this cross here and then you're like, oh, that's a church. Okay, that's a church. So yeah, that's my opinion on it. It looks like a company that makes again a very vital part to what something that we all need. They make that one thing that goes inside of things and it makes things do things. But then you see this cross and you're like, that's a church. Okay, so yeah, uh, this is here, this is there. Then I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of this one.
Of the Americas. This allowed many of these controversial groups to avoid persecution by simply moving far, far away. Although that didn't always work either, and the Quakers ended up being persecuted in America as well. As I mentioned last time, among the first English separatists who came to America in the 1600s were the Congregationalists, who fit under the Reformed branch of Christianity. They were the dominant group in New England, and thus Congregationalism became the state religion in most of the New England states, including Massachusetts and Connecticut. One early exception to this was Rhode Island, which was established by Roger Williams, who founded the First Baptist Church in America there. We'll talk more about him next time, but for now I want to focus instead on the Middle Colonies, just south of New England. This area was originally controlled by the Dutch. In 1657, a group of settlers living in what is today Flushing, Queens, wrote a letter to the governor asking that Quakers be allowed to worship there. In fact, they also wanted religious freedom to extend to all Christian groups, as well as to Jews and Muslims. Their request was
Hey, shout outs to you guys. You weren't just thinking of yourselves. You're like, you know what? Can everyone get some religious freedom in this piece? Can we get like everyone to have some religious freedom over here? Because it wouldn't be cool if we just had it. It's only fair if everyone has
denied. But the letter, known as the Flushing Remonstrance, ended up setting the stage for what would become the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the one that separates church and state and allows for the freedom of religion. Interestingly, one of the individuals who signed the Flushing document was William Thorne, who happens to be one of my wife's direct ancestors. My wife is Jewish on her father's side and Quaker on her mother's side. Another step on the path towards religious freedom in America was the founding of Pennsylvania in 1681. It was founded by a Quaker named William Penn, who allowed people from all religious groups to come and settle in his colony. So not only did Quakers settle there, but also Anabaptist groups like the Mennonites and the Amish. However, in 1827, the Quakers experienced a major schism, with those following a man named Elias Hicks becoming known as the Hicksites. Hicks was an early abolitionist and was involved in the Underground Railroad, which helped black slaves to escape to the north.
Okay, okay. I can't even hate on this guy, to be honest with you. This guy, I was gonna say the name Hicksites don't sound the best, but then I heard what he did, and I'm like, you know, I'm sorry. The guy seems really cool to me. I don't know. He just seems really cool.
Today, the descendants of the Hicksites are those who belong to the Friends General Conference, the most liberal of the three main Quaker groups. The non-Hicksites eventually split into the Wilburites and the Gurneyites, with the Wilburites basically being slightly more conservative versions of the Hicksites, and the Gurneyites going in a totally new direction. Basically, the Gurneyites ended up becoming like other churches in America, with planned services, pastors, and more mainstream Christian beliefs. Most of the Gurneyite descendants today belong to the Friends United meeting, although some belong to the smaller, more conservative Evangelical Friends Church.
I love how there's always an even more conservative version. Like they broke off to be more conservative, and then another party was like, it's not conservative enough. I love how the conservative Friends wasn't conservative enough for the Friends United meeting, and then Friends United wasn't conservative enough for the Evangelical Friends Church. How conservative do you guys want to be? Like, this is crazy. And yeah, my stance on these does not change based off the knowledge of, any of that information there. Again, it's just hilarious how there's always got to be, there's like, for every one, the more liberal group, there's like three that have to be the conservative versions, because there's always one conservative group, and then there's another group that's like not conservative enough. It is at least three, but this one's four, so that's hilarious.
Now, before I go, I can't really bring up Quakers without addressing this. I think most people assume that Quaker Oats was a company started by Quakers. Well, this isn't actually true. The founder of the company simply named his product Quaker Oats because by then Quakers were associated with integrity and honesty, and he wanted to be associated with those traits as well. If you want to associate actual Quakers...
Why is this like the most detailed look I've ever seen at the Quaker Oats guy? Like, I don't think I've ever seen the Quaker Oats guy logo up this close and just looked at it for this long before. This is actually kind of a nice little image here.
With a product,
they kind of had a hit with
product
this one.
Should be chocolate, not oats. All three of the big British chocolate companies that started in the 1800s, Cadbury's, Rowntree's, and Fry's, were all founded by Quakers. What? Okay, so that was a look.
Hold on. Kit Kats aren't American. Kit Kats aren't from America. Guys, Kit Kats are not from America. This is blowing my mind. I love Kit Kats. This is one of my favorite snacks. This video has blown my mind in more than one way.
Fries were all founded by Quakers. Okay, so that was a look at the Anabaptists and Quakers.
Okay.
Next episode, which should be ready in about 3 weeks, will focus primarily on the Baptists and the Methodists. And then further out, I'll be covering the Mormons, Adventists, Pentecostals, and much, much more. So be sure to subscribe and click the bell so you don't miss out on those. Thanks for watching.
All right, another great video from Useful Charts, guys. Obviously I'm here from the future, so it won't be 3 weeks until I make this, unless, I don't know, I just don't make a video next week. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, guys, I really like making these videos. I'm always mind blown with these. I love the comments from these because I know I'm going to learn so much information when I go check my comments. Like if I ask the question, like I asked before, I think I've asked like multiple questions in this video. I can't remember how many, but you guys remember, because you guys are incredible. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. I really enjoy that you guys like don't just like come in here and just like immediately just bash me for learning this information. You're always like helpful. You provide me like with more resources more knowledge. And, at the end of the day, those comments, I'm always reading them and I'm like, I never knew this information. I would have never, like, if I would have never done this and gone through this journey, I would have never known so much information about this stuff here. And I would have just been living in the ignorance. And there's nothing wrong with being ignorant. It's just not knowing. But like, you don't want to like stay ignorant. If you get presented the information, you want to, you just want to be presented with information, get the chance and the option. And I appreciate that, man. This is a great journey, and yeah, I guess I'm just ranting on now, but I just want to say thank you. If anybody's made it this far into the video, thank you for watching. If you haven't already, subscribe. If you like the video, hit the like button. If you just want to comment and say, hey, I didn't like the video, or I really love the video and you're the greatest YouTuber I've ever seen, and not too many YouTubers will actually do Christian content for their Sundays, or religious content in general. Like, who does you don't want to get boxed in, and you guys are just like, oh, I appreciate that. I like that you have multiple sides to yourself. Now, I'm still speaking from your perspective here. So, maybe you guys don't say all those things in the comments. You just say something very similar to that. Or just say, hey, you're incredible. I love you. You're the greatest YouTuber of all time. But yes, as always, guys, I've been ranting for too long and I'm starting to just say ridiculous stuff. So as always, bye. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with episode 5 of the Christian Denominations Family Tree series. This one is about Baptists and Methodists. So this will be fun because this is the one that out of these two, I felt like I would have said before this series started that I probably knew the most about them. But before the video even starts, I'm going to go on a limb and say I probably know nothing about them for real. I know what was like told to me in very small chunks as a child in a non-denominational church. So we weren't even huge on, like, I don't know. I don't even feel like we really went through the entire Bible page by page. We just kind of like, went through certain parts of it just so the preacher at that moment can kind of get to the point of that week's like lesson for the congregation. So this will be a fun one. I'm going to learn a lot today, guys. Guys, please remember, if you're watching this video, also check out Useful Charts video. Go to his channel, like his page, comment on his videos, subscribe, let him know that I sent you, and if you're coming there, or you're coming here from there, I will say, then also remember, like this video, comment on this video and all the other videos, subscribe. That's a good thing there, subscribing. And also, if you are commenting, comment down your favorite symbol, because that's one of my favorite things to do with this series is to look at the symbols and say which ones I like the most. And you guys, I want you guys to do the same. Have a little fun with this. It's Sunday, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Now, with that being said, remember, here's the serious part. If you don't like, comment, or subscribe to this video, YouTube will come through that door, and they will. Christian Denominations Family Tree Series, Episode 5, Baptists and Methodists.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Welcome to Episode 5 in my series on Christian denominations. Today, I'll mostly be talking about the Baptists and the Methodists, two groups that are closely connected to a period of religious change known as the First Great Awakening. There were actually at least 3 Great Awakenings in total, all of which took place primarily in the English-speaking world. I'll be covering the second one in Episode 6 and the third one in Episode 7. So basically, the next 3 episodes of this series will be focused on the 3 Great Awakenings and the various denominations that came out of them. Oh, wow. And once again, I want to shout out Joshua from the YouTube channel Ready to Harvest. I relied heavily on him for this episode in particular because he happens to be a Baptist himself. However, he's also produced his own video about the Baptists, which I recommend that you watch after this one, as
Guys, I love Ready to Harvest videos and I want to do more of them, but I need you guys to hit that like goal, please. I want 15 likes by next Sunday so I can get another Ready to Harvest video, or else, I don't know. I guess I'm just going to have to wait until this video series is done before I can get into it. But then after this video series, I have to learn about the Jewish denominations. So guys, come on, hit that like goal. It's gonna really push all this towards where we need to go. 15 likes. That's 1, 2, 3. That's 5 times 3. I don't know why I did it like that, but there it
He
is.
does a good job at breaking down all the various different types of Baptists, of which there are many.
Hey, he's got a great intro, guys. It's really good. It's straight to the
As
point.
usual, let me begin by pointing out a few changes that I've made to the chart since last time. If you've watched the previous episodes, you'll know that I've been building this chart as I go, and that sometimes I incorporate suggestions from comments. Well, one thing that several people wanted was an Others section, so I went ahead and added one at the bottom. However, I also added a few other sections as well. For example, not all Lutherans belong to the Lutheran World Federation, but rather than include those Lutherans at the bottom, I included them here as other Lutherans. Likewise, I added other Pentecostals next to the Assemblies of God in order to make it clear just how many Pentecostals there are in the world, even though most of them do not belong to a single denomination or ecumenical organization. In fact, if all the Pentecostals were to create a worldwide communion, they would rank above the Eastern Orthodox Church as the second largest Christian communion in the world. Finally,
So they would be larger. They're just not like super organized, is what I'm guessing here. Is what I'm interpreting from this. Like they're not like a part of one organized thing. They're more just like independent places, but there's a lot of them. That's cool.
I also added other Baptists, as only about half of the Baptists worldwide belong to the Baptist World Alliance. Again, if all the Baptists in the world did unite, they'd be much higher on the list, coming in just above the Anglicans.
Come on, Baptists. Let's unite this, guys. I'm pretty sure I would be in the other Baptist category. So you guys know how I stand on things like this. Unite.
Now, the reason why there is no other Methodists section and no other Reformed section is because in these two cases, virtually all Methodists belong to the Methodist World Council, and virtually all Reformed churches belong to the World Council of Reformed Churches.
Virtually.
So there's not really any other Methodists or other Reformed to mention. There are other Anglicans, but at least for now, they number less than 1 million. So I opted not to show them since on this infographic, each church symbol is supposed to represent around 10 million members. Okay, there were some comments about the world map as well. For example, several people pointed out that Lebanon should be yellow, since that country is more than 10% Christian and Catholicism is the dominant type there. So, although it's hard to see, Lebanon is now yellow. Germany and Australia were mentioned as well, since both of those countries are split around 50-50 between Catholics and Protestants, with Catholics starting to take the edge in both places. But I'm going to do a bit more research into the most recent stats before making a final decision. In the family tree section, there's just one thing to point out. Many people requested that the Shakers be added, so I've gone ahead and done that. Their founder was an early Quaker, so I've shown them as splitting off before the other major Quaker groups were formed. Okay, let's now look at the Baptists. The Baptists, along with the Quakers and the Congregationalists, were among the many English separatist groups that left the Church of England in the 1600s. However, as I mentioned last time, most of the other groups, such as the Diggers, Enthusiasts, Ranters, Seekers, and Muggletonians, have since gone extinct.
Muggletonians? Man, I thought Harry Potter was fictional.
The Quakers have always been a relatively small group, and the Congregationalists, although once a large group, are today relatively small, meaning that it's mostly the Baptists who are the modern day descendants of the.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold on. Before we get to this, guys, have we seen these before? Can anybody in the comments let me know if we've seen these symbols before in the previous videos? I do not remember these two. These are some good logos right here. I would say the Church of North India. This one looks a little bit more like a Salvation Army type of symbol right here. So it's cool, but it doesn't just like scream Christianity to me. But this Church of South India, they had something going here. I like what they're doing. This looks like one of those like this looks like a church like a church that's like hip, like with the youth, you know? Like the guy comes out, you know, he's cool, he's wearing jeans, and you know, just like a regular flannel or something, and he's super cool about it. Yeah, that's the type of church this gives me the vibes of. Yeah. So I just didn't see those before. Maybe I did. I don't know. I don't feel like I commented on those before, but if I did, let me know in the comments. Yeah, let's go.
That it's mostly the Baptists who are the modern day descendants of the English separatists. The two men usually credited with having started the Baptist movement are John Smith and Thomas Helwys, both former Anglicans. They ended up moving to Holland, where they crossed paths with the Anabaptists and became convinced that Christians should be baptized as adults, not infants. This is why the Baptists are sometimes shown on charts as being an offshoot of the Anabaptists. However, while early interaction did take place, and while they did share one big thing in common, the idea that baptism should be for adults only, or at least older children, the two groups quickly ended up going in very different directions, and thus I think it's better to see the Baptists as being an offshoot of the Anglicans rather than the Anabaptists.
So from what I am aware of, and obviously I want you guys to comment this in the comment section down below. Baptists are more like, we're not going to baptize you at all until you are ready to make the decision for yourselves, while the Anabaptists are, they baptize you as a baby and then they rebaptize you again as an older adult. And I have saw some comments just, on previous videos, just discussing that. And I will say I'm a little bit more on the fence about the Anabaptist one, just because, again, some of the comments I have read in the section have kind of informed me more that like rebaptizing isn't something that a lot of like Christian groups like practice or believe in, and I can understand that, baptizing twice. Now, as far as like with the regular baptism, I also understand the downsides of that, because if anything happens to a child, you want to make sure they are baptized. So waiting that long could just have a lot of like, it could be pretty detrimental, especially I imagine like the freaking 1700s, like it's a lot more random stuff that could just happen to you on a daily basis. You have to go out and do stuff. You can't just order your food online, and everything just be safe and, secured all the time. So yeah, I can see the dangers in both of those. But also I can see the upsides, of making that choice for yourself versus that choice being put onto you as a baby with like other, Christian groups. So like, I don't know. It's like I see both sides of it. So personally, I don't know what, I'm not going to make a decision about which one is good or bad or anything. I'm not here for that, guys. I'm just saying what I know. Yeah, those are just my thoughts on it. That's my interpretation on it, at least. Let me know if anything I said was incorrect or anything. But I do have one question that I'm sure you guys can answer in the chat. Is getting Christian, like the christening, with the little thing on there for a baby, is that like, how is that related to baptism? Is it close? Is it something that's like, oh, that's different altogether? That's just something that they do as like a little prayer thing for the baby versus a full on baptism? And then, because yeah, I just want to know that, because I just heard about christenings. Like I knew what they were, but I wasn't like 100% sure if that was the same as a baptism. But I know you guys know, so let me know below.
Now, in some Baptist circles, there's actually another hypothesis about Baptist origins. But before I dive into it, I want to point out that many Christian traditions have alternative views on their origins, views that often differ from the more academic narrative that I've been sharing in this series. For example, the Roman Catholic Church sees themselves as being the one true church, going all the way back to the Apostle Peter, who they see as being the first pope. In the Catholic view, everyone else split off from them, including the Eastern Orthodox churches. However, the Eastern Orthodox Church holds the opposite view. They see themselves as being the one true church, and they see the Roman Catholics and Protestants as being misguided offshoots. Even some Anglicans like to see their church as having an origin that predates the Roman Catholic Church. These Anglicans would say that the Church of England can claim an unbroken descent from much earlier Celtic churches that were planted in the first century. So my point is that the Baptists are by no means unique when it comes to having an origin story that treats their particular tradition as being special. Anyhow, according to some Baptists, known as landmark Baptists, the Baptist tradition did not start in the 1600s, but rather can be traced all the way back to the first century through a series of fringe movements. This chart from the 1931 book, The Trail of Blood, illustrates the idea. At the top, you can see the mainstream churches, including the original state-sponsored church that eventually split into the Greek and Roman branches, with the Roman branch eventually including the various Protestant groups as well. The red dots, which make up a trail of blood, represent congregations of quote-unquote true churches that, according to landmarkism, would have been similar to Baptist churches today. And at the bottom, there's a steady line of red dots, meaning that in certain areas there existed a direct continuity between the first century churches and the Baptists that eventually settled in America. Note that there's a large gray area marked the Dark Ages, where the trail of blood is associated with certain fringe groups such as the Paulicians and the Waldensians. Which brings me to this part of the chart, because the Paulicians were in fact a real historical branch of early Christianity. Not much is known about them for certain, but they originally popped up in Armenia in the 600s. Most scholars think that they probably ended up influencing the Bogomils, who emerged in Bulgaria in the 900s, and that the Bogomils, in turn, influenced the Cathars, who emerged in southern France in the 1100s. Also emerging in southern France in the 1100s were the Waldensians, a group of proto-Protestants that I mentioned in episode 3. So, according to the landmark hypothesis, the quote-unquote true church can be traced from the Paulicians in the Middle East all the way to the Waldensians in France, and then from there, through the Anabaptists to the Baptists in America today. Now, it probably won't surprise you to learn that I don't agree with this hypothesis at all.
I would say that's kind of a long route to go around, intersecting with I'm not going to say a lot, but like different types of Christianity, in and out to make Baptists. I'm sure there's a less complicated chart that they also have that explains this. Not that chart was like overly complicated, but it was an older chart, guys. Like, give me a little bit of a break here. It wasn't the easiest to read chart, Some of those red dots, it was kind of like, are you really connecting that all the way down? Okay. There was a lot of other dots. He did a really good job explaining what the chart means. I'm just saying, I'm sure there's a more clear-cut chart. I'm actually looking at a chart right now that looks like it's a little bit more clear and decisive.
Nor do most religious scholars, nor do even most Baptists.
I'm ridiculous right now.
The general consensus is that the Paulicians, Bogomils, and Cathars probably practiced some sort of Gnosticism, and that therefore they do not relate to the Baptists at all. So let's now return to what we know about Baptists from verifiable history. Early on, there emerged two main types of Baptists: particular Baptists and general Baptists. Basically, particular Baptists are Calvinists, whereas general Baptists are not. And the reason why both types are able to coexist is because Baptists follow a congregationalist form of church government, meaning that each congregation is basically independent and can decide their own theology. However,
That makes a lot of sense. That actually makes so much sense in clarifying so much about Baptists that I know. Each church is like super independent. There's kind of like, hey, this is our church. This is what we do here. You want to do your thing, go to a different church. So it seems a little less organized than some of the other ones, but I can see how it has a lot of benefits for like the preacher within each church, and also probably the congregation within each church. It's more just like specialized, just like the Instagram of churches.
that doesn't mean that they are the same as the Congregationalists, shown over here as part of the Reformed tradition. The Congregationalists practice infant baptism, whereas Baptists do not. The First Baptist congregation in what is today the U.S. was founded by Roger Williams in 1638. As I mentioned last time, most of the New England colonies had Congregationalism as their state religion, and therefore Baptists were not allowed. Because of this, Roger Williams helped establish what is now the state of Rhode Island, so that Baptists and other Christians could have a place where they could freely practice their faith. Eventually, the congregation that he started there built this building, which stands to this day and which is known as the First Baptist Church in America.
Wow, that is a cool building right there. It looks like it should have ended right around here, but then they're like, nah, we got to go higher. Bam, bam. Like this looks like it would be a good sized church if it just stops right around here. But they're like, nope, we got to get higher levels. We got to make sure this is the first one. It's got to be impressive. And so far, I will say, I'm impressed.
Stands to this day and which is known as the First Baptist Church in America. Prior to 1730, the Baptists were actually a fairly small group within American Christianity. However, that all changed with the First Great Awakening. By this point, some Christian leaders felt that Protestantism had become too intellectual. While they still felt that it was important to get one's theology right, which was the whole point of the Protestant Reformation in the first place, they also felt that Christianity at its core should be a religion of the heart. This idea had shown up in continental Europe a bit earlier as pietism, but hadn't really taken off.
All right, guys, we're going feelings over facts here. We're officially doing, guys. How do you feel about this in your heart of hearts, for real? Yeah, we know the history behind it. All blah blah blah. The history is cool, but how does this make you feel?
Off yet in the English-speaking world.
I'm sorry, Baptists. I'm making fun of you guys right now because I am also part of this group here. So, it's more like I'm making fun of myself here. Don't feel too bad because I know you guys are in your feelings.
But then came the First Great Awakening. Basically, the First Great Awakening can be seen as the start of what we today call evangelical Christianity. Unlike the more liturgical forms of Christianity, which focus more on communal rituals, evangelical Christianity is more focused on the individual conversion experience. In more recent times, this experience is often described as being born again. What happened during the First Great Awakening is that many preachers, such as Jonathan Edwards, started to preach more about the need for each person to repent of their sins and to receive the gift of salvation through belief in Jesus. This led many churches to become more interested in missionary work, which refers to trying to convince other people to become born again as well. Thus, among Baptists, the initial division that existed between particular Baptists and general Baptists became less important, with most Baptists unifying to become missionary Baptists, and those who did not support mission boards becoming known as primitive Baptists. Primitive Baptists are very much in the minority today, and the only primitive Baptist church that you're likely to have heard of is the infamous Westboro Baptist Church, the group known for picketing funerals and for promoting hatred towards gay people. However, let me be clear.
Did not expect that to show up, guys. I feel like, I don't know, based off the description, I'm like, well, they don't like, just doing missionary work or like going around telling people about like, you should convert to this. but then they immediately go around and say, yo, we hate with everything you stand for. And, in their minds, God hates you. Like they know what they're talking about. That's wild.
In saying that they are by no means representative of all primitive Baptists. I simply mention them because they show up in the media quite a bit. Now, one of the results of the First Great Awakening is that Christianity really started to grow among Black Americans for the first time, both among
Hey, that's
those who
me.
were enslaved
Well, that's not actually me, but I am a Black
in the
American.
South, as well as among free Blacks in the North. Most Black Americans thus ended up joining either the Baptist movement or the Methodist movement, which we'll get to in a bit. In the South, Black Baptists were originally required to have white ministers. However, after emancipation, the first Black-led churches started to form. Now, I should point out that because all Baptist congregations are technically independent, there's really no such thing as denominations in the Baptist tradition. Instead, Baptists have conventions, which are state level or national level organizations that individual congregations can affiliate with if they so choose. However, at the end of
That makes so much sense, guys. Again, the church I grew up in is a non-denominational church. It is still, I guess, considered like a Baptist church, but that is kind of like how they would explain it, and that's kind of how I would interpret it going to church services growing up. Like we weren't just reading chapter by chapter. This is the Bible. Here's the history of this page. It was more of, again, the preacher had a specific like message he wanted to talk that week. He would go and read maybe like one or two lines from a specific page of the Bible. He'd tell everybody to turn to this page. We're going to read from here to here, and he's going to read that part, and then he's going to make sure that that relates to the message he actually intended to go into the service with. Now, I'm not saying that that is like a necessarily bad thing, but it does. It really harks on that whole point that he made about it being more of a feeling and an individual relationship type of thing, because he's going to tell you about his experience. He's going to have people talk about or he's going to talk about experiences that he knows from other people, and he's going to bring that into the lesson for that week. But we are at no point going to be going over the entire Bible from beginning to front, or beginning to end. I'm guessing there are plenty of people within churches like the one that I grew up in that may not have fully read the entire Bible. Just based off the fact that you go in a church, you're learning the Bible piece by piece in different, here, there. But we're not like going through it, reading it, like, okay, here's the whole first, part of the Bible here. We're not going to read Genesis. We're not going to read Job. We're going to read a very specific part of it. That part is only going to take like maybe 2 minutes to read, but it's going to relate to the next hour that the preacher is going to want to talk about. So that's how I grew up in church. It really does feel like it was a lot more feelings over like the history of the church. Now, guys, with that being said, I got that out of the way. Now we are going to the fun part, which is, let's see about these symbols, guys. So these are conventions, so that actually makes sense of why some of these actually just look like convention logos here. Starting with this one here, the National Baptist Convention USA. This one's actually kind of cool when you get up close to it. Like once you actually see it closer up and you see like these crowns and everything going here, I enjoy this one. I like this one. The American Baptist Churches USA, this one seeming like it's, again, this is hitting me with that cool church vibe, like the ones where the preachers are going to be wearing jeans. They're going to be, like they're going to be normal people here, but they have a lesson to teach you. The Southern Baptist Convention, I don't really have a problem with it. This one looks cool. This one's simple, but it looks cool. I wish this cross was a little less like, I don't know. I wish it was a little bit skinnier, I guess, or like, I don't know. This I don't really have a problem with it. I just personally wish this cross was a little bit more like traditional cross. Not a huge fan. I will say the National Association of Free Will Baptists. This just looks too plain. Throw a cross in there somewhere, guys. Put a cross inside of one of these letters or something. Just like the little symbol of the cross. You could put it in the maybe like in the A, or like in the throw a little thing here, make something out of there. Have a little shadow of a cross going around. Uh, you know, Convergence. I wouldn't know what this was if I first saw it. Like, realistically, I wouldn't associate this being a cross. If these two white lines were maybe slightly closer together, then you could see it. But outside of that, I just don't. I don't see it. National Baptist Convention of America. This looks like a convention logo. This looks like something like for a TV. Like, this looks like if this was like the NBC um, convention. For people who work at NBC studios. This looks like the patch that would be on their, like, the shirt that they wear. So I'm not a huge fan of this one either. Venture Church Network. Okay, this just looks like a normal advertisement agency. Like, I don't even get any Christian vibes about this one here. This one just looks straight up like they just like sell internet things to people. Like, they'll sell your internet history to other internet providers so that they can give you better like ads and things. Um, this Baptist Bible Fellowship International. Again, I'm not like a huge fan. This looks like a fancy burger spot, and I feel like I've seen a place that looks similar to this before. Now, the National I'm assuming that's Mississippi Baptist Convention of America. They know what they're doing here. This one's pretty sweet. I wish it was a little bit easier to read, but this one looks sweet. I like this one. This one's good. Progressive National Baptist Convention. This one could be better. I wish this was a little bit easier to read here. That's like my biggest problem. It's like the difficulty on like the coloring that they put on this. It just makes it more difficult to read. American Baptist Association. I may have seen this one before. I wish there was a cross in there, guys. I mean, I know you put the Bible in there, but like it just like without knowing that it's a Bible, it's kind of just a normal book. Like, if somebody said, "Oh, this is the American Book Association," people would also believe it. So that's why you got to throw a little cross in there just to like make sure people know the difference. Finally, the Cooperative Baptist Fellowship. Not a huge fan of this one either, guys. I'm sorry, this one looks too much like a logo for like a child version of a TV network. Like, you know how when like TV networks make their like child friendly hour or two and they like change up the like Nick Jr. This is like the CBS Junior logo here. Like, if they had a CBS Junior, it would be it. This would be it. This is so sorry, Cooperative Baptist Fellowship. Again, this is just how I feel as a Baptist. So let me know how you guys feel. Which one of these are your favorites below? Comment. Let me know. I like doing this part here. This is probably one of my favorite parts.
The day, they are actually quite similar to denominations, so I'm just going to use that word going forward. So the earliest still existing Black Baptist convention to be formed in the U.S. was the National Baptist Convention USA, established in 1895. Today, it is the largest historically Black church in America. However, in 1915, some churches split off to form the similarly named National Baptist Convention of America, or NBCA. And then in 1961, a different set of churches split off to form the Progressive National Baptist Convention, which Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a member of. Finally, in 1988, a group of churches split off from the NBCA to form the
Shout outs to Martin Luther King, by the way, guys. You can't not shout out Martin Luther King.
National Baptist Missionary Convention of America. So note that all 4 of these denominations have very similar sounding names, but don't get them confused because they are actually all different. As you might have guessed, the Progressive National Baptists are more progressive, whereas the other 3 tend to be more conservative. In terms of white American Baptists, most of the missionary Baptists eventually formed the Triennial Convention in 1814. However, because of disputes over slavery, this eventually split into the Northern Baptist Convention and the Southern Baptist Convention. Although, note that the Northern Convention continued to use the triennial name until 1907. Nowadays, the Northern Convention is known as the American Baptist Churches USA, and they tend to be more liberal, whereas the Southern Baptist Convention has kept its original name and tends to be more conservative. I should also
Do you think they feel bad that they know that their side wanted to keep slavery? Like, it just seems a little weird. I would at least change the name. Be like, yeah, we were different people back then, so we got to change the name. I'm just saying, I would probably feel a little bit bad if I knew that the church I was going to was 100% the church that wanted slavery to still be around.
I'll point out that the Southern Baptist Convention is currently the largest Protestant denomination in the U.S., with approximately 14 million members. This is smaller than the number of Catholics in the U.S., which is around 70 million. But keep in mind that when all Protestant churches are combined, Protestants in the U.S. do outnumber Catholics. Now, besides the Southern Baptists and the other groups I've mentioned so far, there are still several more Baptist denominations to mention. For instance, there's the National Association of Free Will Baptists, Free Will Baptists being another name for general or non-Calvinist Baptists. Then there's the American Baptist Association, which is a landmark Baptist group that holds to the trail of blood explanation of Baptist origins that I mentioned above. But perhaps most important are the so-called independent Baptist groups, out of which the Baptist Bible Fellowship International is the largest. This is the denomination that Jerry Falwell was originally attached to. Falwell is known for having founded the Moral Majority, which during the 1980s grew to become a major political lobby group for evangelical Christians, and which laid the groundwork for right-wing Christians to have more influence at the national level, something that continues to this day. As I mentioned earlier, the northern-based American Baptist...
Oh, man, wait till I start doing my political videos, guys. You guys are going to be in such... You guys are going to love it. You know, you guys are going to love the political commentary that I have to say.
Churches went in a more liberal direction, whereas the Southern Baptists went in a more conservative direction. This led to the Conservative Baptist Association splitting off from the ABC in 1947 because they didn't like that the ABC was so liberal. Note that they recently changed their name to the Venture Church Network. However, in contrast, there's also the Cooperative Baptist Association that split off from the SBC because they didn't like that the SBC was so conservative. Finally, there's Converge, formerly known as the Baptist.
Now, follow me, guys, here, and I know this sounds like crazy logic, but what if some of those people from the Cooperative Baptist Fellowship just went to the American Baptist churches, and then people from the Venture Churches Network went to the Southern Baptist Convention? Now, is that too contradictory? Are they like, no, we still want to be part of the group that didn't like slavery, but we want to be more conservative? Meanwhile, the cooperative people are like, yo, we still want to be a part of the group that wanted slavery, but we think this is too conservative. What is happening?
Baptist General Conference, and even further back as the Swedish Baptist General Conference. They have their roots in the Scandinavian Free Churches that also produced the Evangelical Covenant Church and the Evangelical Free Church.
Wow.
Now, I should point out that although I've focused only on U.S. Baptists, there are in fact Baptists all over the world. However, since most of those churches were planted by American missionaries, I thought it was best to focus on the U.S. ones. The one exception to this are the Baptists in the UK, who, like the American Baptists, can trace their origins all the way back to Smith and Hellis. Nowadays, most Baptists in the UK belong to a denomination called Baptists Together. It was also in the UK that the Seventh day
Baptist together is what you say, huh? Guys, I'm doing the judging thing here. Um, I will say I'm not the biggest fan of this one, guys. It's just it doesn't scream Christianity to me. Obviously, it literally has Baptists together there, but I wouldn't associate that with like a church. I would be more like, oh, they're like a this is like a thing that Baptists get. Like this looks like the symbol to some type of event that a Baptist would have at a church. Where they're like, oh man, let's get a bunch of people together. Let's baptize a bunch of people at once, guys. Like, oh, this is going to be a great charity event. We're going to get lots of money for the church. What's the name of it? Baptist Together. That's how I feel about this symbol. Like, it's not like a horrible symbol or anything, but it just gives me more of the vibe of this is a one time event that we're doing, or like maybe a yearly event versus like an actual congregation of people going to a church that has this symbol.
Baptists originated. I'll mention them again next time when I talk about the Adventists. Okay, let's now talk about the Methodists. Whereas the Baptists existed before the First Great Awakening, the Methodists did not. And in fact, it was because of the First Great Awakening that the Methodists were formed. The three big names associated with the founding of Methodism are John Wesley, his brother Charles Wesley, and their friend George Whitefield, all former.
Whoa. Why they do Whitfield like this? Guys, what is happening? These two look very normal. They actually look, like brothers. Whoever painted this picture for Whitfield did him so dirty. I don't know what he did to that artist. I don't know what he did to you, but like you played him. Like this is messed up. Even if he had a lazy eye or anything, like come on, guy. Like the head shape ain't even great. This hand shape not great. Like y'all messed them all up. You guys got an amateur to do this one.
Anglicans. Like many denominational founders, they didn't initially set out to make a new denomination. It just sort of happened. During their youth, they started a group at Oxford called the Holy Club, in which members methodically strove to incorporate Christianity into every part of their life. Other students made fun of them and called them Methodists, a term that stuck and which later became the official name for the movement.
Really? You guys, like, they made fun of you by calling you Methodist, and now you guys were just like, you know what? I am a Methodist. That is actually hilarious. You're taking the word that was used against you and making it a term of endearment. I don't think that's ever happened before in history. Has anyone of any particular group, maybe like a set of people or anything, ever had a word that was used negatively against them and then they turned that into a term of endearment? I don't think that's ever happened in history.
1739, after having done missionary work in the Americas and having come into contact with the Moravians, whom I mentioned in episode 3, the trio started to preach throughout England in unconventional ways, including outside in the open air. This attracted many working class people who had not previously been regular churchgoers. While Whitfield's theology was Calvinist, John Wesley's was not. He emphasized that salvation was available to everyone, and in particular focused on something called the second work of grace. According to Methodist theology, the first work of grace is the initial conversion experience of being born again, whereas the second work of grace is the process by which a Christian is transformed into becoming a more perfect and holy person. Just a few years after John Wesley's death, the first two Methodist denominations were formed, one in the US and one in the UK. In the US, it was called the Methodist Episcopal Church, in order to distinguish it from the Episcopal Church, which had become independent from the Anglican Church just 10 years earlier. Eventually, the U.S. Methodists split in two over slavery, just like the Baptists did. But unlike the Baptists, the two groups eventually reunited in 1939. which is when they became known simply as the Methodist Church. Then in 1968, it merged with the Evangelical United Brethren Church to become the United Methodist Church, which is the main Methodist denomination in the U.S. today.
Now that's the one that I've heard of the most, and I've seen this symbol the most. And speaking of, we're going over the symbols right now, guys. So this one is actually pretty cool. I've seen this one a lot of times. My only thing I would say about this, I wish this cross was actually a little bit thicker. It's kind of a thin cross, guys. Nothing against that, just saying. Um, what is this? The Global Methodist Church? That one looks kind of cool. I gotta say that one looks kind of cool. I will say it's giving me a little bit of Elden Ring themes, but only nerds know what Elden Ring even is. So if you're watching this page, and you know what Elden Ring is. Congratulations. Also, you're not better than me in Elden Ring, so whatever. Um, African Methodist Episcopal Church. Ugh. This looks cool. I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of the red, black, and green color schemes. Green is one of my favorite colors. Black is one of my favorite colors, and red is cool. It is what it is. I go between red and blue sometimes. This symbol itself, I like it. This is really cool to me. It's just everything about this is cool. Now, the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, this is next level right here. This is something I would like I would get this tattooed. This is so cool because I'm a huge Zelda fan, and this is giving me Triforce vibes. It's also got the black outline of it. It's got the red, green, red, blue, and purple. That's different, but it's got a little bit of green. So it's kind of got the Zelda colors in it with the red, green, and blue. Because if you look, these are outlined in green. These two below here, and I'm sure that this had nothing to do with anything because this was made in 1821. But this is cool to me, just coincidentally. Free Methodist Church. I'm not gonna say it's bad. I'm not a huge fan of it because you can see a little bird there, and there's the flame and everything. If this was like, this is gonna sound ridiculous, but imagine if there was a Christian owned, like gas company. That would be the perfect logo for them. Like if there was like a like not like natural gas guys, like the ones that you actually heat your house with. This would be a good logo for them. The Christian Methodist Episcopal Church. This one looks a little extreme. This is like one of those like again. This looks like a cool Christian place, or like the young Christians went in the '90s. Like you see a Christian that still wore like jean shorts and had spiky hair. This looks like the symbol of the church he would go to, and he'd be like, "Yeah, this church is cool, man." Wesleyan Church, a little bit plain. This just looks like a company. I will just say this looks like a company. The Salvation Army, guys, you guys have dominated the market. I can't say anything bad about this one because I've went to the Salvation Army like as a kid with their summer programs. This logo is just dominated. I've seen so many Salvation Armies. I feel like I will say they could add a cross in here. They could have a small cross somewhere within the shield, and I feel like it would be a little bit more distinguishable and let you know that this is a Christian organization. Because I'm sure there's something people don't, I'm sure most people know that, but there's people out there who don't know that. But yeah, Salvation Army, you guys have oversaturated the market. I can't have any negative things to say. Methodist Church of GB. That's interesting. It's got the cross, but I will say I'm still not a huge fan of this one. I don't know why. It's just this one just isn't hitting as hard. I wish there was. I wish this one was more like the United Methodist Church's symbol, just a little bit more like it. I don't know. Something about the I'm more seeing the four parts than I am the one cross. Uh, United Church of Canada, guys, this is a big improvement from the last one you guys had that just had maple leaves all over it. Uh, it's like it's cool. It does look more like an African tribe symbol than it does like a Christian group. Like I'm not getting, it's not screaming Christianity to me. I guess I'll say that. Uh, Uniting Church of Australia, interesting. I don't know what this bird is. Is this supposed to be like a canary or a cardinal or something? Like I don't know. Is it a cardinal? This looks like a One Piece logo. If if anybody is familiar with the show One Piece, this looks like a pirate logo for one of the random pirate groups that would be around. Um, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it doesn't scream like you're about to go to a church right here. Again, this looks more like we're about to go to the open seas. If you have ate like a magical fruit that gives you superpowers, don't get into the water because you now cannot swim. And if people don't know about One Piece, then they are extremely confused about the last like few sentences I just said, and it sounds like I'm saying nonsense. If you are familiar with One Piece, you're like, wow, that still sounds like nonsense.
In fact, it is the second largest Protestant denomination in the U.S. after the Southern Baptists. However, recently it has experienced another schism, this time over the ordination of gay and lesbian clergy. In
Always.
2022, the more conservative Global Methodist Church was formed. And to date, at least 1,000 congregations have left the United Methodist Church to join
That
it.
that makes sense on why their logo looks so much like the Elden Ring logo. I'm just saying, look at Elden Ring, look at this logo, and you'll be like, this was made in 2022. Some ideas were shared.
The split is still very fresh, so it's yet to be seen where all the chips will fall. Like the Baptists, Black American Methodists formed their own denominations early on. So in the early 1800s in the North, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, or AME, was formed in Philadelphia, and the AME Zion Church was formed in New York. To this day, they have remained separate, but as far as I can tell, there's not a lot of theological differences between the two. Then, after the Civil War, a third Black
Man, they're just being independent.
Methodist denomination was formed, this time in the South. It was originally called the Colored Methodist Episcopal Church, but nowadays is called the Christian Methodist Episcopal Church. Okay,
All right.
also
I like that name a little bit better. I feel like it's a little bit more, inclusive with the Christian Methodist Episcopal Church.
separating from the original Methodist denomination in the U.S. was the Wesleyan Church in 1843 and the Free Methodist Church in 1860. They are both aligned with the Holiness movement, which grew out of the Second and Third Great Awakenings, which I'll talk more about in future episodes. For now, I'll simply point out that these two Methodist denominations are, generally speaking, more conservative than the much larger United Methodist Church. In the UK, the main Methodist denomination was originally known as the Wesleyan Methodist Church. However, there were many smaller denominations that broke off from it to form independent denominations. However, in 1932, most of these merged back with the main denomination to form what is now simply called the Methodist Church of Great Britain. The well-known Salvation Army
that's what GB stands
denomination
for.
has its roots in British Methodism as well, but is aligned more with the Holiness movement. So again, I'll talk more about them in a future episode. However, I do want to mention two other churches that have strong connections to Methodism. First, there's the United Church of Canada, which is the largest Protestant denomination in Canada, which is where I'm from. It formed in 1925 from a merger between three Christian groups in Canada: the Methodists, Presbyterians, and Congregationalists. The Methodists were the largest of the three groups, which is why I've decided to include the United Church of Canada here with the Methodists, rather than with the Reformed churches. Being a Canadian, their logo is something that is immediately recognizable to me, since I see it a lot on church signs. What I didn't know until I started doing research for this video.
This logo looks cooler up, like the closer up you get, but I do still have the same comment for it as previously. It's cool, but it gives me more like it looks like a symbol that you'd have for like a cool African village. Uh, Now, up close, this there are a lot more like I feel like there's more Christian specific things that you relate to with the bird, the bug, the burning bush, Alpha and Omega. So I do get that. I guess it's more like the color scheme, the shape, this cross in them. Um, I will say it feels like there should be like an actual Christian cross somewhere in here, like maybe along these lines here, or like somewhere in the middle. But I understand why this is the thing. It is also football shaped.
Is that 3 of the 4 symbols represent the 3 traditions that merged back in 1925.
Oh,
The
that makes
dove
sense.
is a common symbol used by Methodists. The burning bush is a common symbol used by Presbyterians. And the open Bible represents the Congregationalists. The final symbol, the Alpha and the Omega, is a symbol for Jesus. And the 4 colors used in the design, white, red, yellow, and black, are colors often associated with Indigenous Canadians. In Australia, there is a similar church
Oh.
known as the Uniting Church of Australia. It too formed from a merger between Congregationalists, Presbyterians, and Methodists. I'm not sure if the Methodists make up the largest component in this case, so maybe someone in the comments can let me know. Finally, I want to point out 2 more united churches that I've added to the chart, this time in the Anglican section, as in these 2 cases, it was the Anglicans who were the largest components. In 1927, Anglicans in India became independent as the Church of India, Burma, and Ceylon. However, after the country itself achieved independence, the Anglicans in South India merged with the Methodists, as well as with the South India United Church, which was itself a union of Congregationalists and Presbyterians. The new United Church was called the Church of South India, and to this day it is the largest Protestant denomination in South Asia. The Church of North India was formed later in 1970, but basically it too represents a merger of Anglicans, Methodists, Presbyterians, and Congregationalists. Okay, so that was a look at the Baptists and Methodists, as well as the First Great Awakening. Next time, we'll be covering the Second Great Awakening, which resulted in several new branches on the tree, including the Restorationists, the Latter-day Saints, the Adventists, and the Plymouth Brethren. Thanks for watching.
All right. Guys, another great video from Useful Charts. Again, I came into this already having an idea of Baptists and Methodists and left out with more information. I'm sure I'm going to be even more informed when I check my comment section later on. And yeah, guys, this is a great series. I kind of feel sad that this series is like getting close to the end, I do know that after this, I'm still going to be doing more religious related subjects on Sundays. That's just who I am, how I am, what I want to do with my channel. But obviously, they won't always be Christian. There are other groups out there. I definitely want to make sure I get the Abrahamic religions first. So there's going to be videos on the history of Judaism. I believe, Useful Charts actually has a video series about the Jewish denominations family tree. So I will be doing that series as well. I want to make sure to do something about the Muslim culture and history as well. And then after I'm done with those, then I guess we can just go on any other like monotheistic religions. And after that, we can start going into the multiple gods and, just religions that go across and don't just follow one particular god. But again, that's further down the line. I want to get these done first. Christianity, because that's the group I associate myself with. Judaism, and also the Muslim, you know, just all together, just all three of those. I think it'll be really good to learn about. So, guys, if you thought that this was a good video, drop it down, hit that like button. If you liked what I said, you want to throw in more of your comments, throw them down in the comment section. I love reading the comments, guys, especially on these videos. I feel like I'm always just learning so much every time I read the comment section for these videos. And yeah, subscribe for more because you never know what I'm going to do next, except I just told you what I was going to do next. But you don't know exactly what I'm going to say in those videos. So bam, there's your surprise. So yeah, guys, again, thank you for staying around this long. If you're listening to this part, you're just listening to me ramble on, and you know, just trying to figure out a good actual point and how I feel about the end of this video. Again, I love the video. I think all these videos are great, but I had a lot of thoughts in it. You guys already heard those thoughts during the video, of course. But yeah, this is truly the part where I'm rambling. So guys, as always, I appreciate you. If you made it this far, you know I love you. If you don't, then hey, come here. Get a little closer. I love you. You're a good person. You're good. So yeah, as always, with that being said, like, comment, subscribe, and bye. All right, and we are back. And today we are back with episode 6 of the Christian Denominations Family Tree series by Useful Charts. And this one is going to be about something that I know absolutely nothing about. The only thing I know about these subjects are honestly the episode of South Park and yeah, that's about it. So this one's going to be Mormons, Adventists, and Jehovah Witnesses. I may know a small amount about Jehovah Witnesses, but Mormons, it is literally the South Park creators have influenced everything I know about Mormons, Adventists, and, again, Jehovah Witnesses. I'm not as familiar with, like, in that nature, but I've just kind of, like, looked up a little bit about, like, Jehovah Witnesses and how they kind of got started, and like about the whole, like, I think there's like only like 4,800 people or something that get into heaven, or it's a crazy, it's a number that's like under 10,000. So like if somebody can explain that to me in the comments, that would be incredible as well. So yeah, guys, remember, like, comment, subscribe, not only to this channel but to Useful Charts. If you're coming to me from Useful Charts, welcome. Remember, like, comment, subscribe. We're here. We're a family. We're slowly but surely growing. But also, guys, if you're just watching my channel and you like my reactions, make sure you go check out the full video from Useful Charts. Link will be down below. He makes incredible videos, and it's really... I'm very close to getting one of these charts, guys. So keep liking, keep commenting, keep subscribing, and pretty soon you will see one of these charts behind me here. So also remember, guys, here's the serious part though. If you don't like, comment, or subscribe to the channel, remember, YouTube will come through that door, and they will. Episode 6. Mormons, Adventists, and Jehovah Witnesses.
Hi, this is Matt. Welcome to episode 6 in my series on the family tree of Christian denominations. Last time I talked about the First Great Awakening and how it led to the creation of the Methodist Church, as well as to tremendous growth among the Baptists. Today, we're therefore going to look at the Second Great Awakening, which resulted in many more new branches on the tree, including the Stone Campbell movement, the Latter-day Saints, also known as Mormons, the Adventists, which I will argue include the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Plymouth Brethren, and the beginnings of the Holiness movement. Although I converted to Judaism as an adult, the church that I grew up in is located on one of these branches, so I'm excited to talk about that part in particular.
Wow.
I'm going to skip talking about any minor
We about to learn about the man himself a little bit. I like this. This is going to be interesting.
Changes that I've made to the chart this time because we're nearing the end, and therefore in the next episode I'll point out all the final revisions that I've made. So, in other words, this is your last chance to make any suggestions based on previous episodes, or this one.
Ooh.
Do keep in mind that because of limited space, I cannot include every single denomination out there. Since the market for this poster is primarily the English-speaking world, I have admittedly focused more on denominations from the US, the UK, and Canada. If you can think of any denomination that is missing and that comes from one of these countries and has at least 250,000 members, do point it out in the comments. And if there's any...
Guys, can you guys think of any? I mean, it is too late because he's already created the chart and this video is a little bit older and I'm just coming into it. But if you guys have any suggestions on any religions that or any denominations that he missed, throw them down in my comments. I want to see what they are. I'm just very curious, guys. Yeah, there's no reason. I'm not going to do anything with the information outside of be like, wow, that's really cool information. I'm going to like the comment and I'm going to be, tell you how appreciative I am of you dropping the comment. It will not be used in any resources whatsoever as far as useful charts.
Denomination from anywhere in the world that has at least 1 million members, I'll consider adding them too. So as I mentioned last time, the First Great Awakening marked the beginning of what's known as evangelical Christianity, a type of Christianity that is more focused on the individual conversion experience. The Second Great Awakening occurred about 100 years later and continued along the same theme. However, the Second Great Awakening was different in a few key ways. First of all, whereas the First Great Awakening occurred in both the UK and the US, the Second Great Awakening was mostly limited to the US. Also, during the First Great Awakening, it was mostly existing Christians who were involved. People may have had a new conversion experience or even decided to switch denominations, but in most cases, they were Christians to begin with. In contrast, the Second Great Awakening saw many more non-Christians convert to Christianity for the very first time. This is because by then, the world had changed. Whereas in the early 1700s, almost all American settlers were Christians, by the early 1800s, there were many who were not, mostly due to the spread of Enlightenment ideas. Finally, whereas the First Great Awakening was a continuation of the Protestant Reformation, in that it mostly sought to reform and change the church, the Second Great Awakening was quite different. This time, many of the new churches saw the old churches as entirely misguided, and were instead attempting to restore the original, quote-unquote, true church. For this reason, many of the groups that we are going to talk about today do not consider themselves to be Protestants, but rather restorationists. Note that sometimes the term restorationism is used exclusively to refer to the churches that grew out of the Stone Campbell movement, whereas sometimes it is instead used for groups such as the Latter-day Saints and the Jehovah's Witnesses. Let's start with the Stone Campbell restorationists, named after two of the earliest preachers associated with the Second Great Awakening, Barton Stone and Thomas Campbell, both of whom were originally Presbyterians. These two men and their followers felt that the...
I'll be honest, this Barton Stone looks like... he just gives me that energy if he's like a nice guy, while Thomas Campbell gives me the vibe of like, I'm not going to say he's a mean guy, but he looks strict. Like, obviously, they seem like they both be good people or whatever. Like, I don't know them as individuals. Let's be honest here. But first impressions, this guy looks like he's about to tell me a joke, like Mr. Stone's over here. Like, hey, I remember you. Here's the joke. Mr. Campbell will be the guy who's like, hey, did you make sure to read that chapter I told you about? Did you read the book? All right, don't come to me unless you read the book. Yes. I don't know why, but that is the vibe I'm getting from these two gentlemen.
Church had lost its way, and they wanted to return to a more primitive form of Christianity, something closer to what the original first century church would have looked like. Those who followed Barton Stone simply called themselves Christians, whereas those who followed Thomas Campbell, and then later his son Alexander Campbell, called themselves disciples of Christ. Eventually, the two groups realized that they had a lot in common, and therefore they merged in 1832. However, in 1906, this united group ended up dividing in two. Those who
No.
believed that instruments should not be used in worship became known as Churches of Christ, whereas those who were okay with instruments became known as Christian churches. But the Christian churches eventually split into as well in 1968, with the more liberal branch adopting a denominational structure and becoming known as the Christian Church, and in parentheses, Disciples of Christ, and the more conservative branch remaining as a loose network of congregations that use either the name Christian Church or Church of Christ. Now, one of the things I like about the various groups that came out of the Second Great Awakening is that many of them have produced some really cool charts, such as this one, made in 1982. Even though I don't agree with the message of this chart, from a design point of view, I think it's pretty great. What we have here is something similar to the Trail of Blood chart I showed in the last episode. Once again, we have the idea that the majority of Christians have strayed from the one true Church of Christ, starting first with the Roman Catholic and Greek Orthodox churches, followed by the various Protestant denominations. But note here all the little arrows going from the Protestant churches towards the Restoration movement. These represent the churches who were part of the original Stone Campbell movement. However, the person who made this chart is trying to make the point that even most of those churches have since fallen away as well, including the Disciples of Christ, the Christian Church, and a group that he calls the Sectarian Churches of Christ.
The crazy part about this says heaven right here. So like, this is like the Church of Christ. It's like people going straight to heaven. Obviously, you see the people, these things here. This is doom. And like, there's a lot of groups that are like still going like, come on, they're saying that all the Roman and Greek Catholics, pretty much all Catholics, are just going straight to doom. I'm not about to agree with this. This is a wild chart right here. This is the part I don't like the most about this chart. It's just saying like, oh yeah, we're definitely the ones here. We're on the right path. All these other people that believe pretty much like all the stuff we agree with, I won't say everything. You have a lot of things that you're more agreeing on the subjects than you would disagree on most subjects, and you still put them in the doom category. Like, come on, man. I wouldn't really want them to put anyone in the doom category. Because, I feel like everyone has the opportunity to still be saved. But that's a lot of people you're putting in the doom category, bro. Like, what is going on here? Like, what is happening right now? I understand why he doesn't agree with this chart. I also don't agree with this chart.
Now, before I move on, since I now have the Disciples of Christ on the chart, I can finally point out the 7 churches that in the U.S. are considered to be the 7 mainline denominations. These are the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, the Episcopal Church, the Presbyterian Church USA, the United Church of Christ, the United Methodist Church, the American Baptist Churches USA, and the Disciples of Christ. Mainline churches are kind of the opposite of evangelical churches. Generally speaking, mainline churches are older and more liturgical, meaning that they are more focused on carrying out the traditional elements of the weekly service and taking care of their existing members, rather than on going out and trying to convert others. And generally speaking, they are also considered more liberal, in that they're more likely to see some parts of the Bible as being symbolic rather than literal. They also tend to be more concerned with social justice issues, rather than questions about who is or is not going to heaven. Finally, note that mainline doesn't mean the same thing as mainstream. The word mainstream is more broad, meaning dominant or conventional, whereas the term mainline comes from the fact that these 7 churches were the kind of churches that you would find in towns along the main railway line in early America. Okay, let's.
So I guess this is more like a random thing I'm thinking about right now, but like when they're talking about like conservative and liberal churches, I guess what they're talking about is like, and I just want to make sure I'm on the right path here, so I don't like get this confused in the future or anything. But like they're really just talking about like, okay, not everything is like a bona fide fact in the Bible here. Is like some of these things were created by people, and there's fallacies in some of the things, and maybe we don't always agree on every single structure that the original church stood on. And then like a more conservative churches are just like, hey, this is what it says, this is what we've been doing, this is what we're going to continue to do. Um, and I guess even some of them may go and be like, well, we do all that, but then there's that one specific thing, and then there's going to be another conservative group that comes out of that that's like, no, you guys changed that one thing. We got to go back to we're more conservative than you are. So is that kind of how it is? If someone can just explain that, yay or nay, or uh, drop a paragraph down in there, or hit me, guys. Get it down, answer it if you can. If not, I still appreciate you guys.
Now move on to the next major group to come out of the Second Great Awakening, the Latter-day Saints, aka the Mormons. Now, it used to be that the main LDS denomination embraced the term Mormon and encouraged their own people to use it. However, in more recent years, they have actually reversed course, and they are now trying to distance themselves from that term, instead promoting the use of Latter-day Saints, or LDS. Note that going forward, I'll be using both terms. Out of respect for their preference, I'll be using LDS whenever I talk about the main denomination, but Mormon for the movement as a whole, including its earliest followers. But before I jump into it, let me address the elephant in the room. Are Mormons Christians? Well, for my purposes here, that's the wrong question to ask. Since I am approaching this whole project from an academic perspective rather than a faith-based perspective, the only question that I'm interested in is, do they belong on this chart? And to me, the answer to that is yes. Because if we want to go down the road of are, fill in the blank, Christians, we are going to run into a lot of problems. Because there are a lot of groups on this chart already who don't see other groups on this chart as being Christians. For example, some Protestants don't see Catholics as being Christians, and some Catholics don't see Protestants as being Christians. There are even Baptists who don't see other Baptists as being Christians, and so on. However, I do want to say this. If I were to come up with a criteria for distinguishing mainstream Christianity from groups that are more on the fringe, I would use the definition of Nicene Christianity as my measuring stick. In episode 1, I pointed out that originally there were many different types of Christianity, but that eventually one particular type came to dominate, the type known as Nicene Christianity, based on what was decided at the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE. Up to now, pretty much every group that we have discussed, whether they be Catholic, Orthodox, or Protestant, have fit under the category of Nicene Christianity, at least traditionally. The only exception I can think of would be perhaps the Quakers, especially the more liberal streams. But now that we have reached the Mormons, this is no longer the case. The main LDS church is quite clearly non-Nicene when it comes to their theology. What this means is that they reject the traditional concept of the Trinity. Instead of seeing God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit as being one, the LDS church sees them as being 3 distinct beings. So in order to highlight the various non-Nicene churches as they come up on this chart, I've decided to indicate them by placing them in this special area here.
All right, this is a good little. I like this. So one good lesson. I did not know about this as far as like these churches here not being part of the Nicene Creed. But also, guys, you already know what time it is. This is a great time for me to just go ahead and do a quick little judgment on these symbols here, guys. And I know there may be some people who don't enjoy this part, but I'll be honest. I'm not one of them. This is one of my favorite parts of these videos. And I know there are people out there who also enjoy this part as well. And I'm doing it for you guys, but also for me, but for you. It's for us. We're doing this together, guys. So remember, drop your selection out of these in the comments below. But let's get started with this, guys. Let's get started with this. Christian Church, Disciples of Christ. You started off good with the wine glass. I'll be honest. You had a good start. You lost me with this cross because it looks way too much like an X. Like, if you guys just like make one of these lines shorter, like one of these cross sections shorter, it'll may come off better. But also it's the angle. You guys should like make it like a regular cross here. It's too hip. The design is too hip and flashy. You got lost in the sauce. Don't know what to tell you. You tried it. I respect it. You missed. It's a flop. Uh, Community of Christ. Let's be honest with this, guys. This is kind of sweet. I will say I wish this lion was better. I wish this lion looked a little bit more like distinct and stuff. Like look at this. Look at this goat. Look at the shepherd. Easily you could tell. This lion, you may think it was like just a boulder or a rock or something at first. So you got to like really look at the lion. It's like you're like 90% of the way there. Let's see. The Adventist Christian Church. You know what? I kind of like it. I will say I'm not a huge fan of the actual fish. Like, look how cool the cross looks in the back, and like, look at the globe, and then look how plain this fish is. It's not even like a traditional, like, oh, this is your classic kid drawing a fish thing. Like, this is kind of like, it's kind of like a bad fish. It's not like a great fish. Like, I'm not saying it's got to be like a whole CGI fish or nothing, but like, make it a little bit more rounded or something. Like, give it a bigger fish tail. Make it a more traditional, fish. Or just put a photo of a fish there or something. Like, not a photo, but like you guys know what I mean. Like, you can just draw a fish there. That's not going to be too difficult. Uh, Let me just get this. Can we go back a little bit for the 7-day Adventist one? 7-day Adventist Church. I do like this one. I wish the coloring was a little bit better because it's just hard to tell. Like if you guys had a little bit of red in there with the flame coming off the cross and from the Bible, like just one other color would have really made this one pop off. Like, and I love black. Black and white go together, but black, white, and then one other color to like really hit the outlines on this. Man, that would have been sweet. That would have been it would have been the best one. I'll be honest. Uh, Church of Church of Jesus Christ of Latter Day Saints. Is that? I'm not saying that right. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter Day Saints. Maybe I did. I don't know. That sounds it sounds weird coming off the tongue for the first time. I would say that's why you guys changed it to LDS because that is a weird. It's like a weird way to say it when you're like not used to saying it. This looks cool. I will say it's a little plain. Like as intricate and detailed as it is when you're like looking at this section, then it just immediate drop off of just like straight up white, just like nothingness. But like even the background here of like the black or the blue is pretty good. Like I like that. Maybe some lettering or some wording to let me know what this is, because without it, I feel like I'm just at an art museum. Speaking of art museums, Jehovah Witnesses, what are you guys doing? Come on, come on, Jehovah Witnesses. Like this just looks like like an organization, a website for like a charity or something, or like it looks like this is the website for where I can find this artwork. I don't know if that makes sense, but it looks like if I go to this website, I can download this photo. I kind of want to download this photo. So, I don't know. That's just how I feel about that. Church of God, Seventh Day. Uh, I'm not a huge fan of this one. This one looks too much like a logo for a actual company, but like a company that sells stuff or does something over the computer. This is definitely just like the logo of someone who does computer related stuff. Not a huge fan. It's like I can't even tell if it's church related or not. United Church of God. Okay, okay. Let's see. It's a little hard to read. I'll be honest. This is a little difficult to read. They need a cross. They need to add a cross in there somewhere so people can know what this is all about. Yeah, just looks a little too confusing. I would think this is like a World Health Organization thing. Like this is something that they're trying to get to like help people in certain countries to make sure that they're okay after like a disaster or something. This is like what the European Union uses to make sure that other countries know that like, hey, America's not the only places that goes in and helps other countries or whatever people think that America does. Let's see. Grace Communications. What? Grace Communion International. Okay. I'm being ridiculous. I do know how to read. I am not a huge fan of this one, but it is easy to read and it's simple. It's straight to the point, straightforward. So I do give it credit for that. The more I look at it, the more I kind of enjoy it. I'm giving it a thumbs up. I like it. It's not the best. It's not the best. I would say none of these were like the best out of. Like this one was the best. Like the LDS is the best. I'll be honest. Seventh Day Adventist had so much potential though. It could have been. Even the Christian church disciples of Christ had a lot of potential. They just kind of fumbled the bag right there. This one, a lot of potential. Fumbled the bag right there. They all had so much potential except this one, which this one honestly from the start just kind of reminded me of a tech company, but also like a company that like sells technical tools and like I don't even think they do the manufacturing. They're just doing the selling of them, and maybe like the tech support to help once issues arrive with the tools that they sell. So yeah, guys, that was that. Comment below how you feel about those ratings.
I've decided to indicate them by placing them in this special area here. Okay, so I've already done a fairly lengthy video about the Book of Mormon, both from an internal perspective as well as from an external perspective.
What? Guys, I didn't see this video. Guys, let's hit a let go right now. Give me 10, no, 12 12 likes on this video by next Sunday, and this will be added onto the list. Actually, I'm throwing a challenge. I need those likes by Saturday, by this following Saturday, so we can get this done, guys. 12 likes. You can do it.
I won't go into all the details again. Instead, I'll just review the basics. If you want to learn more, I'll leave a link to that previous video in the description. Basically, it all starts with a man named Joseph Smith, who claimed to have found and miraculously translated an ancient document called the Book of Mormon. LDS see this book as a third testament, equal in authority to the Old and New Testaments. It contains an account of how a group of Israelites traveled to the Americas over 2,000 years before Columbus, and then how Jesus visited the descendants of those people after he was crucified over in Judea. Remember, the United States was a very young country in the days of Joseph Smith, and the U.S.
So I will say, South Park was mostly right about their description of this, I guess, then. The detail that I missed out on is that he told the Israelites to go there thousands of years beforehand, and then after he was crucified, he came back and showed himself. That's the part that I was missing. Uh, Also, this artwork, I do enjoy artwork like this. It is so funny how none of these people, when you look at them closely, look like they're from like Central South America or Central America or any native parts of they don't look Native American. They look pretty European, I will say. Uh, the Jesus himself looks so European. It's crazy. You would never think he was from the Middle East. Look at that. And like, come on, guy, look at this guy. Look at this lady. And come on, look at this lady. Look, who is this lady? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Come on, guys. Come on.
Was on the other side of the world to the places where the events in the Bible took place. So you can see why a new set of scriptures that expanded the biblical story to include the Americas was very appealing. Originally, Joseph Smith simply called his church the Church of Christ, although this was later changed to the Church of Latter-day Saints, and then later still to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. However, in 1844, when Joseph Smith was just 38, he was assassinated, resulting in the movement splitting into several groups. The largest group, and the one that kept the original name, was led by a man named Brigham Young. He moved his group from Illinois all the way to what is now Utah, where he founded Salt Lake City. You can see from this map that today, most LDS are concentrated in this same area. Worldwide, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has about 17 million members. The second largest Mormon group was originally called the RLDS, standing for Reorganized Latter-day Saints. And from 1860 to 1914, it was led by Joseph Smith's eldest son, Joseph Smith III. However, in 2001, it changed its name to the Community of Christ. It differs from the main LDS church in that A, it is actually quite liberal, and B, its theology is Nicene. The final Mormon church I want to point out is quite the opposite. It is the FLDS, which stands for Fundamentalist Latter-day Saints. Originally, the main LDS church was known for practicing polygamy, which allows one man to have many wives. Although the main
I think we've all heard about that one, guys. Am I right? Like, is that like one of the very few things that we all know about, like the LDS, is that they had polygamy and stuff? Like, that is literally one of the very few things I know about that.
LDS Church put an end to this practice in 1890. The FLDS, which is a splinter group, formally established in 1984, continues to practice polygamy in a very extreme fashion.
Guys, I'm sorry. That was the FLDS that does this. Do not go out there saying that LDS supports this. That is not true. The FLDS, which is a separate thing, is doing this. It is. Why do they only have so many pastel colors? Like, and did they only have one hairstyle available? It's like, this is kind of just like copy and paste over here. I don't know about this, guys. I don't know.
Fashion, which is why its current leader is now in prison. Okay, let's now talk about the Adventists. I grew up in the Worldwide Church of God, which is located on this branch of the tree, so I've been looking forward to covering this section. The word Advent refers to the arrival of someone or something, which is why you'll often hear it used around Christmas time. Christmas being a celebration of the advent or arrival of Jesus. However, the Adventists do not get their name because they are focused on the original arrival of Jesus. They get their name because they are focused on the second arrival of Jesus, or in other words, on looking forward to his return. The movement began with a man named William Miller, who taught that Jesus was going to return in the year 1843, although this was later revised to 1844. He came up with this date based on several
Okay.
sets of numbers from the Bible, most of which were taken from the book of Daniel. Let me share with you just a few of them. In
Yeah.
Daniel,
I would love to see this math that's going to happen right now because what made him think of that date? That is the most random
chapter 9, it
1844.
mentions a period of 49 years, followed by
Okay.
a period of 434 years, followed by a
Okay.
period of 7 years. In
Guys, make sure you got your calculators out. Make sure you have your calculator out because I'm not going to put one out right now.
the middle of which
I'm also
something
not going to do the math in
important
my
would
head at
happen.
this moment.
Miller interpreted the start of each period as the date when a decree was made for the Jewish temple to be rebuilt, which he calculated to be 457 BCE, the date when it was finished, 408 BCE, and the date when Jesus began his ministry, 27 CE. Halfway through that final period, Jesus was crucified, so it all seemed to fit. Then there's a verse in Daniel chapter 8 that mentions a period of 2,300 years. Miller once again started with 457 BCE and used it to argue that 1844 was therefore the year when Jesus would return. Now, there were some other calculations involved as well, but this gives you the basic idea. The important thing is that during the late 1830s and early 1840s, a bunch of people in America started to get really excited, thinking that the world was actually about to end. But obviously,
Dang.
in 1844,
That's just like that whole 2012 thing, guys. Remember that? The craziest thing is that was supposed to happen December 21st of 2012. As some of you may know, my birthday is December 21st. So like there was times as a child where I really had to tell myself like, wait, no, you're not going to die on your birthday. Now, to be fair, life is random and I don't know how I'm going to go. If it happens on my birthday, it would be crazy. But I have to let myself know that the world isn't going to end on my birthday. I don't believe. Especially not because of like, the whole like people misinterpreting the Mayans and stuff. Like that's not even what that calendar thing was all about. So, yeah, I just had one of those like, just it hit me like it flashed back to like, man, remember being like, thinking that you're not gonna be 22 years old or something because, the world's ending December 21st, 2012. Like, God, Jesus, come on, guys, don't do me like this.
the world did not end. This led to what's been called the Great Disappointment. At this point, most of Miller's followers simply left the movement, but others stayed and tried to work out some sort of explanation for why Jesus hadn't returned. Those who stayed eventually fell into two main camps. On one side, there were those who felt that Miller had simply gotten his date wrong. They therefore came up with a new date, and then another new date, and so on, with many eventually falling back on a position of, he's coming soon, but we don't know exactly when. On the other side, there were those who felt that Miller
So just like everyone else, just like every other Christian group who believes that he's coming back, like, yeah, it's gonna happen, you just don't know when. None of us do. It's ain't that like in the Bible of like not being able to predict when things are gonna happen? Like we don't know. It's all in his plan, not ours.
had been right, in a sense, and that Jesus did sort of come back in 1844, but just not quite as expected. I'll come back to that idea in a moment, but first I want to mention something else that some Adventists became known for, and that is Sabbatarianism, which is the practice of meeting on Saturday, like Jews,
Oh,
instead of on Sunday, like most
yeah.
Christians. Although note that the Seventh-day Adventists use the term Seventh Day rather than Saturday, because technically the seventh day starts on Friday at sundown. The idea to observe the Sabbath was actually inherited from a very small group of Baptists, known as the Seventh-day Baptists, who had been meeting on Saturday since the 1600s. But not all Adventists are Seventh-day Adventists. There is also a small group of First-day Adventists, known as the Advent Christian Church. And then there's the Jehovah's Witnesses, a very well-known group with around 8 million members worldwide. While they don't see themselves as being Adventists, I would argue that they do belong to this part of the tree. Originally known simply as Bible students, they were founded by Charles Russell, who taught that 1914 was the year that the world would end. Once again, the world did not actually end in that year, but to this day, the Jehovah's Witnesses believe that 1914 marked the beginning of the quote-unquote last days. Like the Mormons, their theology is non-Nicene, and in this case, it's quite similar to a very old type of Christianity called Arianism, which was mentioned in episode 1. Basically, they believe that Jesus was created by God, rather than being...
I remember this graph. I liked this graph because I was like, this kind of looks like a person saying like, wow. This is a hilarious graph.
They also prefer to call God Jehovah because they...
Also, I'm pretty sure this graph made for a pretty good like thumbnail. So like, guys, don't be surprised if I have a thumbnail of me looking like I'm saying something important, like, but it's just like over this, you know, it's just going to be like me just looking at something random being like thumbnail. So yeah, if that's the thumbnail, then I apologize in advance.
They believe that that's how these 4 letters should be pronounced. Note that they're probably wrong though, as most scholars believe that they should be pronounced closer to this. For now, let's move on to the largest Adventist group, the Seventh-day Adventists, who currently have about 22 million members worldwide. It was founded by these 4 individuals. But out of these 4, the most important was arguably Ellen G. White, because she was considered to have been a prophet, or more accurately, a prophetess. She was known for having visions and ended up writing over 150 books. One of the unique doctrines that she espoused was that something important did happen in 1844. According to Seventh-day Adventist theology, there exists in heaven a temple similar to the physical one that used to exist in Jerusalem. This temple has 2 main rooms, the Holy Place and the Holy of Holies. According to Ellen G. White and other early Adventists, in 1844, Jesus moved from the heavenly holy place into the heavenly Holy of Holies, where he began a process known as the investigative judgment, whereby he started to make his final determination on who's a true Christian and who is not. Now, not all Sabbath-observing Adventists agreed with the teachings of Ellen G. White. Eventually, those that didn't formed a much smaller denomination known as the Church of God Seventh Day. It was from this church that Herbert W. Armstrong split. He went on to form the Worldwide Church of God, which is the non-Nicene church that I was raised in. Although relatively small, it became well known during the 60s, 70s, and 80s for producing the Plain Truth magazine, as well as the World Tomorrow television show. Now, growing up in the Worldwide Church of God, I had no knowledge of anyone named William Miller, but basically Herbert Armstrong was just recycling many of Miller's ideas. For example, here's one of Miller's original charts. My church talked about a lot of the same things, stuff taken from Daniel and Revelation. It just used updated images. The one unique thing that Armstrong added to the mix was...
I'll be honest, this, as cool as this is, this one actually hits me as like a little bit of a cooler image. It's just like the presence of it is great. But this one actually is cool. Like, this is a freaking Triceratops on here. Is there a person writing this? Hold on now. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. This is way cooler. There's a person on the back of this writing this thing. That's actually awesome.
British Israelism, a topic that I've discussed in a previous video. Again, I'll leave a link to that in the description. However, in the mid-90s, something interesting happened within the Worldwide Church of God. It gave up all of its non-mainstream ideas and embraced Nicene Christianity instead. And it eventually changed its name to Grace Communion International, which is what it's known by today. Of course, lots of members didn't agree with these changes, so a good chunk of them formed a new church called the United Church of God, which is basically the same as the old Worldwide Church of God. Now, before I move on, a quick note about my personal journey, because I get asked about it a lot. After having grown up in the Worldwide Church of God and having been in that church during the time of its doctrinal changes, I ended up attending an Assemblies of God church as well as an Anglican church while living overseas. But then, while working on my PhD thesis about atheists, I myself became an atheist, or more of an agnostic, actually. Then I married my wife, who is Jewish. A few years later, I started to become interested in Judaism after learning that it was actually quite different from what I thought it was. In particular, I liked how it encouraged doubt and questioning at the same time as maintaining a basic faith in God. There was also the fact that I was already familiar with many Jewish customs because the Worldwide Church of God had integrated many of those into its belief system. So overall, it seemed a good fit. After a year of study, which is required for all Jewish converts, I converted. So nowadays, I am a Jew. Although, because I attended several different Christian churches in the past and have an undergraduate degree in Christian theology plus a PhD in religious studies, I'm still able to teach about Christianity from an academic perspective, like I'm doing in this series. Okay, one last thing about the Adventist branch. I want to point out these guys here, the Branch Davidians. Although a very small group, they are well known because in 1993, their leader, David Koresh, had a standoff with the FBI in Waco, Texas, that
Oh,
ended
wow.
in the deaths of 86 people, including Koresh, 47 of his adult followers, 28 children, and 4 law enforcement officers. The event took place just a few months before I myself left for Texas to attend the Worldwide Church of God's college there. My friends, knowing that I belonged to a strange church, joked that I must be part of the Waco group. Well, strangely, while I didn't realize it at the time, there was actually a connection between my church and David Koresh's group. Both traced their roots back to William Miller. The Branch Davidians are actually a branch that split off from the Davidians, who themselves split off from the Seventh-day Adventists. Also known as the Shepherd's Rod, the Davidians are not well known. But luckily, Joshua over at Ready to Harvest has done a video today
Wow.
all about them. So after you finish this video, be sure to head over there and check that out. Okay, so there's one more branch that I want to talk about before I go. That's the Plymouth Brethren, who are different from the Anabaptist Brethren that I mentioned in episode 4. They originated in the UK as a split from Anglicanism, but ended up influencing American Christianity in a major way, even though they themselves remained a relatively small, unstructured group. This is because it was the founder of the Exclusive Brethren, John Nelson Darby, who became the father of dispensationalism. Dispensationalism is a theological framework that spread throughout American Christianity in the early 1900s and remains popular in many churches today, especially among the Baptists and Pentecostals. One of my all-time favorite chart makers is the Baptist dispensationalist Clarence Larkin. He made hundreds of hand-drawn charts like this one, which remind me a lot of what I was taught during my childhood. But it's this one that I want to take a closer look at because it nicely sums up what dispensationalism is all about. Basically, the idea is that human history can be divided into 6 dispensations, with one more to come, a dispensation being a kind of legal structure. So first, there was innocence, which is what Adam and Eve lived under. This was followed by personal conscience, which lasted up until the flood. Then there's human government up to Abraham, a family-based dispensation during the patriarchal period, and then the law, from Moses to Jesus. According to dispensationalists, we are currently living under the church-based dispensation. But soon, Jesus will return, ushering in the final dispensation, in which the world will be recreated as God intended it to be. Now, before I go, I should mention that the
That sounds pretty
holiness
cool, I'll be
movement
honest.
started during the Second Great Awakening as well. But since it continued on during the Third Great Awakening, I'm going to wait and cover it in the next episode, along with the Pentecostals and Charismatics. Okay, so that was a lot of history to cover in one
It
episode.
was.
Like I say, though, this is my favorite period in church history. So if there's anything you want me to return to in a future video, let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
Guys, and as always, this was a great video. I learned way more than I ever learned about Mormons and Jehovah Witnesses. Uh, that's actually pretty cool. Um, Obviously, their numbers weren't accurate as far as when the world was going to end, but luckily they weren't, because if they weren't, I wouldn't be here right now. You wouldn't be here right now, and I don't know. I guess we'd be in heaven. I don't know what that means for people who haven't been born yet. But yeah, guys. Yeah. What else did I learn today? I think the Adventist one was a pretty interesting. I feel like that one went a little bit quicker than the other ones, but I did enjoy learning about like the Mormons. A little strange with the whole John Smith thing and the translating a Bible thing, but also learning about Matt himself was actually pretty cool. Like, learning that he went from being like somebody who was in more of a, I would say, more of a fringe group, and then going to converting to atheism, but then going and converting into Judaism, because he's still like mentally, like, I think your mental state is part of it, because obviously he seemed like he was a guy who was more curious, just like naturally, just naturally more of a curious guy. Obviously, he loved charts even growing up, and between the charts and different things, he, still had that interest. But then he also just had that interest in theology, and that didn't stop him from, one, becoming atheist, and then two, switching that up to become Jewish. And it's because he still had that curiosity and that thirst for knowledge, and he actually explored that. So I'm currently on my journey. I don't know where this is going to go. I do know there is a car in the parking lot, and it is honking. The alarm is going like off like crazy. It just stopped, guys. So with that being said, I think that alarm was a sign. What was that sign? That sign was for me to go ahead and say thank you. If anyone is watching this video up to this part, I really want to thank you. I appreciate you. You are vital to the success of this channel. But also, it's just really nice to know that, you guys care about the ramblings that I say after the video, because I know you guys want to watch the videos, but you guys are on this channel watching them for me, because for some reason you guys also enjoy me. And I think that's pretty cool, because I enjoy you guys. So before we go off just enjoying each other too much, let's go ahead and end it here. I'm really just ranting on, guys. That car part kind of got me. So as always, guys, thank you. I appreciate you, and bye. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with another episode from Useful Charts. This is actually episode 7 of the Christian Denominations Family Tree series. This time we're going to be going over Pentecostals and Charismatics. I've never heard of them before, but that sounds pretty interesting. I have heard of Pentecostals, and I can't wait to figure out what they're, that's going on there. But yeah, guys, if you haven't already, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to this channel, as well as to Useful Charts. Make sure if you're coming here from Useful Charts, which most likely you're already a Useful Charts fan, then make sure you like, comment, subscribe. And if you're one of my fans and you're just figuring out about Useful Charts, make sure you go to them, like, comment, subscribe, comment that I sent you there, see if he'll subscribe back to me. I think that'll be really cool. So yeah, guys, with that being said, oh wait, no, I didn't say the more important part. Yeah, because the most important part is that the serious thing. The serious part is, if you don't like, comment, or subscribe to the videos, YouTube will come through that door. And even though this is a Christian video, they will. Pentecostals and Charismatics, this is Christian Denominations Family Tree series.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Welcome to episode 7 in my series on Christian denominations. I had originally planned for this to be the last episode, but after adding everything to the chart that I wanted to add, I decided that I'm going to need an episode 8 as well. So in today's video, I'm going to cover the Holiness Movement, as well as the Pentecostals and Charismatics. And then in the final video, I'm going to cover a bunch of miscellaneous topics, such as Christian Science, African-initiated denominations, Chinese house churches, and Messianic Jews.
Interesting.
So this gives you one last chance to make any comments that might impact the final design of the chart. Unfortunately, this also means that I've had to delay the official launch of the poster to June 23rd. That's when episode 8 will come out and when you'll finally be able to place your order.
Guys, it is already past that time. Feel free to go out and purchase your useful charts chart for this now. And I will be looking forward to getting mine soon.
Now, before I dive into today's topic, I want to show you how you can do some research into your own family tree, and in particular, how you can find out which denominations your ancestors belong to. This is actually fairly easy to do, thanks to today's sponsor, MyHeritage. You can begin by making a simple tree using the names of your parents and grandparents. MyHeritage will then help you grow your tree.
Now, guys, if you are familiar with my channel, you kind of know how I feel about sponsors. Unfortunately, they're not sponsoring my channel, but I do still want you guys to go support them. MyHeritage seems really cool. MyHeritage will allow you guys to figure out not only your family tree, but hopefully your family religious background as well. That's a really cool resource. It looks like you're going, you're just putting in names and then you're going all the way back. Look, we're figuring out about Mr. Baker's family now. This is really cool information. And then you also get the more detailed information to research this person, and you get to learn about their entire life. Like, look at this gentleman's family member here, John Andrew Baker. This guy seems like he led a good life here, and yeah, you can figure out exactly where they were, where they were born, or circa era they were born in, the district, and, all the fun stuff there. You get to see a photo of their actual, their registration, just letting people know that they are residents at that location. This is really good stuff. And you get a 14-day free trial. 14-day and 50% off a premium membership after that. You're kind of losing money if you don't do it. So guys, make sure you check it out. Again, the link to his channel will be in the, down below in the description. And I'm sure he has a link with maybe additional savings. I don't know.
Description or pinned comment.
Go to his description and pinned comment and take a look at that. Take a look at that information. It seems really cool. MyHeritage, guys.
Talked about the Second Great Awakening, which gave rise to the Restorationists, Mormons, Millerites, and Plymouth Brethren. This time I'm going to talk about the Third Great Awakening, which mostly grew out of the Holiness Movement, which in turn grew out of the Methodists. As I mentioned in episode 5, one of the distinct features of Methodism is the idea of a second work of grace, also known as entire sanctification. According to Methodists, this is the process by which a Christian is transformed into becoming a more perfect and holy person. Now, initially, this was understood to be a gradual process. In other words, it was something that occurred slowly over time. However, in the mid-1800s, some Methodists, such as the female preacher Phoebe Palmer, started promoting the idea that entire sanctification can also occur instantaneously. This marked the beginning of the Holiness Movement, which initially started as a movement within the Methodist Church, but then eventually resulted in the creation of new denominations. The earliest holiness denomination was the Wesleyan Methodist Church. It was formed in the U.S. in 1841, when the main Methodist Church failed to take a firm stand against slavery. The new denomination also became a strong supporter of women in ministry. In fact, it was the president of the Wesleyan Methodist Church who ordained Antoinette Brown Blackwell, the first female minister in the United States. The second holiness denomination was the Free Methodist Church, formed in the U.S. in 1860. It too broke away from the main Methodist Church, this time over several issues, one of which was the practice of renting the best pews to the rich. Then in 1865, over in the
Well, shout outs to them. I will be honest. They sound like they have some good morals to them. I definitely support the whole stance against slavery, I'm not sure if you guys, know this just based off looking at me, but I'm actually against slavery. Yeah, I don't support it whatsoever as a African American. Uh, I'm pretty against slavery. It's like one of the things I say all the time to people. Ask my white friends.
UK, the Salvation Army was established by the Methodist couple William and Catherine Booth. A lot of people tend to think of the Salvation Army as more of a charitable organization, being that they're mostly known for collecting money for the poor around Christmas time and for running secondhand stores. But the Salvation Army is actually a Protestant denomination as well, complete with ministers and Sunday services. Although
That's true. I used to go to a Salvation Army like a program over the summers, kind of like a day camp type of thing. And we definitely had like church services in the morning, and then after that, we pretty much just played in the rec center all day. I think they had some classrooms. They tried to teach us stuff. They had a skating rink down in the basement. I mostly just, went and tried to get on some skates and then just skated around the circle for hours and hours. Ah, the good days. Shout outs to Salvation Army. You guys are cool.
they prefer to call their ministers officers, and they give them ranks that are similar to military ranks. However, it was in the 1880s that the holiness movement really took off, with dozens of new denominations forming, 8 of which I've named on the chart. This coincided with the start of the Third Great Awakening, which also involved some new denominations that had nothing to do with Methodism. One such denomination is the Church of God, Anderson, Indiana. Anderson is the location of their headquarters, and this is often added to their name in order to distinguish them from the many other denominations that use the name Church of God as well. In particular, the Church of God, Cleveland, Tennessee, which we'll get to in a bit.
Oh, wow. 'Cause I'm in Cleveland, Ohio, so this is interesting to me.
For now, let me point out the main difference. The Church of God Anderson is a holiness denomination, whereas the Church of God Cleveland is a Pentecostal denomination.
Whoa. Did they just mention my church?
Basically, what that
Whoa,
means is that the
that's
Church
cool.
of God Anderson does not allow the speaking in tongues during worship, whereas the Church of God Cleveland does. I'll be explaining what speaking in tongues is in a moment, but for now, just take note that while many holiness denominations went on to become Pentecostal, not all did. And the Church of God Anderson is a good example of one of those that did not. And nothing
I will apologize, guys. I got a little distracted for a second, and I forgot. They're not talking about Cleveland, Ohio. They're still talking about Cleveland, Tennessee. I'm being ridiculous.
other holiness denomination that did not become Pentecostal is the Church of the Nazarene. It was formed by a merger in 1908 between an earlier church called the Church of the Nazarene and the Association of Pentecostal Churches of America. In addition to these two churches, more than a dozen other holiness denominations, not shown on this chart, ended up joining them as well. Interestingly, they were originally called the Pentecostal Church of the Nazarene, but that was before the word Pentecostal came to refer to those who speak in tongues. Once the Pentecostal movement became firmly established, the Nazarenes dropped the word Pentecostal from their name in order to avoid confusion. I also want to point out the Wesleyan
Makes
Church,
sense.
which was formed in 1968 when the Wesleyan Methodist Church merged with the Pilgrim Holiness Church. Another movement that occurred around the same time as the Holiness movement was the Higher Life movement, which started at a gathering in Keswick, England. It led to the creation of the Christian Alliance and the Evangelical Missionary Alliance, which then merged in 1897 to create the Christian and Missionary Alliance. I'll mention them again a bit later. Let me now introduce you to the Pentecostals. The word Pentecost means 50th, and it refers to the Jewish festival of Shavuot, which is always observed on the 50th day after Passover. According to the New Testament book of Acts,
I did not know this. This is pretty cool. I didn't know what the meaning of the word Pentecostal was. What is
it was
this?
on this day, 50 days after the death of Jesus, that the Holy Spirit descended upon his disciples, allowing them to, quote unquote, speak in tongues. Now, for most Christians, this is interpreted as a miracle in which people who spoke foreign languages were suddenly able to understand what the disciples were saying. However, Pentecostals interpret it differently. Pentecostals believe that in addition to suddenly being able to speak in a different human language, speaking in tongues can also refer to the sudden ability to speak in a heavenly language. They think that this is what Paul was referring to in 1 Corinthians 13 when he said he was able to speak in tongues of men and of angels. Let me give you a quick example of what this.
Okay. So I've been at church and seen people speak in tongues, and I will say they're normally not speaking in actual another language. I can't say always because I've never seen every person do it. Maybe some people are speaking other languages. I've only seen people speak something that would be interpreted as the language of the angels, or. So that's as far as I've seen. It's never been an actual understandable human language.
This can sound like. So here's the thing. All Christians believe in a first work of grace, in which a believer experiences justification, meaning that they are, in an instant, made right with God. Holiness Christians add to this a second work of grace, in which a believer experiences entire sanctification, meaning that they are, in an instant, made holy and perfect. While the early Pentecostals added to this a third work of grace, in which a believer experiences, again, in an instant, the baptism of the Holy Spirit, the evidence of which is that the believer is now able to speak in tongues. The first person.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept there. I will say, based off my personal experience, there have definitely been moments in my life where, especially if I'm actually at church or just around that atmosphere, where I do feel way more of an instant, just a rush over me of just I would say emotion, or just a connection that I feel gets stronger. I feel like sometimes you have an antenna, and certain things you do obviously just help that antenna get more in communication with God. And there are definitely times where I feel my antenna is just super connected. I'm just right there, just the presence is just there for me. I don't know which one of these categories it would fit into, but I've had a feeling I would perceive as grace before.
Person to connect the ability to speak in tongues with the baptism of the Holy Spirit was a man named Charles Parham. However, it is one of his former students, William J. Seymour, who I think deserves the title founder of Pentecostalism. Seymour was the main person behind the Azusa Street Revival, an event that started in 1906 and which sparked the Pentecostal movement. It took place in downtown Los Angeles, in what is today Little Tokyo. Back then, on a small lane called Azusa Street, stood this old building, which was once an AME church, but had been converted into a stable. Seymour rented the building, and pretty soon crowds started showing up, and word began to spread about strange things that were happening there. People were shouting and speaking in tongues, and supposedly some people were getting healed. But perhaps the biggest miracle was the fact that even though this was the height of the Jim Crow era, the crowds consisted of both blacks and whites, rich and poor, educated and illiterate. Immigrants from Asia and Latin America were there, along with Native Americans. And Christians from all churches dropped by to check it out. They were Baptist.
Honestly, I feel like that's a sign that's a really good sign at a church. If you like, especially back in those days, it really just goes to show how like things like this should be bringing people together. Like that goes to show how like if you just give things a chance, people can come together and like praise, worship all as one. That's what it should be about. That's what these religions should be about. It's literally bringing people together, humans bringing us together because we have a higher purpose up there. And fighting against each other down here ain't gonna help. It's not gonna help anybody get to where they need to be.
Methodists, Quakers, Presbyterians, etc. But not everyone was happy about what was happening. The Los Angeles Times ran a story about a new sect of fanatics breaking loose, and another paper described it as follows. They make howling noises all day and into the night. They run, jump, shake all over, shout to the top of their voice, spin around in circles, fall out on the sawdust blanketed floor, jerking, kicking, and rolling all over it. These people appear to be mad, mentally deranged, or under a spell. But despite the controversy,
Or they're just really feeling the Holy Spirit. Like that is, that's what they're saying. Like this is, it goes to what they're saying of like, and the feeling that even I've experienced in my personal life where it's just like an overwhelming feeling of just almost like happiness, joy, just like really pleasant feelings, but also like of not being alone, if that makes sense, of just like knowing that there is a higher purpose and a higher power out there. Like that feeling is like it's one of the more unmatched feelings in life.
Pentecostalism did not fade away. In fact, it continued to grow at an exponential pace. Many of the new holiness denominations ended up becoming Pentecostal denominations, such as the mostly black Church of God in Christ and the mostly white Camp Creek Holiness Church, which split into the Church of God Cleveland and the Church of God of Prophecy. There was also the...
Wow, that's interesting. And you know what else is interesting, guys? That's right. You know what time it is. It is time for the part where I take a look at these symbols here and do a little bit of judging to them, see which ones I like better. So I believe we did these on the last one. I don't know about this one, but I will say it looks like a hospital logo. So let's start off with the Pentecostal Assemblies of the World, because I don't think he talked about that one yet, but almost looks like a POW logo. Like what I'm like it looks like it should be like one of those like one of the bars they go to for the POWs, or not POW, but like the people who come back from war, the veterans bars and stuff like that. That's an interesting logo. It doesn't really scream out church for me. This one actually reminds me of the seal, like the seal that's in for Ohio. Like, if you go into like the courtrooms or anything, like I've done jury duty before, and just stared at the like logo up there before, and it's at least one of the things for the state of Ohio. It feels very familiar. This looks like a business. If I wasn't realizing that this was a church, I would think this was a tie and this was like some type of business here. It's cool, but this flame could be a little bit more pronounced. I'll say that. Church of God, Tennessee. Shout outs to them because, I like they actually have a cross on here. First one so far. This is an interesting choice. I'm not a huge fan of this. This swoof, this swivel, this stroke of whatever they're doing here. I feel like it could have been better without it. Church of God of Prophecy. I like this one. This one's pretty cool. This one looks cool. I'll say that. This one just looks cool. International Pentecostal Holiness Church. I like this one too. They're bringing a lot of elements in here. This is a good one. This is top tier. This one here, this is a little plain. I'll say that. It's got all the elements. They look clear. They're pronounced. Four Square Church. I guess it's perfect for them. It's Four Square Church. It's made with four squares. They put something in each square. It's four things. I feel like that works. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it works for them. The Apostolic Church. It's like I get it, but I also don't like it. Like I'm not a fan of this one either. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one either, guys. Sorry. So yeah, these two are my favorites. I would give this one. I'm giving this one the edge just because it looks like they went all out in their design. Shout outs to designers.
The Fire Baptized Holiness Church and the Pentecostal Holiness Church that merged to form the IPHC, or International Pentecostal Holiness Church. But the largest Pentecostal denomination ended up being the Assemblies of God. It was formed in 1914 when some of the original participants of the Azusa Street Revival, calling themselves the Apostolic Faith Movement, merged with a group of white ministers who left the Church of God in Christ, as well as a large chunk of members who left the Christian and Missionary Alliance.
Oh, wait. I don't think I went over this one. Not a fan.
Assemblies of God differs from other Pentecostal denominations in that it holds to a finished work doctrine. Basically, this is the belief that both justification and sanctification occur simultaneously, and therefore the three-stage teaching of other Pentecostals is reduced back to two. There's just the initial conversion, followed by the baptism of the Holy Spirit, which is evidenced by speaking in tongues. However, there's a third type of Pentecostal as well. These are the oneness Pentecostals, and I've placed them in the non-Nicene box because they reject the Trinity, instead believing that God is only one person, Jesus. In 1917, some members left the Assemblies of God to join the Pentecostal Assemblies of the World, which is the main oneness Pentecostal denomination. Two other denominations later split from them, and they eventually merged to form the United Pentecostal Church International. The next Pentecostal...
United Pentecostal Church International. I'm not a huge fan of it. Looks like a rec center logo.
Group I want to point out is the Foursquare Church, founded in 1923 by a woman named Amy Semple McPherson. The four squares represent the idea that Jesus is Savior, Baptizer, Healer, and King. McPherson was an early example of a faith healer, something that is associated with Pentecostalism to this day.
Whoa, why does this guy right here look like the one dude who's still doing this type of stuff nowadays? I can't think of his name, but that is a heck of an outfit right there.
Drew large crowds, with people often bringing the sick in on stretchers, and many claiming to leave healed. However, like many of the faith healers today, her career plummeted after a major controversy. In 1926, she was allegedly kidnapped and went missing for 5 weeks. But later, she was accused of setting the whole thing up herself, either as a publicity stunt or to hide an affair that she was having. To this day, the truth of the matter is not known.
Lady, what? I hope she wasn't actually kidnapped, but at the same time, that's a lot.
Now,
what is
something
happening?
else that was happening around the same time that not only impacted Pentecostalism, but Christianity as a whole, was the fundamentalist versus modernist debate. The late 1800s and early 1900s saw major advances in the fields of science, archaeology, and textual criticism. Therefore, many biblical scholars started to understand the Bible in a more literary way, rather than as a primary source for straightforward history and science. This led to the divide I mentioned in a previous episode between the more liberal mainline denominations and the more conservative evangelical denominations. On the evangelical side were those who called themselves fundamentalists. This term comes from the 1910 book called The Fundamentals, which, among other things, emphasized that the Bible should be understood in a literal way. Generally speaking, most Pentecostals, as well as most Baptists, stuck to a more fundamentalist approach to the Bible going forward, whereas the mainline denominations adopted a more modernist approach, creating a divide within Christianity that exists to this day. Now, before I leave Pentecostalism, I want to point out one denomination that actually originated outside of the US. This is the Apostolic Church, which grew out of the Welsh revivals of 1904 and 1905. I should also mention that all of these Pentecostal denominations went on to plant churches all over the world, so much so that Pentecostals, taken as a whole, now make up the second largest group within Christianity after the Roman Catholics.
Shout outs to you guys. Shout outs to
I want to
Pentecostals.
turn my attention towards the Charismatics, who are often lumped together with the Pentecostals, but are actually a bit different. The largest charismatic church is actually the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God in Brazil. The charismatic movement started in the 1960s as sort of a second wave of Pentecostalism. But this time, rather than leading to new denominations, it mostly just led to some people within older denominations embracing a new style of Christianity. So nowadays, within the Anglican Church and even the Roman Catholic Church, you can find certain congregations that look a lot like Pentecostal churches. In these cases, we would call those congregations charismatic. This could mean that the members there speak in tongues, either publicly or privately, but it could also just mean that the music and worship style they use is more similar to the worship you'd find in a Pentecostal church.
That feels pretty vague. I'll say that. Feels pretty vague.
So I suppose
But while we're here, let's go ahead and judge these symbols here. Since you just spoke about it, Universal Church of God, Kingdom of God, it's cool. I enjoy it. I like it. I'm not going to say it's great, but it's not bad. Calvary Chapel. Calvary Chapel. It's okay. Again, not the best, but not the worst. This one, I will say, between these, it's the worst. It looks like a clothing store, but like a really high fashion clothing store. This one doesn't have a logo, so I'm not going to count it. Metropolitan Community Church. I wish this had a cross in it, but it is the one I like the most so far. I will say that. Like out of these, this one's killing the game. This is second place. These are kind of this is like 2A, 2B. This one's not in the race.
you could think of charismatic churches as being a kind of Pentecostalism light. The Christian and Missionary Alliance is a good example. While they see speaking in tongues as being valid, they do not require it or see it as a necessary sign. The word charismatic is related to the Greek word for gift. So often charismatics will focus on other kinds of spiritual gifts instead. Now, in addition to the charismatic Christians that exist within existing denominations, there are also many so-called non-denominational churches that would be best classified as belonging to the charismatic movement. Which brings me to an important...
Whoa, is that me? Is that where I am? I grew up in a non-denominational church. What's going on here? Is he talking about me? This is crazy.
Important point. Although this is now the 7th episode in my series on Christian denominations, I've not once stopped to define the word denomination. The main reason for this is that while it can be a difficult word to define, most of us have an intuitive understanding of what it means. Some would argue that the Roman Catholic Church is not a denomination. Likewise, many would argue that Baptist churches are not part of any denomination, nor are Churches of Christ or Quaker meetings, and so on. But in this series, I've been using the word denomination in a fairly loose way to refer to any grouping of Christians based on shared characteristics and/or shared history. Ready to Harvest actually has a great video on what is a denomination that goes into this topic in greater detail. So if you want to know what I mean when I use the word denomination, I suggest that you watch his video, which...
Hey, this is two good things here. One, let's set a like goal. 15 likes by next Sunday. So we can go ahead and get this Ready to Harvest video. But also, prime example of why this was just kind of like, Because look at this. You compare this logo, this symbol here, to this symbol here, and it's like, which one is your eye going to be drawn to? This one's up at the top with more, colorful light stuff that'll draw you to it. This one, all you need is that. All you need is this. This is a solid, solid symbol, guys. I'm looking at it. This one looks like it's a little bit more detailed. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, yo, if you have this tattooed on you, shout outs to you. That looks like it'll be a really cool tattoo.
I'll link to in the description, along with a video he released just today about Pentecostals. Which brings me to the point I want to make about non-denominational churches. Non-denominational churches are not really non-denominational. Most of the newer ones have a lot in common and started to spring up around the same time. So basically, we could lump most of these non-denominational churches together into a denomination of their own. And that denomination would probably fit best under the charismatic umbrella. Some examples of this would include the British New Church movement in the UK and the many churches associated with Calvary Chapel. The original Calvary Chapel having started as a breakaway from the Four Square Church. Its founder, Chuck Smith, was associated with the Jesus freaks of the 1960s, who were kind of the Christian version of hippies. He also founded Maranatha Music, which to this day produces a lot of the worship songs used in churches all over the world. Some people see the rise of the charismatic movement in the 60s and 70s as a fourth Great Awakening, but the use of that term is debatable, so I've chosen not to use it on this chart. Okay, so that's where I'm going to leave things for today. There are still several topics to discuss, and that's why there will be an episode 8 released on June 23rd, which is also the date that I'll be releasing the poster.
Now, I'm from the future, so both of those, things have already happened, just to let you guys know. And if you're watching this from my future, then what's it like up there? What's it like? What's going on?
However, before I go, I do want to point out one change to the chart that I decided to make. A lot of people requested that I remove the Westboro Baptist Church, which I had mentioned in episode 5. Initially, I didn't want to remove them because I felt that they were notable, and I didn't want to be an arbitrator of who is or is not a Christian, even though in the case of Westboro Baptist Church, virtually everyone agrees that they are more of a hate group than a church. But eventually someone who I believe is a veteran convinced me that they should go. So they're gone, as are the FLDS and the Branch Davidians, although in those two cases it was mostly about them being so small and there simply being not enough room to include them. Okay, so that was a look at the holiness churches, the Pentecostals, and the Charismatics. Stay tuned for one last episode, and if you have any suggestions based on what you've seen so far, do let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
Oh, man. Another great video by Useful Charts. Guys, I'm just getting sad that this series is almost coming to an end. I mean, obviously, I'll probably still be reacting to videos from Useful Charts, but it's just this particular series really hit home for me. He obviously, and wait till I have the chart. It's gonna be amazing. So I can't wait to figure out what the next series I should do is. I'm stuck between the Jewish denominations or the I think it was I want to say Muslim denominations or Arab. That's probably the better term. Was be the Arab denominations. I don't know what it's called, guys. I'm sorry. So I just want to figure that stuff out because I want to get the Abrahamic religions first before I move on to any other type of video covering any other type of religion. So yeah, that's my plans. Guys, remember, comment, subscribe. I love reading the comments from this video. You guys are incredible. You guys are amazing. And I love that you guys support me through this journey here. So again, thank you. If you're making it this far into the video, thank you. You're incredible. I think you're amazing. But yeah, guys, with that being said, I guess we'll go ahead and end that there. I want to make sure you have a great one. And as always, bye. All right, and we are back. And today we're back with the final episode of the Christian Denominations Family Tree series, episode 8. Guys, this is a sad. It's sad because this series is coming to an end. But it's actually really good because this is actually like the first series of things that I've tried to finish on YouTube that I've actually done. So shout outs to me. Applause, editor, throw it in there. But yeah, guys, thank you to everyone who's watching this, anyone who's enjoyed these Christian Denominations Family Tree series reactions. Next up would be the Jewish Denominations Family Tree, so be prepared for that. Now, my one concern, I'm wondering if I should do that one on Sunday or if I should do that one on Saturday, just because Saturday is like the Sabbath. So if any people, if any Jewish people in the audience or want to comment down below, let me know which is the best, if I should keep doing that on Sundays or if I should try to do those on Saturdays. Let me know where I should stand on that one. So yeah, guys, remember, like, comment, subscribe. If you haven't already, make sure you go to Useful Charts and subscribe to his channel. If you're new to this channel, you're coming here from Useful Charts, subscribe to me, like and comment down below. But yeah, guys, and here's the serious part. If you don't like, comment, or subscribe, YouTube will come through that door. And they will. Episode 8, Christian Denominations Family Tree Series. Poster launch and miscellaneous groups.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Welcome to episode 8 in my series on the Christian Denominations Family Tree. In this video, I'm going to cover a bunch of groups that didn't really fit into any of the previous categories. This will include Unitarians, Christian Scientists, Messianic Jews, and many more. But first, I'm pleased to announce that the poster version is now complete and ready to purchase. You can get your copy.
Guys, make sure you go and purchase the chart. I'm purchasing the chart myself. One day you'll see it in the background here. It may be here. It may be there. It may be one of these. Stick around
right now by heading over to usefulcharts.com. We also just released a new version of our biblical family tree. Ooh. So take note that if you buy both, you automatically get 10% off.
Whoa. Now that's a good savings there. 10% off of both. You automatically get 10% off your order. Okay. I like this. Now, guys, should I do the biblical? I feel like I should also do the Biblical Family Tree series, but it's not going to be next. Next is the Jewish Denominations Family Tree. I think I did one episode on the Biblical Family Tree series, but, then I was kind of recommended to go through this one, and then I kind of fell into this one here, and I really enjoyed it. So, I'm in a little bit of a rabbit hole. Now, I believe the Jewish Denominations Family Tree series only has one episode so far. So if depending on how far that gets, I may have to do some episodes from the Biblical Family Tree series. Let me know what you guys think below.
I also want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who helped with the project by giving feedback in the comments. One last-minute change that was a direct result of the comment section was the inclusion of the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland.
Whoa, guys, I don't think I saw this one before, which means impromptu. Let's take a look at their symbol. Let's really get a deep dive into this thing, guys. Really get a deep dive into this. How do you guys feeling about this one? Me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's not bad. I mean, it does have a cross here, and it feels a little bit more like for a military or something, like what I would imagine like knights in armor would have for their like shield, which may be religious in for them as well. So I don't know, I guess it doesn't scream like church. This screams like we protect the church, like we're the people who come in for the church, but like because it's on a shield. I mean, it's kind of like a shield type of thing. So I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it, and even though I probably in the past said that this one here, this Church of Norway, was super cool because I'm looking at it now and it does look super cool. This one doesn't hit the same. I don't know. It doesn't give off the same vibe as that one.
I also decided to sneak in the church in Wales, since it just didn't seem right to
Whoa.
have England, Ireland, and Scotland represented in the Anglican section, but not Wales.
Okay. Okay. He hitting me with a few different little zingers here. So, once again, impromptu. I would pretty much say the same thing with this one as the last one, but here's the caveat: this one looks cooler to me. This I like. Maybe it's the colors. Maybe like blue, white, and yellow just go together a little bit more. But I personally enjoy this one visually. I guess maybe the cross is definitely a little bit more like traditional cross, like what I would personally prefer. And then it's got this little kind of cross with the the circle around it in the center, which I can be known as a fan of like those center emblems, like right there, something right in the center. It feels like it looks right when there's something like that, especially when it's like a cross and it's like the sections are perfectly even enough for it. So yeah, this one's I personally enjoy this one more. Um, it could be more. It could be more. It could be a little bit more religious, but it feels right. I don't know. Useful charts, guys.
Okay, so for today's video, let's start with Unitarian Universalism. I had actually added this group to the chart a while back, but forgot to talk about them. So let me do that now. As the name suggests, Unitarian Universalism is actually the result of two different movements that eventually merged: Unitarianism and Universalism. A Unitarian with a small u is basically anyone who believes in the oneness of God and who
Okay.
rejects ideas such as the Trinity or the divinity of Jesus. So, in this
Oh,
sense,
okay.
all Jews and Muslims are Unitarians. However, a Unitarian with a capital U is someone who belongs to one of the various Unitarian movements that grew out of Protestant Christianity. The earliest of these Unitarian movements were actually based in Eastern Europe, but eventually there were movements in the UK and US as well. In the US, Unitarianism grew out of Congregationalism, and it became official in 1825 when the American Unitarian Association was formed. Universalism is quite different.
Okay. Here's my thing here, and I'm sure some of you guys may have already came to the same conclusion. Should they have came up with a different name? It just feels like universalism with the lowercase u and then universalism with like a capital U would easily be confusing. Like I feel a little confused because it's like, okay, what if I accidentally type in one when I'm looking for the other? I'm gonna learn something completely different. I feel like they should have thought of a different name, just one other name.
It's the idea that ultimately all humans will receive salvation. In other words, no one is going to hell. This idea became popular in some churches around the same time as Unitarianism, and in 1793, the Universalist Church of America was formed. Over time, Unitarians and Universalists became two of the most liberal denominations in America. And in 1961, because they had so much in common, they decided to merge to form the Unitarian Universalist Association. Now, take note that I have not placed
Hmm.
Unitarian Universalism in a colored box, like
Yeah, he didn't place this in a color box. And I gotta say, it's a weird concept to just think that no one's gonna go to hell. How do you guys feel about that? Like, is that something like, okay, maybe I can kind of see where they're coming from, but at the same time, if you're part of Christianity, I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of a Christianity like a denomination that didn't also believe that people could go to hell. Um, Also, their symbol. I like this one. This looks like a university, though. I will say this looks like a actual, uh, like like a school, not like a real like university. It looks like a college. Uh, so like a 2 year college. This looks like a 2 year college type of logo, but like a good 2 year college, like one that's like really well known throughout the place. Like, oh yeah, you want to get like a business degree? Definitely go there. You'll get it in 2 years. You'll be getting a good job in no time.
All the other denominations on this chart. This is because they are non Trinitarian and thus non Nicene. In fact, one could argue
Oh,
that
okay.
they aren't even a part of Christianity anymore. But instead of drawing a line all the way down to the non Nicene Christians box, I opted instead to show them as a black and white symbol, like I did for Judaism and Islam, to indicate that they're more of a separate religion rather than a part of Christianity. In
Okay.
contrast, another very progressive group that definitely is still a branch within Christianity is the Metropolitan Community Church, which started out as a single non
I think we talked
denominational
about them.
congregation but has since grown into its own denomination. It was founded in 1968 by a gay man named Troy Perry, who wanted to start a church
Oh
where
wow.
gay and lesbian Christians could feel welcome. Starting in 1969, the church started performing the very first public same sex marriages in the United States, although those marriages weren't recognized as being legal
Yeah.
in California until 2008. To this day,
Oh
the
wow.
Metropolitan Community Church is mostly made up of members from the LGBT community. However, it does have many straight members as well. Let me now point out the
Well, guys, shout outs to them. They wanted to make a church for a community that was definitely gonna be like severely looked down upon from like other denominations. So shout outs to you guys. Anyone from that church, you know, I support it. Uh, you know, we gotta be a little bit more, and I understand. I get why some other churches are gonna be some having some backlash against that. But you know what? Sometimes it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Shout outs to the Metropolitan Community Church.
However, it does have many straight members as well. Let me now point out the Catholic Apostolic Church, better known to outsiders as the Irvingian Church, named after its founder, Edward Irving, from Scotland. I probably should have mentioned them in episode 6, alongside the Restorationists, because not only did they emerge around the same time, they also have a lot in common with them, in that they see themselves as restoring the original structure of the early church and that they are quite focused on the second coming. However, please note that nowadays the original Irvingian church has mostly died away and has been replaced by the new Apostolic Church, which
Mm.
started off as a splinter group in 1863 and is mostly based in continental Europe.
So, guys, a lot of impromptu symbol checks here, guys. A lot of impromptu ones 'cause this is the last episode. So, I got to say, this is one of the better ones I've seen throughout all the episodes. I like this one. Look at it. Look how big this cross is right here. Look at the light, the rays coming from the background. Look at this. Look at the different like patterns that they use here to represent like the foreground here and then like the background. Like, come on, man. They were really doing the thing. Like, you can definitely tell that's supposed to be something underneath the cross, while this is supposed to be more like in the background of the cross, but it's a simple image. I like this one. It's I'm not gonna say it's my favorite from the whole series, but it's top 10, which, there's a lot on this chart, guys. A lot on this chart. I would say this is top 10. Probably somewhere around like 9, 8 or 9, maybe 10. It's like the last three. It's one of them. It's really good, guys.
Another group that has roots in Scotland are the 2 by 2s. They were started by a Scotsman named William Irvine, who was initially loosely connected to the Higher Life movement. He ended up in Ireland, where he began an independent ministry that focused on sending out preachers in groups of two. These pairs, called go preachers, were to have no salary and no home, and thus they also became known as tramp preachers. One of
Oh
the
wow.
early tramp preachers was a man named Edward Cooney. Although he was eventually expelled, he continued to grow the movement on his own, and thus some 2x2s became known as Cooneyite. Nowadays, the 2x2s are a rather secretive group
The Cooneyite. That is a funny name, guys. I don't know.
with no official name. They do, however, reject the Trinity, which is why I've placed them in the non-Nicene box. If you want to learn more about this mysterious group, I suggest that you watch today's video by Ready to Harvest, which is all about the church with no name. Another non-Nicene group of Christians that are very loosely organized are the Christadelphians, whose name is based on the Greek phrase Christou adelphoi, which means brothers and sisters in Christ. Their founder, John Thomas, was originally connected to the Stone Campbell movement, which is why I've shown them as descending from that branch. I'd now like to focus on what I've called the metaphysical groups, starting with the Swedenborgians, also known as the New Church. Their name comes from that of Emanuel Swedenborg, who, as you might have guessed, was from Sweden. He believed that humans become either angels or demons after death, and that previous humans, now living in the form of spirits, are all around us on a daily basis, trying to guide us towards good or evil. He died in 1772, and 15 years later, some of his followers established a church in England based on him.
Hey, shout outs to him. I don't know. I feel like that's that's not like a horrible theory right there, guys. Like of all the religious theories out there, that's kind of one of the. I feel like somebody else would have came up with that like hundreds of years before this. I'm very surprised no one else came up with that theory. So shout outs to Mr. Emmanuel there. And also shout outs to his followers. Because this is a great symbol. I'm sorry. This is definitely within the top 5 here. Look at this. Like, okay. I'm a little biased right now. I think it's the colors, the intricacy of the, like, just like the squares. Like the cross could be more cross-like, okay? But it's like what they're doing with it, the patterns work so well together. Like visually, when you're just looking at this, your eyes are gonna be like, "Whoa, that looks cool." While we're here, I guess I'll go ahead and do these here since we're paused already. Unity Church. That's not it, guys. It's not it. I'm sorry. It looks like it's like it's selling something. Like this looks like it could be like a store or like a brand. Like yeah, it looks like a really good brand logo. Like if this was on some lotion or this was on like some products that I saw on Instagram, I would think this was really cool. National Spiritualist Association of Churches. It's like I like it because it does look like something I would see for like a yoga thing, but I also don't like it for that same reason. Like when you say spiritualist, I can't wait till he gets into that part because I want to know more about them personally. But as far as the symbol goes, okay, they're not like a necessarily Christian church here, so I will say I'll give them a little bit of a pass, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I enjoy it, but I'm not a huge fan of it, if that makes sense. You guys, you just have to understand the logic of that one. Church of Christ Scientist. Okay. I do enjoy this one. I like it. I like the cross. I like the the crown. What are the words around? It's like I can't read the words around it. I wish those words were a little bit easier to read. But outside of that, I think this is probably the best one out of these three. Out of these four, visually, this one just gets me so much. Like this one gets like draws my eye towards it, and I'm like, I like it. This one also draws my eye towards it, and I also like it, but it's not as colorful.
His ideas. And from there, it also spread to the US. The most famous Swedenborgian is probably John Chapman, better known as Johnny Appleseed. Although he's now mostly
Wow.
associated with folk legends, Johnny Appleseed was actually a real person who, in addition to being a new church missionary, also helped to introduce apple trees to many US states.
So I do know Johnny Appleseed was a real person, and I know he wasn't. He actually, so he had a thing where he would drop or like make or I think he like grew some seeds and claim the land that the trees grew on. Because back in the day in the US, it was super easy to like claim land as yours. So like he had a bunch of farms in his name as he traveled because he would just go back to the location where he dropped his seeds. Now I didn't know he was like a religious guy or like you know in a missionary or anything. I honestly thought he was just a capitalist, and he just freaking grew his legend so much that they made folklore into him. But yeah, shout out. I don't know, man. That's cool. Shout out to Johnny Appleseed. I already respected you, bro.
Another key person in the development of certain metaphysical ideas was a man named Franz Mesmer. He's the person that the word mesmerism is based on, which nowadays is mostly used to mean hypnotism. But originally, mesmerism was more than just hypnotism. Also known as animal magnetism, it centered on the idea that there exists an invisible force that connects all living things, and that this
Okay.
force can be manipulated. So Swedenborg had introduced the idea that there are spirits all around us, and Mesmer had introduced techniques for manipulating an invisible force. There
Wow. So wait, this dude wrote Star Wars. That is crazy. Like, I did not know George Lucas stole everything from this guy. That is
Therefore,
insane.
what happened was that people started to use Mesmer's techniques to try and contact the spirits of dead relatives. This became
Of
known
course.
as spiritualism, and it was all the rage in the mid 1800s. Although not as
Okay.
popular nowadays, spiritualists do still exist, and in the US, they have an organization called the National Spiritualist Association of Churches, founded in 1893. One of the
Okay.
earliest practitioners of
Thank you very much. Because I will be honest, I got a slight bad vibe from this group when I looked at the symbol. I think I know why. I'm not a fan of the spiritualist people who like claim to like be able to speak to spirits and stuff like that. Like, if you can, I respect it. You can. I can't prove that you can't. Like except if I actually put you to the test and you can't prove anything. But like, it feels like a lot of those people, if they weren't making money off of it and like trying to be on television with it and like saying like, oh yeah, I spoke to your dead children, or oh yeah, I can help you find this missing person, turns out they died, uh so you should stop the investigation, and stuff like that. Like, I'm not a huge fan of those type of people. I feel like a lot of those people take advantage of people in very vulnerable situations. They either are missing a loved one, or they lost a loved one. They are in a very vulnerable situation, and you're taking advantage of that. Now, I don't know about all of these people. I'm sure some of these people in that group actually have spoken with spirits, and maybe they have solved some cases. But the people that I've seen who claim that stuff, and then they go out and then they just like tell people things, and then when you actually find the evidence, it's nothing like what they said. You know, it just sucks. Like, maybe if they weren't charging money, if people claim to be spiritualists just did everything for free, I, I think I would see more of a purpose behind it. But it feels like a scam a lot of the times, and spiritualists don't try to blast me in the comments. I mean, I don't know. Spiritualists, defend yourselves.
mesmerism was a man named Phineas Quimby. He's considered the founder of the New Thought movement, which is a philosophy that connects some of these 19th century metaphysical ideas with similar ideas from the ancient world. In 1889, this movement, combined with the Transcendentalist movement, inspired a couple known as Charles and Myrtle Fillmore to establish an organization called Unity, also known as the Unity Church. It sees God as more of a divine energy that connects all things and teaches that we can use our thoughts to change reality. Which brings me to the most successful.
Okay. 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 I don't know how I feel about that one. Okay. Like, is that like a better version of saying um, like put into the universe, like put good things into the universe? Because it almost sounds like he's saying he can shape reality with his mind, and I don't think he's really trying to imply that. I feel like he's more trying to imply like if you put positive vibes out there, you can get positive energy back. If you do goods for others, and the universe works in a certain way, and maybe if you like use that to you can like understand the way the universe works through good and positive gestures, understanding that that will give you good and positive stuff back. But it does sound like he thinks that he can like shape shift reality by trying it hard enough. So uh, Unity people, Church of Unity people also, explain this further in the comments. I feel like it sounds like I feel like I know where he's coming from. I don't know if that was like the best way to say it. I don't know.
Successful of these metaphysical groups, the Church of Christ Scientist, better known simply as Christian Science. The first thing you need to know about Christian Science is that it is not related to Scientology. Scientology was founded by L. Ron Hubbard in 1951 and has no historical links to Christianity. Hubbard, who was a science fiction writer, simply made the whole thing up from scratch. Christian Science, on the other hand, was founded in 1879 by Mary Baker Eddy, who happened to be a patient of Phineas Quimby.
Okay, interesting call out there. I will say, Church of Science, Christian Science. I'm pretty sure I've heard of this. I feel like, and I know he's going to explain it, but I'm going to go off the top of my head and say what I think it is. Would it be people who believe more like a mix of actual God and science, where it's like, maybe God created everything, but then like science is an actual way, like you could actually use science to explain religious things if you try. But the reason I said it was an interesting call out is because as much as people know that like Ron Hubbard was a like he was like a fictional writer, a lot of people don't just like necessarily call him out just for being like a science fiction writer and just saying he made the whole thing up. So shout outs to you, man. Like Matt, you're funny. You're a funny guy, but like that was a good call out. Hopefully I was right about the science thing. Scientology also, I'm pretty sure that episode of South Park was right.
As the name suggests, Christian Science is connected to Christianity, which is why it gets a spot on this chart, but not Scientology. The second thing you need to know about Christian Science is that it actually has very little to do with science, at least not mainstream science. In her book, Science and Health, with Key to the Scriptures, Mary Baker Eddy taught that the material world, including sickness, is really just an illusion. Therefore, instead of using medicine or physical therapy to treat health problems, Christian Science practitioners simply use prayer. The idea is that by focusing on the fact that the physical world isn't really real, you can make physical health problems go away.
Guys, I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong about that, guys. That is not what I thought that was going to be. Wow. Well, it's a little awkward for me, but I gotta say I don't agree with that. Like that doesn't that doesn't sound right, guys. I don't know. Yeah, let's move
According to
on.
Christian Science, this is what Jesus did and what we can do too if we follow Mary Baker Eddy's teaching. Interestingly, the Church of Christ Scientist is also the publisher of the Christian Science Monitor, which does not actually promote their religious views, but rather simply reports the news. It has won several Pulitzer Prizes and is generally seen as being a fairly unbiased news source. Okay, that takes care.
Well, shout outs to them for making a good, successful magazine. Again, as far as all the other stuff, I can't I can't just go and agree with them, guys. I can't tell you not to take medicine because life isn't real. Like it almost sounds like one of those people that tells you like we're living in a simulation. Like okay, but like simulate taking your medicine.
Here of the metaphysical groups. I now want to mention a few more non-Nicene churches, all of which developed in Asia. The earliest of these is Iglesia Ni Cristo, which is based in the Philippines. It was founded by Felix Manalo and is today run by his grandson, Eduardo Manalo. According to Iglesia Ni Cristo, Christianity in the West became false Christianity within the first few centuries. It points to a scripture in Isaiah which says, "Fear not, for I am with you. I will bring your descendants from the east." As you can probably guess, Iglesia Ni Cristo believes that it is those descendants from the east. Like many of the other churches in this non-Nicene section, it believes that it is the one and only true church, and that every other church on this entire chart is false. Even more extreme
Wow.
is the
Nice. That's an interesting. I mean, I see where he's coming from, but here's a comeback. What if someone from like Australia said that to him? Because Australia is even further east. And then what if somebody from New Zealand said that to somebody from Australia? And then follow me here. What if somebody from Hawaii said that to somebody from New Zealand? Now, before you stop, follow me here. What if somebody from California said it? I'm sorry, like I don't know, guys. The world is round, so like east, west, north, and south get like lost after a certain amount of time. Like when you're talking about on a global scale, like what is east to the to of Earth? Like east from where? Like is it gonna be east of Jerusalem, and where does that end before it turns west? Like, do you have to actually be like at the point where you're halfway across the world? Is it like everything's separated on one side from like Jerusalem and then east and then anything on the exact opposite side of the planet, which would probably be like the Pacific Ocean, would be like, you know, that line would be west. You know, on the scale of the planet here, I mean, you can just keep saying east until you go in a big circle, and eventually hit Jerusalem again. So I don't know. I don't think that's a great argument, but I will say, you know what time it is, guys. Impromptu. They don't make a great argument for that, but they have an incredible symbol. I like this one. I like this. Honestly, it kind of looks like a flag for a country. Like if I saw this as like a country's flag or like there's the seal, I would think this was cool. While we're here, Unification Church. No, I'm sorry. This looks like a community center, and like a kids like one of the places that you take your kids for the summer. Like a good program. They probably have really good lunches, but like it doesn't scream out church to me. World Mission Society Church of God. That is a big title, and this logo doesn't scream religious. This looks more like like this looks like a corporate, like not, I don't want to say corporation, but like some type of um what would the word be for this, guys? You guys know, you're smart people, you know what I'm talking about. An organization I guess. This looks like a charity or some sort of, like, when people go there, they have to have like really boring meetings. But the meetings actually decide where the money is going to go in the city. So yeah, that's my thought on that. United Church of God. You know what? I like this one. I just like. I'm a fan of globes. I'm a fan of, like, geography. Seeing the countries within the globe makes all the difference for me. This one here, those are just lines. This is lines, squares inside of a circle. This is these are countries here. These are continents. This is Africa. This is Europe. Some good stuff here. I like this one.
The Unification Church, based out of Korea. Its followers are known as Moonies, named after the church's founder, Sun Myung Moon. Moon taught that he was the second coming of Jesus, and that it was his task to do something that Jesus hadn't done during his first coming, and that was to get married. Moonies believe in a special kind of marriage, one that removes the couple from Adam and Eve's sinful line and places them back in God's sinless line. This is why the Moonies are known for their mass weddings, which sometimes involve thousands of couples getting married at the same time. But if you think that's weird, it gets even weirder.
Guys, I don't want to say anything negative about their religion, but that sounds like I need to know more about how that is detailed. Like, if someone can explain to me with the Moonies exactly how they're removing themselves from the lineage by marrying each other, like with their special marriage ceremony, like, how does that work? What are the details of that? I really want to know more about that.
After Sun Myung Moon died in 2012, a power struggle began between Moon's wife, Hak Ja Han, and their son, Hyung Jin Moon, which eventually led to the son forming his own breakaway church called Rod of Iron Ministries. Based mostly in the US, it focuses on gun rights and gets its members to carry semi-automatic rifles during their wedding ceremonies and other rituals.
Why? What does this have to do with anything? What is happening right now? What is happening right now, guys? Somebody explain this to me. I need to know so much more about this. It is ridiculous. People, comments, you guys are incredible, and you always are able to answer any questions I have. The only real questions I have right now are all about the Moonies. If you could let me know all the information you know about them, I'm going to look them up after this. I need to know what's happening right now.
Back in Korea, the Unification Church has now been eclipsed by a newer non-Nicene church, now known as the World Mission Society Church of God. Originally called the Church of God Jesus Witnesses, it was founded by a man named An Sung Hong, who had originally belonged to the Seventh-day Adventists. Because of these roots, the World Mission Society shares much in common with the Adventists, but they also developed some rather extreme beliefs, which include the idea that An Sung Hong was the second coming of Jesus. He has since passed away, and they now also see him as being God the Father and the Holy Spirit. And they see his wife, Zong Gil-ja, who is still living, as God the Mother. Let's now move out of the non-Nicene.
Are they all going to be the second coming of Jesus? Like, is everyone... so all, like, they're... Okay. Guys, I don't know. I don't have proof of this, guys. I don't have any proof. 97. Okay. Would Jesus have come back in the 90s? I don't know. I was around in the 90s. I remember it. Didn't feel like he would have been there. Maybe he would have stopped by for a second. I don't feel like he would have stayed. Not in 90, not in 97. See, I'm going to continue with the video.
Nicene box back to mainstream Trinitarian churches and take a look at how Christianity has developed in China. Even though Christianity is followed by less than 5% of the population in China, in terms of sheer numbers, China is actually one of the most Christian countries on earth. According to some estimates, China now ranks 7 overall, which is higher than both Italy and Greece. But due to the communist government there, things are, well, complicated. Officially, there are only 2 churches in China: the Three Self-Patriotic Movement, which is a coalition of Protestant groups, and the Catholic Patriotic Association, which is Roman Catholic. However, the vast majority of Christians in China do not belong to either of these 2 churches. For example, in 1957, when the Catholic Patriotic Association was set up, it was forced to reject the authority of the Pope in Rome, and therefore many Roman Catholics became part of an underground Catholic church instead. However, this is recently starting to change. In 2018, China and the Holy See agreed to a situation whereby the Pope now gets to sign off on bishop appointments. So it's yet to be seen how things will develop from this point forward. When it comes,
Is it just me, or does it feel like underground Christianity is like, it's kind of like super, like, it's super cool. Like, it's kind of like the, like, getting back to the roots of Christianity, you know? Back before it was like all mainstream and stuff like that. Like, you know, if you're like a you know, a religious hipster, you know, underground church sounds super freaking cool. You know, it's just like, oh man, this is what like the disciples was doing. You know, people wasn't liking us. We had to stay underground. You know, remember back in the days, you know, before like the Nicene Creed or anything even started. You know, remember back when like the Roman Empire was kind of like murdering us? We were underground then too, bro. Super cool.
to
You had to have been there.
Protestant churches in China, there are many house church networks that run independently from the Three Self-Patriotic Movement. The 3 largest are the Born Again Movement, the Fangsheng Fellowship, and the China Gospel Fellowship. However, due to the situation in China, it's difficult to know exactly how many members belong to these organizations. It's likely, though, that these are some of the largest Protestant denominations in the world. I also want to point out a group known simply as local churches, which was established in China prior to the Communist Revolution by a man named Watchman Nee. This group was initially connected mostly to the Plymouth Brethren, but then went on to build connections with other evangelical churches as well. After the Communist Revolution, Nee was arrested and imprisoned, but one of his followers, known as Witness Lee, continued to grow the movement in Taiwan and then later in the US.
Someone tell me his like real name isn't Witness. Like, I feel like his parents didn't name him Witness Lee. I may be tripping here.
Where he founded Living Stream Ministry. Okay, let's now move from China to Africa and look at a few churches that were founded by Africans. These differ from most churches in Africa, which were originally led by European or American missionaries. The earliest of these African-initiated churches is the Zion Christian Church, which is based in South Africa. But don't be confused by the word Zion. Zionist churches in Africa have nothing to do with the modern state of Israel. Surprisingly, the name actually comes from the city of Zion, Illinois, which was founded by a controversial figure named John Alexander Dowie in an attempt to create a modern-day theocracy. I call him controversial because although he started out as a popular faith healer, he's now mostly known for having fraudulently made millions off his followers. However, the idea of creating a new city of Zion spread to other areas and became particularly popular in South Africa. It is for this reason that when a man named Anganas Lekanyane decided to start a church, he decided to call it the Zion Christian Church. Today, it is run by his grandson, Barnabas Lekanyane, and it has grown to become the largest denomination in South Africa.
Hey, shout outs to Matt Baker for pronouncing those names properly. I would have never done that. I've seen the names and I just heard them, and I still don't think I'd be able to pronounce it properly. Also, you know, Barnabas, it's not the best name. I'll be honest. I, you know, I'm sorry, Barnabas. You're probably a really cool guy though. You're probably like super
The
cool.
next African initiated.
But oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I gotta look at these symbols, guys. You know what time it is. Uh, I don't know if we. I'm sure he's talking about this one. Maybe I did this on another one. I may have done this one on another one, but it's not my favorite. Rastafari. You know what? I never knew this was associated with anything like super like Christian related, but now that I actually look at this symbol, he is like carrying a cross. Um, I mean, it's a cool logo. It could be better if it was like in color or like not like the whole thing has to be in color, but like okay, let's say you make this pole here gold. You know, add some color to this flag here. Add some color to the crown. You know, just the little things would make this go so much further. Zion Church, Christian Church. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I'll be honest. You put a star there, perfect opportunity to put a cross. Um, ZCC, I see that in there, but like maybe put the words Christian somewhere around here. This just feels like a missed opportunity because black and green are my favorite colors. Cerebum and Serpium, Seraphim. I probably said those wrong, but you know, obviously I would know how to say them if I, you know, said them properly. Uh, Ignore what I just said there. I think I just said words, but they didn't mean anything. I enjoy this one, but you know who has a little bit better of a symbol for an angel as their logo? Your boy. Uh, Redeemed Christian Church of God. I see what they're going for here. So I think this one is cool. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it is cool. A Kimbagalist Church. I okay. I like it. I do enjoy it. I like the colors and the with the message they're going for. Are these like leaves or are these like wheat? I don't know. I enjoy this one. I don't know if they're wings. I don't know what they are, but I like this one. I think I like this one the most out of these. It's like this one and this one. This one I wish was in color. This one for what it is, if I'm just taking it at face value, I like it the most.
Church that I want to point out is based in Nigeria and is called the Eternal Sacred Order of Cherubim and Seraphim, although nowadays they like to use the acronym ESOX. It was founded in 1925 by a Yoruba man named Moses Arimolade, who supposedly performed many miracles. Today, ESOX is the largest of the so-called white garment churches in Nigeria, also known as Aladura churches. Aladura being a Yoruba word meaning praying person. The words cherubim and seraphim refer to two different types of angels. You're probably more familiar with the word cherub, which nowadays is used to refer to angels that look like little winged babies. Another popular church in Nigeria is the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I've shown it in red because it is a Pentecostal church. Many of the other African initiated churches share certain Pentecostal elements as well, but they do not officially consider themselves Pentecostals, whereas the Redeemed Christian Church does. It was founded by Josiah Alufemi Akindeomi and is currently led by Enoch Adeboye. However, the one African initiated church.
Yo, these are some names, boy, I tell you. These are some names.
That really stands out as being different is the Kimbanguist Church, based in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It was founded in 1921 by Simon Kimbangu, back when the country was controlled by the Belgians. Kimbangu was another supposed miracle worker, but in this case he ended up being imprisoned by the white authorities because he also preached about black liberation. I've placed the Kimbanguist church in the non-Nicene box because eventually Kimbangu was seen as being the incarnation of the Holy Spirit, something that goes against Nicene theology.
Yeah.
Nearby, I've also included a symbol representing the Rastafari religion, which developed in the 1930s, not in Africa, but in Jamaica. According to Rastafarians, Haile Selassie, the former king of Ethiopia, was the reincarnation of Jesus. So, although Rastafari is, in a sense, based on Christian ideas, it has since evolved into its own religion, which is why I've shown it as a black and white symbol instead of placing it in a colored box. Okay, the last group of Christians that I want to talk about are Messianic Jews. We've come full circle because Messianic Jews are Jewish Christians, which is what the very first Christians were. Let's therefore go back up to the top of the chart to recap. During the lifetime of Jesus, there were four main sects within Judaism. Of these four, only one survived the destruction of the temple, the Pharisees. It was the Pharisees who went on to become the rabbis, and therefore virtually all of Judaism today is considered to be Rabbinic Judaism. However, just before the destruction of the temple, a fifth sect emerged, which went on to become Christianity. In other words, Christianity started out as a sect of Judaism, which is why I've labeled this box Jewish Christians. However, from there, early Christianity went in three very different directions. Those who rejected Jesus as God and continued to practice Jewish customs like circumcision and avoiding pork became known as Ebionites or Nazarenes. Both of these groups eventually went extinct, although before they did, they likely had a big influence on the development of Islam. On the other extreme were the Gnostics, who also went extinct. But in the middle were the Pauline Christians, who Christians today see as being the true Christians. From here, Christianity became a mostly Gentile or non-Jewish religion, although early on there were still many Jews. However, the point I want to make, which I made in an earlier episode, is that there is no direct continuous line between early Jewish Christians and modern Messianic Jews. Jews who embraced pre-Nicene Christianity and then later Nicene Christianity were simply integrated into the now mostly Gentile church. Congregations made up primarily of Jewish Christians did not arise again until the 19th century, with the start of the Hebrew Christian movement. In the U.S., the Hebrew Christian Alliance of America was established in 1915, although it later changed its name to the Messianic Jewish Alliance of America. Today, it is the largest of the various Messianic Jewish organizations, which is why I chose it to be kind of representative of Messianic Jews as a whole. Note that they fully accept the Trinity and all other aspects of Nicene Christianity, which is why they are shown within the main part of the chart. But the question a lot of people ask is, are Messianic Jews Jews or Christians? Or are they perhaps both? Well, according to all the modern branches of Rabbinic Judaism, from Reform to Orthodox, Messianic Jews are definitely Christians and not Jews. While many Messianic Jews were born Jewish and would show up as being Jewish on a DNA test, they are actually no longer considered to be Jewish by the greater Jewish community. This boils down to the fact that Judaism and Christianity share common roots, but because Christianity ended up being by far the larger and more dominant group, this has forced Judaism to define itself, in part, as being very deliberately non-Christian. In other words, one of the defining features of Judaism is that Jews do not believe that Jesus was God. Therefore, if a Jew converts to Christianity, they are no longer a Jew. Ironically, a Jew can stop believing in God altogether and still be considered a Jew. That's because Judaism is, in a sense, still a very tribal group. So long as you don't join another tribe, you're still a Jew. But if you do join another tribe, like the one that believes Jesus is God, you're no longer a Jew. Okay, so that concludes our look at the.
So, do Jewish people still consider Jesus Jewish? Because I've always still considered Jesus Jewish, but then he didn't himself create Christianity. Like, so like what do Jewish people consider Jesus? Was he Jewish in your opinion? Because he did believe himself to be the Son of God, um, and as part of that, God Himself, like as one, like with the whole Trinity thing. Like, how do they feel about that? How do you guys feel about that? Let me know in the comments.
Family tree of Christian denominations. A big shout out to Joshua from Ready to Harvest for helping me along the
Shout
way.
outs to Josh.
If you want to get a copy of the
Sorry,
finished
Joshua.
chart as a poster, you can do so now by heading over to our website, usefulcharts.com. And one more thing. A lot of people have asked me to do a similar family tree for other religions. So we will be doing that in the coming weeks, at the very least for Judaism, Islam, and Hinduism, each of which will
Whoop,
consist
whoop.
of a single video. So keep an eye out for that. Thanks for watching.
Oh, they're gonna be single videos. Okay. All right. So I'll definitely go ahead and do this one next, guys. Uh, guys, another great video. This was a amazing way to end the series. Honestly, I felt like this one was this one was probably one of the best ones he's done for this specific series. I can't wait to learn about this Jewish denominations explained. This is going to be pretty fun for me. So yeah, guys, remember, comment down below. Should this come out on Saturday or Sunday? I'm not 100% sure yet. Also, comment below how you feel about this. If you liked me, if you like what I had to say and my perspective on things, make sure you subscribe. Hit the like button. Comment down below all the fun stuff that YouTube forces me to tell you guys to do. Make sure you guys go check out Useful Charts. Buy the poster, guys. I'm going to be buying the poster, so you should also buy the poster. That is, I'm trying to see, am I an influencer? Yes, I'm influencing you right now. Go buy the poster. Buy. Watch his videos. Follow him. I'm influencing you. Ooh, there's your influence. But yeah, guys, if you made it this far, you already know what I'm doing now. I'm rambling. I'm ranting. I'm literally saying the first things that come off the top of my head, and sometimes it makes no sense. But here's the thing that does make sense. You're incredible. I love you guys. All the comments that you guys have, I love reading them. They're all incredible. If you're watching this a year from now, hopefully I'm still doing well and doing all this stuff. If you're watching this a day from now, I hope you're having a good day. So yeah, guys, again, I'm just saying stuff, but just know you made it this far. I love you. You're incredible. And as always, bye.